It is now 7:33. Thank all my colleagues for being here and everyone getting here so early. This is early for us, too. I'd like to call the Parks and Environmental Committee meeting to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Members present, Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Chairman Warren.
Present. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda and one that I'm going to bring for a discussion item just for us to listen to today and with no action. Item number one is a discussion regarding the Metal Museum lease agreement of Russ Hall, Super District 5, or District 5, Super District 9 is requested by me. And this is an update from where we are with this current situation. Mr. Walker, would you like to take the floor and come up and bring up the Metal Museum? State your name and address for the record and give us an update. We're all excited.
Sure. Nick Walker, Parks Director, 2599 Avery. Somehow in charge of a division and can't control a chair. So, but anyway, after the conversation that we had at the last council meeting, Carissa, who is the executive director of the Metal Museum, and I kind of talked through what all it would take in order to make a change. It turns out that in the agreement that council approved city to sign with the Metal Museum, in our rush to kind of get everything together so that they could use it for grant applications, the section that actually talked about the date where the transfer would take place had kind of been left blank. So we're actually, listen, it's thank God for unanswered prayers, right? Yeah. So we've actually set the date as June 30th, 2024. And at this point, as soon as that is executed by the Metal Museum and then sent back over, signed by the city attorney and the mayor's office, they will, that will be the understanding is that either by the date that the fundraising is complete or June 30th, 2024, the Metal Museum, and I can't remember the exact term for it, but essentially that the lease is executed.
Whichever is first or whichever is last?
Whichever is first.
First, okay. Do we have any questions from any council members at this point? Of course, do you have any comments that you can give us?
Carissa Husong, 1293 Central Avenue, and I'm with the Metal Museum. We do not have any comments. We really appreciate everything Nick has done to help us adjust the lease, and we are moving forward with design, getting our historic tax credits approved, and appreciate all that you've done to help us with this.
Where are you with your fundraising? What is your number today, and what more do you need to raise?
We are at about 20 million, so we need to get to 25 million.
So you need $5 million more.
We do, yes.
So everyone who's out there that really wants to see that place hum again, we need $5 million more. If you're a donor, this is a great place to donate. Councilman Ford.
You got that. Give it to him.
Yeah. Okay, we're good.
I was thinking that.
Yeah. Pocket change. Pocket change. Right. I'm afraid. Yeah.
And I just wanted to add that I'm happy to take anybody on a tour who would like to see the building.
I think it might be good to take council on a tour now that the weather is good. Where are we with our getting our boiler and chiller and everything up and running? And I take it has heat now.
I believe so, yes.
We need to know that.
Yeah, no, actually, so heat wasn't the issue. It was the cooling units, the chillers that were really the issue. At this point, after conversation with the Metal Museum, our priority, given what they intend to replace in terms of mechanical systems in the building, is actually focusing on the elevators. And so my understanding is that Coney is going out this week to give us an updated number on what it would take to get both elevators functioning.
Okay, and that's city responsibility to do that. So we're still going to own the building. Is that correct?
Well, actually, if I understand correctly, it is a lease, or is it a ground lease?
It's a lease.
It's a lease. Okay, so previously it was a ground lease. It will be, unlike a lot of our scenarios before, though. They are accepting full responsibility, which is why in the terms of the lease, it should be turned over to them in the condition that it was a year and a half ago. And so at this point, the only major system that needs to be addressed, because one of the elevators was functioning when they took possession, is getting one of the elevators functioning. And so that's General Services is working on that this week.
So at that point, when you took possession, only one elevator was servicing
Correct, yes.
out of two? Okay, so y'all are going to work together to get the elevators going. What about the trees growing on the roof?
My understanding is that the last time I checked with General Services, they were in the process. They had done one clearing off of it, but again, given the fact that you got a dormant building, it's a constant struggle because if stuff falls on there and there's water up there, trees start growing. But I will check with Director Jameson. And
Check
find out
with
if we
him
got
because
that
I can tell you there are like at least 2 trees that are 3 or 4 feet tall.
Yeah.
So they just didn't start, and they're in the front of the building. So
I got you. I'll
if
ask him.
it's in the back, it might not be quite so bad. In the front, it doesn't look as good.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Thank you very much. And we have got people that are wanting to try to get us to move money from the Mud Island account over to the Tom Lee Park account. And I brought them here to try to explain to us what they're wanting so we can think about whether we're going to do that at a later time. But I wanted someone to explain that to us today, what the purpose of this is, because initially I had been approached because people were thinking they wanted to move, they wanted to build something with this. And I want to know what you guys are thinking and why you want to do this. And then we'll think about what we're going to do at our next meeting. But I just want some information so council members can be brought up to date with what you guys are proposing or would like to see happen. Go ahead, name and address for the record. And thank you for being here.
Tyree Daniels, 1500 Dunn Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38106. Good morning, council. So glad to be with you today. So here, what we're asking is requesting $3 million that's left in the Mud Island Fund to be moved over to Tom Lee Park. And this is because due to the late passage of the FY22 federal budget, the U.S. Army Corps funds became available only after the improvements to the park were under contract. The partnership found a solution in a swap that would allow the U.S. Army funds to be spent on the City of Memphis Beale Street Landing Dock Expansion Project, while the city provided a $3 billion budgeted for the dock expansion to the partnership for Tom Lee Park. However,
Hold right there for a second. Explain what that means.
so essentially, we were going to swap funds with the city, $3 million that were originally budgeted for a U.S. Army Corps community grant that was given to the partnership for use for Tom Lee Park due to...
For what?
For Tom Lee Park
To do what?
to fund the redevelopment of Tom Lee Park.
In what particular? I mean, it's already been redeveloped, so what are you going to be funding?
Right. So it was to fund the $61 million of development that happened. So this grant was given to us, right, in FY22. And what we're saying is that we weren't unable to use that in FY22. And then we came up with a mechanism to figure out how to use it with the city, where we would swap funds that were originally slated for use for the redevelopment of Tom Lee Park. We were going to swap dock money with the city and then be able to get $3 million that was originally in the Tom Lee Park budget, and the city take the grant that we were using that was not unable to happen. So therefore, we're saying now we're requesting that the council allow us to fill that gap that's been created by our inability at the current moment to use the $3 million core grant with $3 million that the council has budgeted for Mud Island.
Okay, so I'm not sure I understand this, but I'm going to try to explain it and see if I get it right. And everybody chime in if they think that. It seems to me like what you've got, I thought we paid for this park already. So we still have debt on the park?
Yes.
How much debt?
$3 million. And may I?
If you say your name.
Yes, I
Okay.
will. I'm Carol Coletta, 41 Union Avenue. If I may, Tyree, we received in the first year that earmarks were now called community projects, went back into effect in Congress. We received a $3 million federal earmark for the construction of Tomley Park. That money was given to the U.S. Army Corps, which has a certain set of rules and regs about the way money is spent. They have to contract, Councilman, for expenditures, those expenditures, okay? So that has to be contracted by U.S. Army Corps. In that particular year, Congress delayed approving the federal budget for 6 months. At the time, we were in the midst of constructing Tomley Park, and we were going as quickly as we could at the administration's direction and to get the park ready for the public. And so we had, by the time Congress approved the federal budget, everything for the construction of Tomley Park was under contract. All right, so that meant we couldn't use the U.S. Army Corps money, $3 million, for construction of Tomley Park.
It's been constructed, and we've already spent the money on construction. Okay, so now we're trying to find something else to construct so we can get that money?
Well, so what we did is this money was designated for use in Tomley Park. So that we then worked, when we realized everything was under contract and Congress approved its budget so late that we couldn't stop construction to get that money. Then we worked to redefine Tomley Park to include the Beale Street landing dock. The city was going to spend money on expanding that dock, and we thought we had reached an agreement with the administration to spend, to take the U.S. Army Corps money, spend it on the dock, and then take $3 million of the dock money and plug that hole for Tomley Park. We were on that path and then learned late in the game that the administration felt it could not spend that money on the dock. So that leaves us with a $3 million gap in the basic Tomley Park's construction budget of $61 million.
That's only if you build something else, though.
No, that's in this budget. In other words, we had a $61 million budget, $60 million for building the park, $1 million for art. We have, of that money, we've got everything but the $3 million that we expected to use from the federal government that was designated for Tomley Park. So this is not, so what we're trying to do is fill that gap that was left by our inability to use that money because it came so late.
And Councilman, one thing to note on this is we are borrowing money because a lot of this money, is a public-private partnership. $30 million that we raise publicly, right? That money is going to come in over time. So we are financing privately. That money's going to come over time. So we borrowed that money. So essentially, what we do, yes, there's a $3 million hole in the budget. However, that is money that we've now borrowed that we are going to have to pay back.
I am really trying hard to make sure that I understand this, but do y'all get it, or?
Well, I'm trying to understand why we're having a discussion on an item that's not on the agenda.
Because it's my committee, and I wanted to have us have some discussion so we can figure out where we're going.
But agenda's approved by the chair, Mr. Warren.
Yeah, but a committee can have a discussion. This is not an action item. I'm having a discussion.
Okay, but
Yeah, I can do that in my committee, Mr. Chair.
Let's
Let's talk to our lawyer after this, and we'll see if we can do that.
We will.
Very good, because I checked this out beforehand.
Okay.
Thank you. And I'm wondering why you would even bring that up.
Because it was asked to be put on the agenda, and as the chair's prerogative, I said no.
And it wasn't put on the agenda as an action item. This is
why-
a discussion
but why
item that I
we-
can have
but-
as I want to in my
But
committee.
it still should be on the agenda, Mr. Warren. Whether it's a discussion item or not, it should still be on the agenda. So.
As
if-
I
if-
understand,
if we do
as the
this,
chair
Mr.
of a
Warren-
committee, Mr.
No.
Mr. Jones, well, let's take this outside the committee and we can
can.
discuss it. That being said, I still don't think I understand this. So I'm not sure exactly how this is plugging a hole and what it's doing. And also, I checked with administration. I'm not sure where they are with this and how they're moving forward. So I wanted us to have a general idea about what people were asking us to do so we could figure out where we needed to proceed, because I didn't understand it coming up. And I'm not pushing it to occur, Mr. Chair, but I did think that this is something that is complicated enough that if I can't understand it when they're talking to me on the phone, we need to have a discussion here where we can all ask questions. So does anyone else have any other questions about this potential thing while they are here?
No, but I do have a couple of questions or a couple of statements. So just to understand this, what's being proposed, you all want to use the money that I fought for, $5 million for Tom Lee, for Mud Island. And because you're short with Tom Lee Park, that's what you want to use the money for. Because the council has already allocated and used it for other things. Is that where the money you're proposing comes from?
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Yes, we are proposing at this very moment, we've used some of the $5 million that you had used and advocated for strongly for Mud Island. We are very appreciative of that. What we're saying right now is there is not a short-term or long-term plan for Mud Island, and we're working on it.
But, Miss, there has supposedly been a plan to work on this for 8 years since I've been on the council, short-term and long-term. And, for me to be rolling off the council and we're still at this point haven't seen that, those funds belong to the council. And so, if anything, I think that the council itself should, whether there was a long-term plan, and part of setting aside that $5 million was to bring back a short-term, either a short or some type of plan. And, there was no timeline with that. And what the council has done, because originally it was $5 million. And so the council has found other uses for that. So I'm not going to be in support of this. In fact, I will try to get the votes for us to use this money for something else because it's not being used for its intended purpose. There are many things, and probably in all of our districts, that can get done. And if it's not being used, and this was allocated, 2 years? 2 years ago. And so if it's not being used for the intended purpose, this is money just sitting there. And I think that we should find other purposes for that money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. My question is, you made mention that the administration said that they thought that they would not be able to use it for the dock. So I would like to hear what the administration has to say about the involvement, because it appears as though the administration has gotten us caught up in this situation. What they're doing and what they're not doing, I don't know.
I think that we don't have anything. There's no,
It's a public works engineer.
and we don't have public work.
The administration hasn't received anything. I checked with the administration to see if this had been routed for review, and it hasn't.
So have y'all worked this with the administration to figure out that they want this plan to go through like this? Who have you talked to there?
Yes, we've talked to Chief Ryan about this, and Chief Ryan is very aware of where we are on this, and we've had lots of discussions on it. She's actually on her way here now.
Okay. Well, I think, this is one of the reasons that I felt like we needed to bring this up and have some discussion. We're heading up toward the end of the year. And before we move on this, I think we all need to understand exactly what's being asked, what they plan to do, and if we want to do it. So as opposed to just bringing it up as a resolution and making it happen, I felt this discussion was worthwhile. Any other questions, Councilman Ford?
I had one, but to this next meeting, and then we can get some things straight. That's why I'm calling this particular meeting, that I never heard
need to get some things straight. We got a new administration getting ready to come in here, and there's 13 council members, not 14, not 15, 13. I want everybody to be in their place. So that's why this next meeting, maybe we can solve some of this, especially
mute all the mics. And then we will talk to the professional auditors that are within the city of Memphis to what they can or are able to provide.
Thanks, Chair. I brought this issue up for a purpose. What's going on here in the council office, not mayor's office, no one else. I've been getting calls from my constituents, your constituents, and everybody else. How money is used, okay? And a lot of other different things that's going on. There are 13 different council members, not 14, 15, or 16. It's 13 council members, okay? I want to kind of get it straight with what should go on up if you are elected as the chair, vice chair, what their roles are. Not just doing things without the full council. That's the way it's supposed to be. But they brought up different things, different people. Say that forget the rest of the council, it's just what the ones that sitting up in that office. But you know, when you become a chair, you count your days down because it's only for a year. Don't change things and corrupt things, okay? That's why I brought this. I want to know all the financial issues and everything else, you know, and I've had people call me. I'm quite sure you've had. You know, the media's had people call, why are we spending this money and what for? But you know, you got people that say, I can just sign off. I can sign off. I can sign off. I got an issue with that one, okay? Because what you keep on signing off and what you're doing, and please don't come back and say it came from the council. It did not come from the council if I didn't know anything about it, if you didn't know anything about it. Okay, I got issues with that.
Okay.
Okay, but I brought two people here today, and can y'all come on out? This is with the audit. And then I want them to talk to us. There's two different solutions to this, but I want this fulfilled. And I want things taken care of because there's a new administration, there's a new council coming on. And I don't want that new council anyone blame. We got people leaving off of here. Please don't let them blame the ones that's coming in. I got issues with it.
No, and thank you for bringing this forward. I think transparency is a good antidote for a lot of ills. And so why don't we just be open and transparent? And obviously, and during budget season, we allocate money that's then appropriated throughout the year. But a good audit should show whether the money that the money we've appropriated matches the money or the purpose for which it was allocated as well. So I was a bit surprised to find out in these 2 weeks that very recently that as the city council, even though we might be spending the money from our budget, that we really don't have the line item level detail that I was hoping for, but it sounds like y'all might have it in the sense of what money has been spent with which vendor for which purpose from city council funds, division funds. So if y'all can just introduce yourselves for the record, name and position, and what would be in order for us to pursue to be able to rectify the situation.
Okay. Good morning, Debbie Banks, City Auditor. Good morning, Katrina McCullum, Audit Manager. I just want to speak a little bit about an audit. We do perform audits for the city. We do not perform financial audits. As you may know, the Banks, Finley & White, they're here currently conducting the city's financial audit, of which you guys are a small part. For us, an audit would take a lot of time. So if you're pressed for time, you wouldn't want to have an audit. And I explain why it takes time, because we follow the Yellow Book standards, government auditing standards. And there are field work requirements that we have to perform, which pretty much prolongs an audit. There are standards for us to develop audit objectives. There's standards regarding audit procedures. The work that's even performed has to be supervised. even the audit work papers and documentation. So those things would prolong an audit. We also perform investigations. Those pretty much take, we don't have a lot of standards that we would have to perform for those because they don't follow the standards. But it doesn't sound like this would really need an investigation. I can tell you the information that you need is already readily available. We could provide that, or we can assist in getting that information for you. It's already available through finance.
Okay. Then Chief Ford. Thanks. We were in touch a little bit last week or the week before about this, and I was working under the false assumption that internally we had the city council's finances on a detail they wanted, but it sounds like that's not necessarily the case. I mean, because the ideal would be, obviously we have personnel and then materials and supplies. And personnel, we probably don't need to break it down to every single individual paycheck that every person received and for what amount. We can just look at the broad percentages of what's been paid out, what's not, what we're on track for. But I think this is really coming down to the materials and supplies. That would include city council travel, city council, professional services contracts, anything we're doing outside contracting for, really any type of purchases, even including office supplies. If we can get the line item on that and saying that, this vendor received X amount, from the city on behalf of the city council budget on this date, and then so we can see a list of the vendors that have received money from city council funds and display that, and then we all come to our own judgment whether we believe that matches up with how that money was supposed to have been spent and if it matches up with how it was allocated.
Good morning, Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. Good morning, council members. I understand what I think I understand what you're asking. I just want to clarify, when we pull the appropriation statement, which is kind of like the little mini trial balance, right? It would have a single line item, say for instance, for materials and supplies. If you wanted to see the breakdown of the individual transactions that occurred within that, there's also a report that we can run. It's called a transaction listing. And it will tell you every single transaction that occurred that rolls to that line item, whether it's travel, supplies, or whatever that may be. We can, and that's not a difficult or timely report to run for you at all.
Councilman Ford, if we're in agreement, I think we need a transaction listing.
That would be fine. I just don't want this put up under the table.
No, the whole point of transparency, we're going to lift it up above.
Because, like you say, things, are going on that should not be. Chief Ford, you all, and I need to ask just one question with everybody. Are you all doing anything right now with the council? You don't have to just a yes or no answer. That's all I need. Okay, that's a yes answer. That's all. I don't want you to elaborate on anything right now. Okay, and that's why I want to try to finish up everything because, like I said, there's a new administration coming in, there's a new council, and I don't want nobody to be abused that's coming on this council and then have to face something that should not be, okay? Because others that are leaving off, some not coming back, just, we want to make sure everything is in order when this next year come in, okay?
Correct. And the transaction listing is something that'd be eligible for a FOIA request. Correct. Absolutely. Yeah. So no problem with making it public and providing a copy to anybody upon request, not having to go through the hurdles of a FOIA. Any other?
I got one other thing. From this point on, I think everything should be on record. Whatever's spent here in this council needs to be known. Okay, and keep us abreast of the full council. Okay, to the end of the year.
And that may be something in form of a resolution or future councils if we were able to provide a link on our own webpage about our transaction listings just for additional transparency could be an option if that's the majority will of the council.
Well, that's not what I'm asking for.
Okay.
I'm asking for us to know.
Correct.
Anything that's being spent right now, it don't have to be no resolution. This would be among the 13 council members. Okay? That's what's important to me at this point, to the end of this year. Okay?
All right. Any other
Very
comments?
Important to me.
Any other comments or questions for this committee? Yes. Councilman Johnson, then we'll go to Chief Ford.
Okay, I'm making the assumption that you want like this monthly report of all expenses from this body.
Yes.
Okay.
And yeah, and the formal request in writing was FY 23 through 24, but I think we can. Yep. Anybody else? Chief Ford?
Thank you. That was my point of clarification, the time that you would like for us to look at. Is it just for this fiscal year, or do you want me to go back to FY 23 as well?
23, 24, actually no, 23 and part of 24 this year.
Yes, sir. Very good.
Okay.
Up until now.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. And if it's readily available, don't see that being an issue.
We
All
can
right.
make that available.
See
Thank
no
you.
Business Force Committee. We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Ms. Rowland?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we have one item. It's a resolution approving the lease agreement with B&G Partnership of Land situated in the Pigeon Industrial Area. Term of 5 years, 1/1/24 through 12/31/28, with 2 years renewal options. Rent shall be $191.14 per plantable acres per year. District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. And we have Ms. Massey here. Introduce yourself and all, and we're ready.
Good morning, Chairman, Council. Joanne Massey, Vice President of Operations, EDGE, here today to just talk about this item and ask for council's approval. It's an administrative item. The Memphis and Shelby County Port of Memphis manages about 8,000 acres of industrial property within the Pigeon Industrial Area, which is in the southwest corner of the city of Memphis along the Mississippi River. And there's about 1,207 plantable acres that are available for farming. The Port Commission advertised this bid for 6 months prior to the current contract, and the RFP was advertised in the 4 Delta Farm Press magazines in 17 states across the Southeast and Mid-United States for 2 months. We received 14 bid packages. 14 bid packages were requested and 3 bids were submitted. And the bids were reviewed and recommended by a joint committee of 4 EDGE and Port Commission board members. And the contract was approved by EDGE and the Port Board on September 20th. Happy to answer any questions.
Motion to approve.
All right, thank you, Council, and happy holidays to everyone.
call the roll.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Chair Carlisle.
Present, chair observes a quorum. Please let the record show that Councilman Morgan is joining us. And I'm sure Councilman Jones will be in here, so we're going to go ahead and show him present as well. Chairman Jones. Colleagues, we have several items on today's agenda, 4 to be, in fact, and actually we're going to add a 5th. You may have noticed we've got some special guests in the room, and I'm going to ask them to come forward. And I'm going to turn the floor over to them. Mayor, welcome. Dr. Hargrave, president of the University of Memphis, is here. So Laird Veach, our esteemed athletic director at the university, Mr. Ken Moody, Mayor-elect Paul Young. It's like Celebrity Central here.
All right.
Colleagues, I'm going to move to the floor an add-on item, and then I'm going to let the mayor introduce it because that's how we do it. This is a resolution to transfer Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium and allocate $120 million of state grant funds for sports facilities improvements to the University of Memphis Auxiliary Services Foundation. This would be all council districts, in my opinion, and it's sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion in a second?
Second.
A move by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Mayor Strickland, the floor is yours. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that on?
Get it closer.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
If we had the smaller room like when you're on the council.
All right. Thank you very much for having us today. We're here, obviously, to talk about sports facilities. We've hit many milestones in this journey. In April 2022, we started planning in earnest. In June of 2022, we made our first presentation to the governor and legislative leaders. September of 2022, we made our first we made an official ask for funding to the governor. In February of 2023, the governor released his budget and we were in his budget. In May of 23, the legislature approved the $350 million in cash and several other funding mechanisms. I am so thankful to the incredible team effort, which included the City Council, the University of Memphis, the Memphis Grizzlies, and many others, Chamber of Commerce, who worked to get that passed, and our friends in the legislature. But we have had a challenge the last few months. The financial needs of the 2 sports facilities exceeded the available resources. Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. We determined that the need there was $220 million to pay for significant renovations there. But I'm happy to say we've reached another milestone today. In fact, it is a game changer. It allows us to have a win-win for both facilities. Now, instead of $220 million coming from the city, we only need $120 million from the city, and the university will raise the other $100 million. And in a moment, I'll let Dr. Hargrave explain that. The Grizzlies support this allocation. I will quote the Memphis Grizzlies president, Jason Wexler. We support, quote, we support the city's proposed allocation of $120 million in state grant funds to the Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium project and $230 million in state grant funds to the FedEx Forum project as we continue to work with the city and the county for a long-term deal. Second part of the resolution that's before you is in order for the university to be able to receive those funds, to raise those funds that are needed, and frankly, for the city to relieve the city from substantial future major maintenance expenses, we are proposing to gift the stadium to the university. So the resolution in front of you is to transfer, number one, $120 million to the university, and number two, transfer the stadium to the university. We have 3 meetings you have 3 meetings, scheduled meetings before the end of the year. We are not asking for this to be approved today, obviously, but we would like it approved by the end of the year over the next 6 weeks. Today you will, if it's okay, Mr. Chair, you'll hear from Dr. Bill Hargrave, who's president of the university, and then Tom Marshall and Scott Fleming will give you a brief overview of the changes that will be made at the stadium.
Dr. Hargrave, welcome to the Thunderdome. The floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you all. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Over the past couple of years, there's been a lot of talk about conference realignment and positioning the university to be the very best we can be, especially in football. And in my conversations with presidents of these other conferences and commissioners, one of the things that came through time and time again was that our stadium was not where it needed to be. And so that was why, working with the city, it was incredibly important to look for ways to get the funds to update our stadium so that we look like we belong. And certainly the renovation of the stadium, sending a massive message to the collegiate athletics world. So from the start of this project, as the mayor laid out, our take on it has been that we're going to use it to position ourselves the very best we can in this rapidly changing environment, and to ultimately, of course, upgrade the fan experience. The $120 million from the city via the state and the transfer of ownership will allow us to do a couple of things. First, it will allow us then to go generate the funding that we need to finish the project, to complete the $220 million as the mayor indicated. And it certainly allows us to control that fan experience. Now, as the mayor indicated, we will take upon ourselves to raise the remainder after the $120 million. And I'm happy to report to you today, we have a pledge to support this project, which would be the largest gift in the University of Memphis history, of $50 million from the Fred Smith family that would go toward the stadium, with a challenge match component of equal size. So that would round out the funding for that. The transfer of ownership to the university's Auxiliary Services Foundation will allow us to do those things that we just talked about, with going out and raising the money and creating an ultimate fan experience. Now, recognizing the stadium's importance to others, we look forward to carrying a spirit of partnership forward with the other stadium uses, including the AutoZone Liberty Bowl game, the Southern Heritage Classic, and the USFL's Memphis Showboats, and no changes to those are anticipated. Finally, I do want to make sure that I end with a few thank yous, and certainly a huge thank you to the Smith family for their incredible philanthropic leadership and for sharing our vision to elevate our football program, our university, and our city. To the mayor and his administration for securing state funding for our city stadium. To the governor and the legislative body for our continued support of our institution. To the Memphis Grizzlies for their continued partnership and their willingness to help our city and the university ascend. And finally, to the council for considering this game-changing opportunity for our university. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hargrave. Councilman Marshall, welcome back.
Thank you.
Mr. Fleming, whenever you guys are ready, the floor is yours.
Let's see, to move forward. Well, thank you all very much. It's a different mic than my day. Had two buttons. That's right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. That's right. Well, it's been a while. Gotta miss this. So, I wanted to just talk about the history of the stadium because, it's been such a pride for those of us who are Memphians to have lived in this city and had this incredible, iconic facility right there in the heart of the city of Memphis, and how it came to be that the city of Memphis owned a facility that primarily played, football for the state university is kind of a long and storied history that I'm not sure there are many people still around that understand the complexities of how that came to be, but it's a source of pride, and we've enjoyed it for many years. The taxpayers of citizens of Memphis have invested heavily in this facility, and you might remember in 2010 we were able to take a large asphaltic acreage and turned it into what we call Tiger Lane. It's a fabulous linear park leading from Central all the way to the middle axis of the stadium. It's being used for a lot more than just football events now. It's really a community park for the neighborhood and for reaches beyond it. It looks like even the barbecue cooking contest is going to be making it its home. And so this could not have happened without your support in the past. And so as we stroll down, we'd also look at years after that. We had an ADA lawsuit that said essentially, if you don't put what they thought was $60 million into this facility, or they're going to shut it down. And we're, of course, able to work that out and bring that down to closer to 12 or $15 million in that range to settle that lawsuit. And now it's a completely ADA compliant facility. But a lot of cities can't boast that. They're really struggling with how they make that facility right. And then we did the East Suites renovations, which was necessary in order to garner a little bit more revenues for the university and for the city of Memphis to pay that money back. And then ultimately, about 2014, we had replaced the field, we replaced the field lights, and it was a lot of little projects that kept coming to you to say, hey, we're committed to this facility, but for 10, 15, $20 million at a time, that's how you were able to approach maintaining and demonstrating pride in this facility. Just recently, with Aaron Campbell, who's a partner with us in MFA, designed an award-winning locker room improvements for the University of Memphis Tigers and anybody else to play there. It's a fabulous improvement to the city of Memphis. It does a lot to tell the players that we appreciate them, and it develops a real atmosphere with these gobo lights playing and the sound system going and gets them all revved up for the game. It's a real unique place, and once again, you as a council voted in favor of this capital improvement because you believe that it's in the best interest of the community. The city then realized that I think that these one-off projects, these small, between $5 and $30 million projects, really needed to look at this thing more holistically. So they engaged a master plan study with Populous, arguably the best firm that does facilities like this all across the country. And so Populous engaged with the University of Memphis. They engaged with all of the other user groups and came up with this master plan that you guys got the opportunity to see, and the mayor was able to use to take to the state and garner some revenues for this facility in a big way, something that's comprehensive, something that's holistic. And so that master plan study had to do with different seating style arrangements that are current today. A lot of them have these living room boxes and loge boxes and Vegas style seating and patio clubs. And it's not just a matter of seats and seat backs all across the city. We talked about what current collegiate trends and precedents throughout the community and we visited about 7 or 8 other peer stadiums across the country to make sure that what we're doing is the very best, and so that we could do for the city of Memphis what has been done in other places. And so with that master plan study combined with, and I think the whole notion that we could do something holistic and better, we wanted to identify what that total cost might be. Then I think.
Thank you, Tom. And as Tom mentioned, we wanted to provide the very best for our community. And MFA hired CSL, who is the industry standard, the gold standard feasibility study entity in the country. They provide studies for any number of professional and collegiate facilities to determine what is the best mix of premium seating. What will the community afford? What can the community afford in terms of number of club seats and premium seating, which is what drives facilities these days. So we worked with CSL to develop the program that Populous used to design the stadium. So we're dealing with the 4 major tenants of the facility. We've interviewed these folks. CSL interviewed them to understand what their needs were. The Liberty Bowl, Southern Heritage Classic, of course, the University of Memphis, and now the USFL. CSL has interviewed them, as has Populous and MFA, to develop the program.
And the solution, which we're in the middle of developing right now, and we are going to be ready to roll this out construction-wise next year, includes a mixture of premium founder suites, club seats, concession improvements, halo improvements around the stadium in a phased approach. As the mayor just mentioned, as money comes in, we'll be able to bite off as much as the council or the city or the U of M at this rate will at this stage will be able to afford as the years go on. So we've got a good plan in place, and we're ready to roll that out. So, Tom?
Well, by and large, I think, and I'm sorry that I didn't introduce myself. We're with MFA. This is Scott Fleming, and Aaron Campbell is our partner. The biggest the biggest, I guess, improvement that we're currently contemplating, and so we're right in the middle of the design, and I don't have the pretty pictures to show you because we just don't know what they are just yet, but it's advancing the seating closer to the field so that you feel like you're kind of right up on the field just a little bit better, because now that angle of repose is a little bit, slayed back with the way that they used to do it back 40 or 50 years ago. Now they're kind of scooching the seats up closer to the field, and so it's a really cool fan experience, not just for those in the skybox and suites, but for everyone that's there. Seat backs everywhere, and so it's a real nice concept. It's a real nice idea, but we're just right in the middle of the design when this this transition occurred. So we look forward to coming back and showing additional images that meet the budget restraints, and that we hope that we can answer any questions this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Dr. Hargrave, Tom Scott. All right, Councilman Jones, we were given hand signals, but I didn't know if you wanted to be in the queue first or if you. I've got Dr. Warren. It's up to you. I can wait. Okay, Dr. Warren, the floor is yours.
As we're doing this, what would happen with Tiger Lane? Would that be part of the facility that's being sold, or does that remain in the park?
It would remain with the city. The only thing being transferred is the stadium itself and the ring around the stadium, the halo. But because Tiger Lane is used so often for park activities, will remain with the city.
Is there going to be some sort of coordinating body that's going to help the university coordinate with the Tiger Lane events and things along that line? Or how is that going to function as we move forward?
I think that's with the Parks Division and the university. I do not know if they'll keep the management company, but right now OVG manages the stadium and Tiger Lane. If they're kept, it's all right there in the house.
Okay, is that going to be part of the contract that you guys are dealing with to be able to make sure that we keep that synchronicity?
Well, I don't know if we can mandate who manages the facility, but the Parks Division working with the university would be embedded in it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think maybe perhaps something to consider is that just an MOU. It'll kind of lay out the ground rules. It doesn't have to be a rock solid lease agreement, but that would, I think, probably be helpful. One of the things I've run into here is 15, 20 years from now, we're all gone, and somebody's like, well, I wonder what the intent was. So that may be something. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, so much. Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. I have a few questions. I'm happy to hear that the city will keep Tiger Lane, because I really think quite a few people in the city use it for different activities. Also, for public explanation, where's the source of this fund again, and are there any limitations? Because when people hear $320 million, there's a lot of things the city need, and I want to know, they probably want to know, why are we not using this money for other efforts?
The $350 million was awarded from the state only for the purpose of stadiums. And in this case, obviously, Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium and the FedEx Forum.
Okay, thank you. Now, in the comments, he said, Southern Heritage, they do not anticipate any change. So have y'all spoken to Mr. Fred Jones in detail to make sure he knows what he's going to receive or not?
I think Director Walker did.
Okay,
We've had a number of engagement sessions with him on the design process, and so he's been very. In fact, his insights are probably as good as anybody's. He's been around so long, and so we've really gleaned a lot of information from him to bring into the design.
Okay.
As far as the transition from one entity to the other, I don't know, but he has been integrally involved in our process for the design.
Okay, I think I heard you said the current management arrangement has to be worked out between Memphis, University of Memphis and the current management.
Well, right now, the city of Memphis, we contract with a company called OVG, and they've managed the stadium for at least 10 years, maybe a little longer. They're a national company. That's what they do. I do not know if the university is going to keep that arrangement. I don't even know if they've even decided themselves, but that would be their decision.
Okay. Right now, I think those are my only questions. I appreciate your answers, and if I think of others, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chairman Jones. Oh, I'm sorry, Chairman Jones. I've got Councilwoman Logan first.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Thank you all for the presentation. Does the ring include the Coliseum?
No, ma'am. There's a ring. You can kind of see it on the right side of that picture. It's a basically a concrete ring that's directly adjacent to the stadium.
Part, right?
Yeah, it's
I
like
thought you meant like a spatial.
no, it's like 30 to 50 yards wide at different locations.
We call that the halo.
Okay. But the Coliseum has
Coliseum's-
nothing to do with any of this and
No,
won't
ma'am.
be affected
City-
or anything
city still
included.
owns that.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Chairman Jones.
Thank you. Good morning. A couple of questions. So I know that, Mayor, when we were first lobbying the state for this money, there was talk of a soccer stadium. So those plans have been shelved?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay.
Because frankly, the cost of the two priorities, FedEx Forum and Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, it exceeded the resources we have, that we didn't have enough money for a soccer stadium. I still wish we did, but we don't.
Okay. And also, I seem to recall that your initial proposal to us involved the city providing some funds, some additional funds. I just remember, if I'm not mistaken, the price tag being $600 million. So we are totally scrapping any type of contribution from local sources.
Oh, to what?
I just remember when you first brought the presentation before you went to the state, you were saying, hey, we're going to the state to ask for $350 million, but everything that we want to do, sports-wise, had a higher price tag.
Oh, yeah, there are other funding streams that are there available to go above the 350, and that from the county car rental tax to the city's MLG&W pilot that is currently being used to help pay for the building of the FedEx Forum. All those are still available because obviously these two projects are going to exceed $350 million. So, but now all those funding streams can now be used for the FedEx Forum because with this proposal, we basically gained $100 million that we did not have. And that's because the university and the Smith family in particular is going to raise it.
Okay. And then, and then why is the gifting of the stadium necessary?
I'll talk on that, and Dr. Hargrave can probably talk about it. But for them to raise money, they need to own the facility. People who donate to a facility really want the university to own it. And it just makes it easier for them to do. It was, well, Dr. Hargrave, you can probably explain.
No, you explained it very well. Thank you. That's it. For us to be able to raise money, I mean, we need to have that stadium as part of the Auxiliary Services Foundation so that we can go out and generate the resources necessary. And then certainly as we try to position ourselves the very best we can, gives us that opportunity to control that fan experience as well.
Okay.
And if I can add something to it, Councilman, from a city's perspective, I've always wanted the university to own this stadium. Actually, with Dr. Hargrave's predecessors, I've offered it to them. Of course, it's subject to your approval because of those $5 million, $10 million, $20 million needs that crop up, from stadium scoreboards to chairback seats. And the city has so many other needs that I'd rather the university handle those.
Okay. So does the so who owns Leftwich Tennis Center?
City of Memphis.
Okay. So I vehemently oppose the gifting of it. I just looked at the University of Louisville Stadium. This is not $100 million. If we were to look at what the construction cost would be, this is not a $100 million gift. This is a $200 or $235 million gift. The University of Louisville, when they built their stadium, is $135 million. Looked at another stadium, $73 million. So, colleagues, this is not a $100 million gift. So we have what Christian Brothers is about to go down. I know that these are private institutions. We're looking at Lemoyne's struggle. This council has been very generous to the University of Memphis, and I get it. But so the University of Memphis was able to raise funds for Leftwich without us ceding ownership. So I don't buy into this, that there's not going to be any ability to raise money unless we give them the stadium. So I'm totally in support of having the $100 million, but the gifting of the stadium, I just cannot support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. I've got Councilman Morgan and then back to Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, and as I look at the Simmons Bank Liberty Bowl Stadium, I'm not used to going with the full name. For the community and for the university, obviously it's a major asset. But practically speaking, on the city of Memphis's books, it's a liability. It's something that it's an expense that's ongoing. It's a burden that we're going to have to take out more debt on. That debt's going to have to be serviced and paid for. And there's not exactly a market in which you can sell a stadium. There are no buyers. I mean, the value of it is essentially a dollar or a giveaway. So the value to the city is we get to keep this asset in the community for its purpose, for its intended use. It's now in the hands of the university, and we lose that liability off the city's books. This, practically speaking, I think is a good deal, and it shouldn't be looked as that we're giving away an asset rather than the University of Memphis is willing to take on a liability. And then not only that, they're going to raise the money and put in, well, $120 million of state money, $100 million of money that they're willing to raise and going to improve it not only for us, but for the community and any other use that might come along the way. And we should be saying thank you as much as we can. It's a very symbiotic relationship between the university and our community here in Memphis. And as the university improves, the city improves. As the city improves, the university improves. And we ought to be helping each other out as much as we can along the way on that upward climb. So I think this is a tremendous step. I know people are excited about it. My phone has been vibrating nonstop in my pocket this whole time. Mr. Marshall and Fleming, while y'all are making y'all's presentation, I think the news hit the wires and people have been responding very positively already to it, not knowing that we're still in the middle of the pitch and discussion. But thank y'all for everybody that's been working so diligently on this, and thank you to the university for everything y'all have done and willing to do in stepping up to make this deal. This is impressive. I think this is exciting. Obviously, we can work out the details and make sure that the uses are still available for others that need the stadium, that can coordinate with whatever's going to go on in Tiger Lane. But those are details that are easy to work out. The hard part is raising the money, and that's something y'all are willing to take on but can't do without the stadium. So, again, thank you. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Real quick, Mayor Strickland, the city will still have the opportunity to have events in there, like a Taste of Memphis. I think that's something.
Absolutely. That's part of the LOI that we're still working on that we'll share with you is the city gets access to the stadium for dozens, 50 times a year.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. So I've got Councilwoman Johnson, and then we're going to go Ford, Smiley, Warren, and Logan because of members that haven't spoken. So, all right, I got you.
Okay, thank you. This is a question piggyback on Chairman Jones. He talked about the $600 million, but when I recall hearing about that situation, the city had to match those funds. Are we matching funds in any of these situations?
Yes, but let me explain that.
Okay.
We were matching the $350 million that the state was going to give us in cash. But the way we were going to match it was city and county government using these funding streams, not out of our budget, but car rental tax, sales taxes generated in the FedEx Forum, the MLG&W pilot. All those funding streams helped build the FedEx Forum 25 years ago. And we said, state legislature, can you give us permission to go another 25 years with those funding streams to match that 350 that the state gave us in cash? Because we wanted to avoid using operational funds that have to play for parks and police and fire and that sort of thing. And so the answer is yes, but through those funding streams.
So we're still having to match?
Yes, through those funding streams. That would, like for instance, sales taxes generated in the FedEx Forum get to be used to help renovate the FedEx Forum.
I got that.
And that counts as our local match.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. If we had it for something else, we could use it for something else if we had the funds. But I wanted to make sure, so we still are having to match this 350. It's not, I mean, they may give, how long are they going to give us to pay the 350? Pay it back.
I don't think I'm explaining it well.
So the $350 million is a grant. It's not going anywhere unless we don't use the funds as intended. Then they can claw that back, and they may do that very well this session if they don't like what they see. All the funds you mentioned can't be used elsewhere because I'll take one like the Grizzlies sales tax is so.
I got that.
Okay,
I understand
that's it.
because he said he asked for an additional 25 years in order to make that happen.
Right.
But you're asking for it. Are you asking for it so that you match?
Match may not be the
350?
appropriate word. Match means that it's dollar for dollar. If we come up, the only issue would be there's no requirement to match. We're trying to add proceeds in order to meet the cost of construction.
So maintain it.
We're trying to get as much. The Tigers are whole. Now we're going to make sure that we work on and finding every dollar available to make the Grizzlies to meet what the Grizzlies believe their need is.
Okay, so the sales tax within the
Yes, ma'am.
arena stay there to help
Yes, ma'am.
maintain it, not to match
Within the
that.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are there any funds being generated by the stadium that the city will no longer be receiving?
I don't know the answer to that. When we sell food and beverage and the parking around the stadium, are we still negotiating those figures and how we're going to share?
And maybe I'll help. After this, if you want to send last year's P&L from Spectrum OVG, that may be helpful for everybody to see. It's de minimis.
It's also really easy to point out the stadium has never produced a surplus in its history. So there's never been extra funding that's come out of the stadium.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to recognize here, I think we have a councilwoman-elect. Will you please stand up? Yes. Ms. Walker. We have a mayor-elect. And Mayor Strickland, my question is probably to Council, Mayor-elect. Well, let me talk, okay? Yeah, today, I don't need, Mayor, what are your comments pertaining to this today? Because we will have, let me talk. We will have a new administration, new mayor coming in. I want everybody to be on the same accord this coming up year. We got a lot to do. We stood still for almost 4 years. It's time for us to move forward, okay? Council and mayor's office need to work together like we used to. Tom, they called us old. We got business done. We had our differences, but hey, we took care of business at hand. You know a little bit, Mayor, about what's going on. That's why this new year, let's bring in a new vision, let's work it all together and make things happen. We're a little country town that should be like Atlanta years and years ago. Let's move it together. It's not about me, not about y'all. It's about what we can do for this particular city. That's why I'm bringing you up, okay? Today is not gonna be a good day for me. Okay? But I need to know answers before this new year come in, okay? That's why I thank you, Mary-elect.
Thank you for those comments. Certainly look forward to the next year, and I am in full support of this project. I've been involved in the dialogues over the past couple of weeks. We've thought long and hard about how to get these projects moving forward, and we are grateful to have someone that is willing to step up in our community and contribute $100 million towards the project. As I think you heard, the stadium, while a great building, it is a financial liability for the city. And so if we can turn that liability into an asset for our community, maintain it as an asset for our community, and get it renovated and achieve the goals of being able to elevate the status of the program at the University of Memphis, it's a win-win for our community.
I appreciate it because, like I said, it's very important to me coming in the new year. We want to get things done this time, okay? I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. I've got Vice Chairman Smiley, and then we're going to go to Councilwoman Easter Thomas because she hasn't had a chance to speak yet, and then we'll go back to Warren and Logan.
Thank you all for being here. I just have a quick question. I think Director Walker was reading my mind, answer one of my questions. Has there been any other municipality that transferred a stadium to a university?
I don't know of one. I don't know of one.
Okay. And then I guess I would love someone.
Yeah, there's not many cities that own.
So is there any? So what cities own?
Like the Rose Bowl,
okay,
I think is owned by the city of Pasadena.
Legion Field, owned by Legion Field in Birmingham. It's owned by nobody plays football.
Nobody plays there anymore.
Yeah. So I'm saying that's what ultimately ends up happening.
Just
abandonment.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my next question, I think you answered the question as it relates to the fact that the stadiums never produce a surplus. But what's the average cost to maintain the stadium yearly? So what is the city putting into it?
Yeah, I'll let Nick give a more detailed answer.
Nick,
look more excited. Nick.
But let me preface it. Let me preface that. There are normal operating expenses, and then there's the major upkeep. To me, the major upkeep is what really costs city government. And Tom kind of went over the major upkeep that we've had. Tiger Lane was $19 million. Cherubacks were $5 million. A new scoreboard was $4 million or so. The turf field is $1 million, $2 million. Turf field is ADA was $15 million. It's that, and this renovation, while significant, it's not going to erase the need to do $10, $15, $20 million projects every once in a while. The field itself has to be replaced every 8 years. Every 8 years, and that's $2 million right there. And to me, I'd rather spend that $2 million on a community center or a library than the football stadium. But give more detail there.
No, I mean, similar to what Dr. Hargrave said earlier, you handled most of it. There are two aspects to it. So OVG, the company that we contract with to maintain the stadium, does the normal maintenance of the facility. And that comes out of the proceeds from the football game rentals and the food and beverage sales, mostly the food and beverage sales. Then there are ancillary costs that actually Director Adams would be much more able to speak to because it is responsibility of general services. So the contracts on the HVAC, the plumbing, the electrical work is all done by general services. They contract out the HVAC, but back of the envelope math, it's well north of $2 million a year in what we call hidden costs because they're absorbed either by park operations when they do maintenance on the grounds, or they're covered by general services under their day-to-day work. But and again, that is on top of any capital expenses that are done. Just this blew my mind, but just pressure washing the inside of the bowl is about $250,000. And so that's, you start to do those sorts of things, which again, you work into the budget. That's why it's never produced a surplus, because at the end of the year, if we've made any money, we're going to put that back into deferred maintenance on the building.
Has there been any type of poll in the community with the folks in the community want to see here? It has. Tom.
Yes,
Councilman Marshall Tom. I don't know.
The city asked CSL to conduct a poll. In fact, I think polling went out to over 5,000 folks about 4 months ago. And that's the data that came in to help advise the architects and our team on how that, what is it? What are the amenities they're looking for? What is it that's missing that's game day related? And
So I guess my question wasn't necessarily about what they want to see in the stadium, whether they're concerned at all about the city transferring one of our assets to the University of Memphis. It seems like the council would be has a favorable opinion about it, but I'm not sure if we know what the people in the community want to see done here, or if they even want to weigh in on this.
Well, this information, of course, has been embargoed so that you're the first to have heard about it. So the citizens are just now, hearing, I guess, about this.
Is there a way that we can, poll the community to see if they even care? I'm not sure if this is a situation where anyone would, have weigh in significantly on it, but I'm not sure if I'd be ready to move without at least having some type of information go out to the community and say, this is what city government is thinking about doing. It's a liability ultimately to the city. I think it's in the best interest of the city, but at least hear something from the community prior to moving. But it seems like the council's in favor of it. It seems like it may be in the best interest, but I just don't know what the people think.
Vice Chairman Smiley, I don't want to step out too far, but every time the city has needed to put city taxpayers' dollars into the project, you've always gotten hit with folks saying, why are the city taxpayers paying for a state university venue? And so it's been very difficult to get funding sometimes for these projects. And so kind of the reverse of that, I think it might be, my suspicion is that it would be very welcome in the community.
Colleagues, we're going to keep going, but I know that Dr. Hargrave may need to depart. Does any council member have a question specific to President Hargrave? Okay, all right. Then, all right. So, Councilwoman East Thomas, sorry if I go to them first, or okay. Then, Councilwoman East Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sherry. Good morning. Good morning, you all. Since we just got this today, I know y'all know we have plenty of questions so that we can fully understand and be able to just explain to our constituents. Nick, I didn't hear what you said earlier, but I think I got the gist of it, but just a few questions so I can just understand. So back to what Councilwoman Johnson was saying, these are not matching funds, right? It's just one and done. The 120 from the state.
Yeah, we are only getting $350 million from the state. They will, I don't think, give us any more money.
So we're not matching those funds.
All right. When we originally pitched it, we said the whole projects, all of them were about $680 million. Mm-hmm. And it was going to be $350 million in cash, and then local funding streams that pay the rest, like our almost half. So when we pitched it, we said we want half from the state, and then half we would generate here locally. But it was not out of our operating budget or CIP budget. It was car rental taxes, sales taxes.
Okay, that's what you were referring to earlier.
That's what's that money above the 350.
Okay. And so those are already listed out of how we're gonna match. What's left from the 120 and the 50 from FedEx and the 50 from U of M?
Well, there'll be
personal campaign.
There's $230 million in cash that would go to the FedEx Forum. And then every one of the funding streams, which are, and we can get you this, and kind of go to the journal, we will work as hard as we can as a team to meet with you, to review all these numbers over the next few weeks, take you to the stadium and let you look at it. But those are sales taxes generated in the FedEx Forum.
Well, no, not the FedEx, for U of M specifically, since that's what we're talking about today. What else do they need?
The 120 in cash from us, and then they're going to raise privately 100.
And y'all will be good to go. Everything's paid off, ribbon cut.
Yes, ma'am.
Done. Okay. And we'll get the other layouts later.
Will all go to the FedEx Forum.
Okay. So with this transfer to U of M for ownership, would they be able to sell it at a later date?
No, ma'am. It'd be similar to the Theater Memphis and the Orpheum Theater, which, remember, the city owned, but we transferred them. And if they for instance, if 50 years from now they decided, the world decided to play no more football because it's too dangerous, then the city would get that back. Or if they decided to build a stadium on campus, the city would get that back because it's only for that use. So they can't sell it and do something else with it.
Okay, and that's in the...
That would be in the agreement
In the
that
agreement.
we will share with you.
Okay. So as far as Tiger Lane, who's going to have ownership and operations of that?
City government.
Okay. How does that work out if that's like the opening to the stadium?
Well, because Tiger Lane is used so much on a daily basis as a park, show movies there and have events there, and different events, it still will remain under the Parks Division, under city government's authority. And then for the football games, there'll be an arrangement on parking and sharing revenue or leasing it out, which is what we do now. We have some arrangement with all the football users on parking.
Okay. Did he step out? Director Walker? Oh, okay. You're right there. So I know you were talking about almost about $2 million a year for ancillary services, general services contract. Does that include Tiger Lane, or is it just for the stadium?
No, again, because of the way it's structured now, OVG is the management company that reports to the Parks Division, the general manager of the stadium, and I meet on a weekly basis. Part-time labor for the maintenance of those fields comes right now out of stadium proceeds, which is part of the reason that we're talking about ironing all of this out in the full agreement.
So the whole $2 million comes from stadium proceeds?
No. The $2 million that I was referring to is things like plumbing issues at the stadium, general work on the HVACs, de-icing the lines for the ice makers in the suites, things like that. All are done by general services as a line item in their budget.
At about $2 million is what you were saying.
That's back of the envelope. It's tricky because general services does so much work. A full accounting, which is something the university asked.
I'm not going to hold you to the two.
No. I got you.
The two.
I think that's a number that I would feel comfortable with a Bible under my hand on. Yeah.
Okay. So for we won't make you do all that. For future maintenance costs of the stadium, that will be solely on U of M. But nothing on the city.
Correct.
So with that supposed money we be saving from general services, would that go back into our parks or general services budget?
I think if you were to have an honest conversation with the folks in general services right now, they would tell you that would put some dirt back in the hole that they're in right now. But that again, so the answer to your question is yes, but they are woefully underfunded right now.
So none of that is from parks?
I would say that there's probably a chance that it trickles into it, but if you look at the number of roofs that we did as a part of Accelerate Memphis, that would tell you that our deferred maintenance schedule right now is so far out that this would help, but I don't think you would suddenly see a huge windfall that like tomorrow you would go, oh my gosh. But to answer your question, it would help.
Are we able to get that in a document?
I believe actually that's something that Chief Ford and Chief Adams have been working on and hope to present shortly.
Shortly today, 2 weeks?
You're asking me to write checks for them. I have no intention of doing that.
Okay. I thought you could write checks.
The answer to your question is yes, we can put that in writing.
Okay. So just that we're able to see. And then also, all of the maintenance and things that the city was doing at the stadium were all contracted, so nobody's going to lose any position because they're not working at the stadium anymore.
No, they'll continue to work. Again, the hope is, and I think there's a little more clarity on this, so the OVG contract is one that, again, there's some time on the clock on that one. And so the likelihood is there will at least be a transition period where the same people are working in the building right now will continue to work in there for the same company. It's the long term that starts to become, is the university comfortable with that relationship? But no one's losing a job as a part of this.
Okay. And last question. Do you see President Hargraves in the future, you all asking or requesting of the city any funding for anything that goes on at the stadium, maintenance, unforeseen, other improvements, anything such as that?
At this time, we do not anticipate that, no.
Okay. That's all my questions, Sharon. Thank you.
Great questions. Thank you, Councilwoman. And I think that's important. I mean, obviously, Dr. Hargrave can't answer, but
instead of being obligated to give them money, the council can always say no down the road. And there are structures within the Tennessee state government, Tennessee Building Commission and Authority that's helped out Neyland Stadium quite a bit, and certainly it could be of help to the university going forward. Let's see, going back to the top of the index, Dr. Warren.
Mine is quick. President Hargrave, has the lack of the university owning their own stadium affected our ability to be moved up in conferences as far as football play is concerned? And do you think by owning this, it will improve our chances?
The condition of the football stadium certainly has been an issue as we look at the conference realignment, no doubt. And specifically as it relates to the fan experience and what we can control. So indirectly, yes to your question.
Have you had other presidents tell you as much?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Warren, Councilwoman Logan, Jones, and Johnson, and colleagues. We've got 2 more meetings and committees. We're about to be almost an hour behind. We've got several big items, so please, my request is either short and sweet, or we can certainly bring certain parties back if you've got deeper questions. I know the mayor's already offered anybody that needs to stadium and all that stuff. So, all right, I'm not going to belabor the point. Councilwoman Logan.
Mine is short and sweet. Thank you, Chair. It may have been answered, but I didn't understand it. So this deal will free up money for our use as a city.
Absolutely, yes.
And this money we can use for things that we need in our city, streets, roads, whatever, paving,
libraries, yes.
Libraries. Okay. And because I feel that if any entity, if you don't have the money to pay for the things you need to start looking at how you can, provide for the needs. So I see this as necessary right now because we have a lot of needs, but I wanted to make sure that this is saying that we are freeing up money where somebody else is taking on that bill. Second thing is it the only way that they would be able to give it back is if they're going to sell it, or if they're going to do something else, then we would get it back?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I guess in theory, on their own initiative, they could ask the city to take it back, but that would be subject to city council approval.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's what I need.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan, Chairman Jones, and then Councilwoman Johnson, and then I'm going to close the queue after that.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Hargrave, I know that the University of Memphis has provided some estimates of what it would cost to build a new stadium. What's that cost, approximately? Okay.
New stadium only was 400 million plus.
Okay. Going back to conference realignment. So this is done with conference realignment in mind. If so, I know there are things that relate to conference realignment that you do not control. But as far as the time frame, is there any time frame that's currently out there about conference realignment and University of Memphis joining one of the other conferences?
There is no time frame. What we're trying to do is position ourselves the best we can so that when there is more realignment, and there will be, that we are in that best position to see where we best fit. And so there's no timeline at this point.
Okay, thank you. I'll just say for the record, I will not be voting in support of this only because of the gifting of the stadium. So in essence, this is a $500 million gift because we're saving them $400 million and giving them another $100 million. And so without anything, because it has been demonstrated that they have the ability to raise money because they do not own Leftwich. So I totally reject this theory that they are not able to raise money unless they own the facility, because Leftwich, they've raised a substantial amount of money to do so. My last point is that if all of these entities were designed to make money, business would happen. So just because we're saving money, the whole thing of we make a few dollars off of golf courses, there's just some amenities that cities provide. I would hope we just don't go down and look at everything from a business decision because we're saving money, then it's the best thing for us to do. When we look at situations like this, if it was profitable, the city wouldn't even be in the business. You have a for-profit organization making that money. But I do support the $120 million for the improvements, but I will be voting against this because it includes the gifting of the stadium. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Did you want to?
Just briefly,
Yes, sir.
I want to.
Point of information. Is that what you're?
Well, yeah, if I was up there, I'd say point of information. The University of Memphis did not raise the money for Leftwich.
Yeah.
I and a committee of individuals raised the money for Leftwich. So that's number one. Number two, this is a matter of priorities. Instead of paying $2 million every 8 years for new turf at a football stadium, I'd rather $2 million go into libraries and community centers and that sort of thing.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. The more I listen, the more questions I have. Okay. I would find it odd that we do not have a list of total expenses that it takes to maintain that facility if the university is going to assume those responsibilities. And so I would ask the university, are they able to maintain these additional costs? I mean, do you know what you're looking at? Because so far we don't have an actual number, we're in the air number.
We have done some preliminary pro formas on what have been presented to us as the annual operating cost of the stadium versus the revenue that we would bring in as the owner, and we're comfortable with it would cash flow positively.
Okay, are you going to have to raise tuition to make this happen?
No, ma'am.
You sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's going to be important. Now, we talked about the possibility, and hopefully never will happen, that if for some reason the university has to turn the facility back over to the city, then who's going to be responsible for monitoring the upkeep on that facility to make sure it's in a setting or condition? Because if you wait till the last minute, it could look like whatever, and the city wouldn't want it. But who's going to monitor the given condition of the property?
Nick?
So again, we're formalizing the LOI actually this afternoon.
Okay.
But several of those things that you're talking about, you've mentioned the other partners, the Southern Heritage Classic, the AutoZone Liberty Bowl, and the USFL, a commitment to working with them, a capital expenditure reserve fund set aside for deferred maintenance costs, and review of the status of the facility are all spelled out in there.
Okay, so who's going to put up the funds for the deferred
It
funds?
is a commitment by the university. It's not,
Okay.
it's again, as the city, we're giving it over. We want to make sure that it stays in good shape.
That's right.
That is being addressed in the LOI, which will be reflected in the final agreement.
When will we get to see the LOI?
I believe there's a draft version that we're going to share with them.
As soon as it's agreed to, which hopefully is before your next meeting.
Okay, next question. Okay, the city's going to keep Tiger Lane and some of the surrounding areas. They will have the stadium. Who will make the determination what will happen on a particular day? The university may want a game, and the community may want to have an activity there on the site. Who's going to make the decision on what's going to be the priority?
That will actually operate exactly the way it does now. Those football games are scheduled a year or two out, so we already know right now when all the 8 or 9 football games are next fall. So they just don't plan community events on those days.
You will make sure the public knows everything. And that's the only concern I would see, being that two might be bumping heads unless we decide who has the priority in those settings. Those are all my questions at this moment.
Thank you. Yes, colleagues, just to reiterate, plenty of time. We don't want anybody to feel rushed. I'll take a little privilege since I know it's been hard for me to not get involved. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The university has raised incremental dollars here and there. I think we got a $10 million gift for the practice facility on South Campus for the basketball team. But this is a historic gift, and it's a historic opportunity. It's hard to get things like deferred maintenance, pro forma. I mean, you can pro forma it out, but you can't look at historics. The idea is that the $220 million should bring down the operating costs and the future needs of capital in the near term, and I'm sure the university will look at some sort of capital reserve fund because they don't operate like the city does. They'll look at it more like a business. And just because something is a nonprofit, I think it's a big misnomer, is nonprofits still have to be profitable, or else they close their doors. But I, like many of you, have been going to this stadium since I could crawl, and it has always been less than what it could be because it has to be managed and it has to be taken into consideration other priorities for the city. With the opportunity for the city to put in $0 and get a $220 million state-of-the-art renovation by one of the best architectural firms in the nation in this space, the indirect benefit and the direct benefit to the city and the region as a whole and to its alumni base. You got to remember for Dr. Hargrave and Laird that they've got to get their alumni engaged. And so it's really hard to have a homecoming and people come back and see the stadium. They're like, why would we give to this? Why would we get engaged? So there are, and we can sit here and talk about it all day. There are so many benefits to the university, to the city, from a direct and indirect benefit. And then the most important thing is we are getting rid of a massive liability. The value of the stadium, its terminal value is zero. Because if it's not kept up, you can't play there. If the university can't meet the standards of NCAA Division I conference football, they won't play there, right? They'll find alternatives, or at least they'll just run it down until they have to determine what to do with their football program. So for us to try and set a value on something, it's like, what's the value of selling the AutoZone Park? There really isn't one because there has to be an end user and there has to be a marketplace of a buyer and a seller. So I'm incredibly excited about the opportunity for the Tigers. And the other thing that I'll say too is one of the reasons, and I'll just state it because it's been in the papers, is that this is a gift from the state. The state is coming into session. There is a local lawmaker that's indicated that he would like to see something happen, and we have an opportunity to control our destiny. And I don't want to lose a $50 million pledge because we weren't smart enough to get rid of a liability in the university on that stadium. If I had to sell the stadium today and its liability for $50 million, I'd do that in a heartbeat because the benefit or the cost to the city is far more than that over time. Well, that's basically what we're doing. We're selling it for the $50 million pledge as a part of the challenge grant. And that's the reality of it is I haven't spoken to the donor, but my guess is one of the big things is they need to be able to raise money and they want to have control of that stadium. And for me, I have no problem getting it because all of our concerns, the use, the city's ability, the 50 times a year, Tiger Lane, all of those deal points can go into the LOI and into the agreement. Like it's up to Chief Ryan and Mike Fletcher and the mayor and the rest of the senior staff to make sure that the city is protected and has the right to access, and enforce that right. So again, these things will get flushed out. We're not going to have it on the full meeting, but I'd like to go ahead and take a vote to send it down in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, if you're not comfortable, we all know what the measures are, but I think it's important that it go on the agenda so that the public sees it. Some people look at the committee schedule and some people look at the main agenda. So with that, all those in favor of sending this down with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Please show Chairman Jones as a no. This item goes down with a positive recommendation in 2 weeks. Thank you for your time. Go Tigers. Good luck in Nassau. I need to get on that. How do I get on the GA staff? So, all right. Guys, we have a lot of catch-up work to do. We're gonna go MATA next. Item number 2, resolution to provide $20 million in cash flow to Memphis Area Transit Authority until federal transit funds are distributed. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. I've got a motion by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. And I see Chief Ford at the desk. Sorry, I just anticipate this taking a little bit longer too, so I want to go ahead and get it knocked out of the way. All right. As Chief Ford's getting settled in, does everybody got a copy of the interlocal? Okay. You've got two pieces of documentation, the funding resolution and the actual agreement between the city and MATA that dictates the terms, the payback period, the clawback, all that stuff. Are you ready? All right, Chief Ford, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Budget Chair Carlisle. The item before you has been presented as a request from MATA for the city to assist with subsidizing funding that has been delayed due to the potential federal shutdown. And there was a time period, and I think that time period is still going, and I'm sure Gary and Bakara can add to that narrative, but that they were not able to submit their applications for certain fundings, and there is a time lag from the time that it is submitted until it is received. And MATA is anticipating that there will be a deficiency in their operating funding, and they have requested that the city provide that subsidized funding until such time that the federal funding is received. So taking that request into consideration before we brought it to you, we did meet with our attorneys and we did talk to the State Comptroller's Office about the best tool to provide an opportunity for subsidized funding was to create an interlocal agreement between the city of Memphis and MATA, and for that interlocal agreement in the form of a fund loan to MATA to be transacted in accordance with the resolution, so that the resolution and the interlocal agreement would walk hand in hand. The idea behind this is that MATA would then make certain draw requests based upon their funding needs and other certain documents, and then that the city would provide subsidized funding for them until federal funding is received in an amount not to exceed $20 million.
Councilman Warren?
Does that affect our operating capital in any adverse way?
And it would actually require the use of our unassigned fund balance. We are still in the middle of our audit, but I have set aside that $20 million based upon your approval.
What percentage would that take us down to if we used the entire amount?
It would take our unassigned fund balance down from 134 million to 114 million.
And that's a percentage of our budget is what?
You would ask me to do math.
Like there's like there's like some percentage you always tell us we're supposed to keep.
We would still be within our requirements. And I will remind council as well that of the fund balance that was rolling forward into our FY24 budget, you did allocate in your budget $5 million to be allocated to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and you also approved, thank you, $2 million for a one-time bonus to the full-time employees of the general employees, and that would bring our balance down after those transactions to $107,476,000, which is just about $1 million below last year's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good questions. I guess, does anybody have any questions? I mean, I don't want to belabor the point if we're good with this. Yes, sir. Yeah, Councilman Ford. Yes, sir.
Okay, because they were cutting, I asked a question about that up to 10 o'clock. Well, let's help this out from 7 to 10, because if anybody's riding the bus and everything between 7 and 10, they're going to work or trying to get back home from work. So this will be part of that. Help, where we can at least keep those buses.
Councilman Gary Rosenfeld, Chief Executive Officer of the Memphis Transit Authority. This is cash flow. This is not additional funding.
Okay.
So this allows us to keep everything operating as it is right now while we are waiting for our federal funds to catch up. So we are still going through that process. We still are working to come up with a solution that meets your requested needs, and we will be presenting that to the council in the December timeframe.
Okay, because that's part of operating to me. Okay, 7 to 10. I don't want them out in the dark. Can't go to work, lose their job. Okay, so that's part of operating to me. Thank you very much. I'm through. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
If we're providing cash flow when the money comes back, will that go back to the budget? Or is this a $20 million
No, ma'am. This would be a loan to be repaid when MATA receives their federal funding. We also have built into the agreement, should the funding not be received and completely paid by the end of the fiscal year, that we would reserve the right to offset any grant funding in FY25, so that we would be ensured that the money would be returned to the city.
Okay, and then you said that they weren't able to do the application. What happened with that?
So and I'm sure President Roosevelt can fill in this, but with the advent of the potential shutdown, I think the portal for submitting the loans was closed. Is that correct, sir?
Councilwoman, with the continuing resolution that was adopted by Congress and signed by the President, the FTA is not issuing the apportionment tables so that agencies know how much money is available for them to do applications. Once it is my understanding from the FTA in an update last Thursday that when January 19th rolls around, which is the date for the next continuing resolution, or if a budget deal is reached in Congress, that the FTA will then issue the full apportionment tables for the full fiscal year. When that happens, typically it takes 30 days for them to create the tables, advertise the tables, get the information out to all of the transit agencies. We can then begin to submit applications. Applications take anywhere from 60 to 90 days for processing at the federal level, which includes different things like Department of Labor review and lots of other federal agencies that may or may not be affected by the THUD bill. Once that happens, typically the 60 to 90 days, and we get an approval, we can immediately begin to draw money from the Treasury at that point. So we'll be ready to draw down our funding as soon as we're able, but it looks like it's going to be somewhere in the April-May earliest date, because I don't anticipate a budget deal before January 19th. We're here in the holidays. I just don't see that happening in the current situation. I'd love to be happily surprised, but any change in those days between a budget deal and January 19th, we just subtract those days from what we're anticipating the wait time be.
I'm good.
Yep. All right. Yeah. Partisan politics at its finest. See how it works so well up there. Any other questions, colleagues? All right. Remember, there's a request for save 9 minutes. If something comes up throughout the day, I'm sure Bakara or Gary or Chief Ryan or Chief Ford will be available. That being said, all those in favor of sending this downstairs with a positive recommendation with same 9 minutes to be added? Aye. All right. Aye. Any opposed? Nope. Seeing none, this item passes. All right. We're going to go back to item number 2. Nope, number 1. It's going to be Alliance Health. Please make your way up.
Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
for the next year, we're gonna put more money in the matter so people can stop stealing cars for transportation.
I hear ya. Yes, ma'am.
They can catch the bus.
All right, here we go. Sorry. Resolution to grant $1 million to Alliance Healthcare Services for Behavioral Health Crisis Center, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Moved to Dr. Warren, seconded by Councilman Canale. To the presenters, good morning. Glad you're here. Please be cognizant of our time. Thank you.
We won't keep you long. Hi, it's Laurie Powell, the CEO of Alliance Healthcare Services. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge board member Quentin Robertson, who's in the audience, and Vice President Stanley Lipford over strategic development, as well as Vice President Sharon Ward, who's over nursing operations for our agency. So thank you for your service, and we're so glad to have their support. Sitting with me is Mark Billingsley, our new executive director of our foundation. So I just want to briefly go over this PowerPoint that you received. We've been in business. We're a 501c3 for 50 years this year. We're a nonprofit behavioral health agency. I think in the notes it says we have 430 employees. We're now at 470. And our budget is a little under $52 million. If you look through the presentation, do you want to do that for me? Thanks. Thank you. You can see that we have many different locations throughout the city. You can just kind of look over those. And the main location we're going to talk about is our new crisis operation that's in Councilman Warren's district. We actually have 27 locations, and many people don't realize how large we are. And our housing, so you can kind of look at our services in buckets. We have 24-hour housing for those who need more supervision coming out of the state institutes. We have independent living once they become stable and can be stepped down. And then we have our outpatient locations. The newest one is in the old PowerTel building on Yale. We're really proud of that one. One correction I'd like to make is it says outpatient adults. We see children and adults from 2 all the way on up. Some of our services, psychiatric evaluations, medication evaluations, you can kind of review that quickly, care coordination. Some things that aren't listed on here are specialty grants. We really, really are passionate about our jail diversion programs, our criminal justice programs, and we're the largest jail diversion operation in the state. So looking at our co-response models that we were the first in the state to create, they're all housed within our crisis location, which is currently at 951 Court Avenue, the second floor of MMHI. It's only 17,000 square feet. But within that is our mobile crisis operation that goes out in the community where we assess individuals at all the emergency departments, crisis respite, crisis stabilization unit. Right now we're at 27 beds there. 9 of those are dedicated to medical detox. So I do want to emphasize that we are the only provider for the uninsured for medically monitored detox, and that is opioids and alcohol. We have the care team, which has alliance with the Memphis Police and Memphis Fire Department, going out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to respond to those who are having psychiatric emergencies. Our SAFE team is our recently added co-response model with the Sheriff's Department. And so, again, you can look at some of our buckets of services: mental health, housing, crisis, children and families, and addiction. And I do want to say that we are the largest safety net provider for the uninsured in Shelby County. Clients served this last fiscal year, 22,642. And again, those buckets of service. This is just some data that you might be interested in. Those who were diverted from jail brought in by the CIT police was a little under 5,000 individuals last fiscal year. And then the care team data, which is really small to read, but that just shows you the number of individuals we're going out and responding to with the Memphis Police, Memphis Fire Department. And we're excited about that continued expansion. We opened the walk-in center in 2009, and we averaged 10,852 clients diverted annually from emergency rooms and the jails. Linking them to immediate treatment is critical, and our goal is to stop the revolving door in the emergency rooms and the jails. The cost savings based on our analysis is $164 million per year. And then I mentioned the care team earlier to you. I'd like to turn it over to Mark Billingsley now.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief. Mr. Chairman and council members, 7 months ago, we started this campaign. It's a $34 million campaign. We entitled it Believe We Can. And let me tell you why we decided on that title, Mr. Chairman. There are a lot of things in this community that I've sat in the same chairs that you're in today across the street. And when we talk about poverty, education, the homelessness, at times in my career, I've believed at times we were going to fail. And in some areas we are failing. But with this, the reason we came up with Believe We Can, this is something we can do something about, and we can do it rather quickly. We have an epidemic in Memphis and Shelby County. It is a mental health crisis and substance use epidemic. For you council members who've been here since COVID, all of you can say it's only gotten worse. And this project will build a state-of-the-art crisis wellness center for those with mental health and substance use needs. Councilman, the numbers are devastating. Young people between the ages of 12 to 17 who had depression, 60% of them did not get any help last year. 2 in 5 people in our jails and prison have a history of mental illness. We have seen that play out dramatically in our jails, which is very, very sad. 1 in 4 people with a serious mental health illness have been arrested by the police or will be arrested at some point in their life. Right now, I'm just going to fast track we have no home for the crisis center right now. It's inside MMHI in a space that is not adequate, it's not humane, and it is not therapeutic. Right now, we can change that. We can do that with a $34 million project. Today, we're asking you for a $1 million contribution toward this $34 million campaign. Mr. Chairman, I am very proud to share with you today, 7 months after we started this, we are $23.5 million into this campaign. Thankfully, we've received $7 million from the state of Tennessee. So with your help, you're going to see this in just a second, Councilman. Here's the view from Summer Avenue. I used to ride my bicycle on Summer Avenue as a kid, from Summer Avenue all the way down to White Station. I can't remember in my life, I'm 57 years old, I can't remember a $34 million investment on Summer Avenue. And I love Summer Avenue. My mom's house is right off of Summer Avenue. Here's the dramatic change that you'll contribute toward. We will go from 27 beds to 45 beds. We will go from 17,000 square feet to 55,000 square feet. We go from no outpatient clinics to an entire wing. We go from no outpatient offices to 22. Right now, Councilman, when we drop off those people with mental health issues and substance use issues, we drop them off on a dark alley behind MMHI. If you're undergoing a psychosis, if you're confused, you're going to be scared entering a dark alley to go in the back of MMHI. This will have a dedicated door for Memphis police officers, Memphis firefighters to go in quickly, drop off a person in need, and get back on the streets protecting the citizens of Memphis. We'll also be able to have, for the first time, a family and children's area. Again, we see children, Mr. Chairman, with great mental health needs. This will be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Here's the view, we're wrapping up, Councilman. Here's the view from the air. We have an entire block. It goes from Summer Avenue all the way over to Broad. This is at Malcolm. If you're familiar with the area, if you're at Muddy's Cupcakes or some of those things on Broad that are pretty popular, you go east until it sort of dead ends there. If you're coming off Sam Cooper, right now you can see a crane. We're under construction. And Councilman, here is the dedicated door for Memphis Police, Memphis Fire. Again, you can thoughtfully divert people away from the jail that are nonviolent offenders and get them the care they deserve and not fill up our jails. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your consideration for Alliance Healthcare Services. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Yeah, this body as a whole has supported initiatives like this, including additional funding for the care team, with the Memphis Fire Department. We know the need is great. It typically wouldn't be something out of the unassigned fund balance that I would be excited to do, but this is a project that is very worthy of the council putting its money where its mouth is. Councilman Dr. Warren, the floor is yours.
Guys, this is an incredible need that we have medically in our community. It's a great program. I know the people running it personally and very well, and I am very happy to vote for this. I encourage you all to do the same.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. I'm very supportive of this. It's a great need in the city. It's just grateful to know someone is out there to make it happen for those individuals in need. And if that being said, I would like to co-sponsor, and I would just suggest that the entire body would like to co-sponsor it as well.
All right. Well, everybody at no, you can't. Yes, sir. Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Chairman. What's the urgency of the funding?
It's a great question. This is very exciting. I appreciate you asking that question. If Alliance is able to raise $1.5 million by the end of this year, We have a donor who's going to match it for $1 million. We have another $500,000 ask right now out, and I think today's gift will all but confirm your gift will actually be matched by if this is approved this afternoon, it will be matched before the end of the year by a private donor.
With the urgency for this matter and getting this project as we need so desperately for our community, I'd like to request same night minutes.
Any objection? No objection. This will be added tonight with same night minutes. All those in favor with sending this down with a positive recommendation on tonight's agenda with same night minutes, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, this item passes. Staff, please inform members that are not at the dais if they would like to be added as co-sponsor before this evening. With that, this item is approved.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to appear again this evening?
I think you're good.
Okay.
I think you're set.
Yeah, you really want to sit in
Yeah, if you feel like you want to. Commissioner Billingsley, I'll say you've been there. I don't know that you want to put yourself through that again.
Thank you so much.
To those of you that are out here, we're going to hold on ARPA. Actually, I'm going to say this. For ARPA, it's pretty straightforward. There is a document in front of you. If you have any questions about a specific project, I'm happy to put that specific thing on the agenda for next meeting, or you can get with Chief Ford and her division or a division director. We do have Quentin here. We're going to come back with MAP. I want to just set the stage. Dr. Warren, Vice Chairman Smiley, and I had the opportunity to go to a meeting at First Baptist on Broad and see the MAP coalition. And it was incredible. There are a lot of programs, and I'm pretty cynical. What the work that they are doing in that program is amazing, and I wish more of you could have seen it, but I would like to get him back because as we get into next year's budget season, there's a need and there's capacity, and the work that they're doing is incredible. So I'm sorry that we're just running behind, but I'd love to have you guys back. It's Office of Youth Services. That gentleman right there. Quentin. All right. With that, we are adjourned.
22, I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee order. Ms. Keaton, you know what to do.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
It's just me.
Chair Smiley.
I'm here, and then can we let the record reflect that
Councilwoman Johnson.
Councilwoman Johnson showed up prior to the start of the committee, so she is on time. Councilwoman Logan is in the building. All right. We have 8 items on the agenda because the administration wants to put a lot of things on the agenda. We're going to start with item number 1, resolution for approval of parade or race routes per ordinance number 5675. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Swearingen Washington, second by Councilwoman Johnson. Thank you so much. Director?
Yes, sir.
Directors?
I'm not sure who's presenting this.
Absolutely, we're going to keep moving. All right.
All right, so
we're
we
going
can
to
come back if we could, please.
It may be held if we get to the end of the agenda and no one's here to talk about it. All right,
Chief,
item number 2.
Item 1, is it parades and routes?
Item number 2. Item number 2. Resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate federal grant funds in the amount of $82,768 for Overton Park Trail project number PW01256 and allocate and appropriate $20,692 in GO bonds for local march District 7 Super District sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
I move it.
Moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Directors, talk to me.
Good morning, Chairman Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what is presented to you this morning is to accept additional grant dollars from the state to do some multimodal safety improvements at or near the intersection of Poplar and Cooper. There is a local matching grant for that for those dollars. It's roughly about $23 million for an $83 million grant. So with that, we ask for your consideration for approval.
Is there any council members in the queue about this item? All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, item number 2 is approved. Item number 3, resolution approving a 5-year lease to BLOC Ministries to use city-owned property located at 1720 Arcades Commercial Cove in Memphis, Tennessee, 38114, District 4, Super District, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Mr. Osborne, how you doing today?
All right, good morning.
Shout out to that bow tie. All right.
So Block Ministries is currently occupying 1720 Arcades Commercial Cove in Memphis, and their lease is scheduled to expire in December. And and they would like to extend that lease for an additional 5 years. This particular ministry is working with the city to go out into the neighborhoods to help the youth, to speak with them and get them on the right track. So they're using that facility as a base for their operation, and they would like to continue that for an additional 5 years.
Is there, Councilwoman Johnson, talk to me.
Where is Block today? Where are they?
They're here.
Let me hear from them. Tell us what they
I was going to get there.
Mr. Alex Crane
from
We
Block
vibing
Ministries.
today. Yeah. Talk to us. Doesn't matter. Name, address, and who do you represent? Hit the button to make sure it's green. All right, talk.
My name is Addis Kramer, Assistant Director for Block Ministries. You want to know about what we do?
Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay. We're a non-profit organization. What we do, we work with the individuals in the city that we deemed are very violent. We try to reduce youth gun violence. We have boots on the ground in basically every community where we try to place ceasefires in place when we have the different opposing groups that's in the streets, at war, killing each other. So we do a lot of mentoring. Like I said, we all over the
Are
city.
y'all affiliated with the Block Squad?
We are the Block Squad.
Block Ministries is the Block Squad. Yeah. Poof. I learned something today, y'all. I know Councilwoman Johnson, are you done?
Yes, out of curiosity, how many youth did you touch this past year?
This past year, I say I touched over 1,000. I myself put in 3 ceasefires this year. Ceasefire consists of, we have 2 opposing groups that's at war. One specific one happened in Westwood Community Center when the young football player was shot in the hand. We actually went to we actually go to the schools anyway. We were there, so we had a special meeting with the two opposing groups. We had two opposing groups, and we dispatched individuals who had relationship with those two opposing groups and had a sit down with them and taught them conflict resolution and emotional intelligence on how not to be at war with each other, talk and resolve your issues out. So we were able to implement that ceasefire. We had another ceasefire that I implemented that was it ranged from Whitehaven all the way to East Memphis, where we had another two opposing group was the Bloods and the Crips, where we all had sisters and brothers actually got killed, and they was targeting the grandma and the kids. So and they had to split the whole family. It was the grandma had the kids because the daughter got killed, and she had like 6 kids, so they had to split the kids all over the city. So when we were able to implement the ceasefire, the grandma was able to get back home and get the kids in one household. And we had guarantees that the opposing group would not target the grandma and the kids. We were able to stop that bloodshed. And we had another situation in the Westwood community. In the Indian Hill situation, we had another group of vice lords and crips where we had 5 or 6 bodies that dropped on died on each side, and we was able to implement those ceasefires. And how we able to implement those ceasefires, because we use former individuals like myself. I used to be the governor of the Gangster Disciples back in the day. I'm the one who actually put the structure together. So my influence throughout the city of Memphis, I use my influence from my past criminal activity to those that might still in the street doing those things. And a lot of these young guys, because I'm so much older, I know their moms and they know their dads. So those relationships right there that we have, we are able to talk to the parents to get to the kids. And because the kids know that we used to live that life and we have now changed our life, so they tend to follow our lead for a positive life.
All right, I'm in support. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for serving the city in the way that you do. There's several other council members in the queue. Councilwoman Logan and then Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here also. I appreciate that. I would like to say that I have worked with them personally and have known their work on my side of town for a long time, and I do see the value in their work, and I feel it's quite necessary, almost vital at this point, that they remain whole in any way that we can assist to help them be whole. I suggest that we do. So thank you all. I will be voting in favor of this today because it is crucial that we keep these groups whole. Thank you, Chair.
I have a quick question. Are we charging them at all? Okay, because we give things away if people doing work.
Sir,
I know. I was gonna say, look.
Here's one thing that you have to
hold up 1 second. Go, Councilwoman.
I just said they actually may want the building, so.
We do want the building because, we were able, because of the facility in this side.
What's your name again?
Alex Crane.
Ms. Crane, could you get with Councilwoman Johnson after this? I think she's on to something. We're giving away a stadium. Seems like we should, consider giving something away to actually providing a tangible benefit to our community. We spend a lot of time talking about reducing crime. We talk about the entities that are actually impacting crime. This may be something we should consider. Councilwoman Johnson, you've been tasked. Thank you for the idea. Is there any other? I know Director Chief, the gentleman with many heads. There we go.
You all have, you all have spoken, so we understand what the direction you're leading. And so at a minimum, we will have this particular resolution, but we will work with Block Ministries. Just keep in mind, this is a formal inspection station that we have took offline. We used this inspection station during COVID. So this inspection station has been active with several other nonprofits, and this particular one has been so beneficial that, they got news coverage for their Halloween activities. So again, we're in support, and we will work to that end to make sure it is the highest and best use of the property, but at the same time beneficial to the public as well.
Okay, and while the conversation is going, can we, the value of the particular particular property? Is there any other council members in the queue? Because I know I jumped because Councilwoman had a good idea down there. Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Guys, this is part and parcel with our group violence intervention plan. As everybody knows, I was out when this came apart. It's crucial that we continue to allow our groups to work in this facility. I just think what we may need to do is we're looking forward, as opposed to like burdening them with the property if they don't need it, if we can continue to support them and give it to them on a 50-year lease or whatever, to where we still keep it and support and do the maintenance and the upkeep and stuff like that, so that doesn't become part of theirs. I think as we go forward, let's look at the whole picture and get the best thing to get them what they need to keep moving, not necessarily just give them the property, but let's give them the space and the support. And if the property, giving the property is a better way to do it, let's do that too.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Warren, for those comments. I think with Councilwoman Johnson and Block and Mr. Osborne and Deputy Chief Adams, I think it's the first time I ever got it right. They get it right? Oh yeah, first time I ever got it right. What they're gonna do is they're gonna get together and figure out how do we put Block in the best position so they can continue doing the work in our community. And who knows? It may, when they look at their overall budget and look at the maintenance of the building, it may be in the best interest to transfer the property, or it may be in the best interest, hold up, put the brakes on and allow the city to continue doing the upkeep of the building. We'll figure that out, and I think they're gonna figure out. Any other questions from the council? All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. So hopefully we hear something back from the administration, Block and Councilwoman Johnson, in the next couple of weeks about, if we're going to take a different approach as it relates to the building. Thank you, sir. Item number 4, real quick, as it relates to item number 1, is there anyone to speak to item number 1? Or I'm just going to move it to the next agenda. We're going to hold it. All right, so let the record reflect that item number 1 is being held at the administration's request. All right, item number 4, resolution approving the sale of city-owned property in the amount of $2,000 known as 2420 Dexter Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee 38018, parcel ID number 04203600047, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman, this is in your district. You have any? All right. So, Mr. Osborne?
Oh, yeah. No pressure.
Carlton Osborne, 125 North Main.
There's a young lady beside you. Could you introduce her?
And the young lady next to me is our senior right-of-way agent, Sharon Thomas, who worked on this particular project, and I'm going to let her explain.
Okay.
Good morning, council. As Carlton said, I'm the senior right-of-way in real estate department. I have a adjoining property owner that wants to purchase 2420 Dexter Avenue. She wants to extend her property line and also eliminate illegal dumping and upkeep. She wants to keep the upkeep on the property. We did the comps in the area. The asking price is $2,000, and we're requesting council to approve the sale.
Okay. So I'm assuming there's illegal dumping going around her home. What she's trying to do is, I guess, enclose the area to prevent it?
Correct.
Okay. Any other council members in the queue about this particular item? All right, Councilwoman Issa Thomas.
Did this, so it's vacant, because it's not showing up as an actual home on the maps. Did this person not qualify for the programs that we have, or where they'll be able to receive the lot for free?
She wanted to enter into the motor-owned program, but
had she been cleaning it up on the lot beside her?
Yes, she's been trying to keep.
With that, I mean, you can't mow it unless you keep it clean. Would that not qualify her under that program either?
I think she just decided that she wanted to purchase it outright. They have the option to enter into the program, which is a 3-year program, and it's not for free. It just
How
gives them
long
some
has she
discount.
been living beside it?
6 years.
I mean, I'm for it, but it just seems as though we could have tried to go ahead and give it to her. If she had been keeping it clean, she's going to want to keep it clean. If she just wants to do something and say, go ahead, let me just go ahead and spend $2,000 instead of going through our red tape, then it must be something that we can do just to make it easier, more accessible. As our vice chairman said, since we're giving away stuff today.
We've been a little shady today, so we'll dial back this up.
I mean, that's not shady. I'm all about removing blight from the neighborhood. If she lives next door too, and she's that tired of it, she's been there 6 years, motor on 3 years.
So
trying to help somebody.
I understand.
Out.
To your point, I mean, we have no. I said we have no negative opinion with regard to donating the property. However, there are, by what we have, statutory constraints that we have, such as you have to be a nonprofit, and this is a private owner. In many instances where we have approached citizens willing to go into the motor-owned program, it's been cheaper for them to actually buy it outright. Especially when the fair market value is based on comparable sales in that area. So it's less expensive. If this was a nonprofit, then it would be different. We could go through the application process, but being that this is a private owner, I think that there are other legal hurdles that we'll have to look at before we actually make that happen. But I do understand the spirit.
I don't like the answer, but since you want to go ahead and pay for it, because we always make a way for anything. We could have backdated that motor on. We do it for private people for motor on. It doesn't always have to be a nonprofit. I ain't buying that. But if she wants to go ahead and pay for it, I see that, but it just didn't sound like any effort was made to where she didn't have to pay for it. And maybe that's something that we need to look at, council members moving forward. If that motor on is, being helpful, how can we have it really help what we want it to help? And maybe we need to add a backdate clause in there that would be more helpful. And if people would rather not go through government than to just go ahead and spend unnecessary money, then we doing something wrong on our end and y'all's end. But I'm done, Chair. But I just didn't. Yeah, we could have did more.
If I could add, if approved, we can lower the price. If a council
lower the price, it's the holidays.
So let's do this. Let's not negotiate here at the table.
Yeah.
We have a standard methodology in which you used, and we will then, if there's something that we can do in the future, I think that's what we'll do, and we'll move forward.
All right, y'all. Okay.
Last thing, Chair, but this is why I just asked. If it was brought to before, we probably could have figured out how to help it before today.
So I think what the councilwoman is alluding to, when you have an item, I guess this goes for every direct. You have an item, and it's something that's constituent concern. It'll probably be in the best interest if we reach out to the council person regarding that particular item. But that's neither here nor there. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. This item in the penal chair, the ayes have it. Thank you so much. Item number 5. Discussion on tire recycling program, all council districts, requested by myself. Directors, my favorite word during these committee meetings when we're running behind schedule, brevity.
Robert Connect, Public Works Director. My question is, what would you want to know specifically about tire recycling?
So when we spend a lot of time talking about, solid waste, cleaning up the city, and particularly in my district, there's always, when you see illegal dumping, you always find tires. So I just want to know what programs we have available that we can currently utilize to, I guess, clean up some of those discarded tires.
So, as you know, there's 2 different programs. There's the one where we remove illegally dumped tires, and solid waste has its collection standard for 4 tires per residence, brimless tires. They can put out as part of the collection. 2 different methodologies that we use.
So if I have some tires in my backyard and I put them on the sidewalk or the curb, someone in solid waste will come pick them up.
As long as it's 4 and it's rimless tires, okay, they will, yes. Now there's a different truck that comes. It's not part of your normal collection. Somebody will come by and pick a truck that would specifically be picking those up.
Okay. Is there a particular number that they can call?
311.
Okay.
And Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 2081 Old Oak Drive, Memphis 38119. Yes, 4 tires, rimless, passenger tires, and passenger size tires on your scheduled bulk collection day. So that's twice per month.
Okay. Is there any other special programs we have, particularly for tires, other than just the bulk waste? Go ahead.
So we have the convenience centers. The convenience centers are open Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the 304 Collins Street. They're open at the 3200 Ferris View site Monday through Friday from 7 to 3, where you can also drop off 10 tires, rimless tires, per household per day. So you can potentially, if you had 30 tires, bring them into those facilities and get rid of up to 30 tires. As long as you're a city resident, you're not a business, we have that program as well.
Is there anything we're doing to send out, I guess, notice to the general public that these programs are still going on? Because, I still see, increased number of discarded tires.
Yeah, amount of media I do, education we do is pretty extensive. We developed lots of media campaigns with administration for the communications office.
So when's the last time we sent out a message to the community, whether it's a text message or we're posting in next door? Are we sending out mail correspondence specifically related to these programs? When's the last time we've done one?
We don't do mail correspondence very often. It's just very complicated. Costly. Media extensively. Next door extensively. We utilize those all the time. And what I have found, unfortunately, is most people don't pay attention until they need the service. It's like one of those things, and I didn't know. And I go to many of your community meetings, and I bring those handouts. Did Spanish media the other day, and they were impressed that this was a program. So I think we just got to keep reinforcing it, and that's what my goal will be. Just to strongly reinforce this. Well, I have a PIO and the communications office, and we'll just keep pushing it out.
Okay, all right. And who's your PIO?
Arlenia Cole.
Oh, she said about PIO. All right, Arlenia. Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Logan.
Now,
Thank
we
you,
have
Chair.
collected 132,000 tires.
He wants to get these numbers out. Go ahead.
Yeah, 132,000 tires this year alone.
Ouch.
Those are legally dumped a lot more commonly than
132,000. Are those illegally dumped tires, or those a combination of illegally dumped?
Yeah.
All right. Councilwoman Logan, I'm sorry.
To your point, we did discuss at length for a number of sessions communications and promotions and marketing in your departments, and so that we'll be talking about it in public safety updates on the blight task force, because the city employees, they gave a lot of great ideas on how using QR codes and innovation and technology to communicate to the community. So I want to see where we are. We'll be seeing where we are on those today, because that's a good point to increase. Sharing information and educating the community was one of the main topics. So I'm glad we brought it up again, and hopefully we'll hear about it at length during public safety. Thank you.
All right. Any other council members? All right. Well, thank you all. We're going to move on from that particular item. Councilman Carlisle, what do you say? We're going to jump to 8 because Councilman Carlisle's not in here. I'm assuming he may want me to hold those items. If he doesn't come in, I will hold those items until the next council meeting. Number 8, update on the Blight Task Force recommendations. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours.
It's in this one. I thought it was about that. All right, thank you. We met for a long time during the Blight Task Force, and I was very excited. We got some great information. Everyone coming together at one time, all divisions, directors and employees as well. And like I said, they are on the ground in the trenches and offer a lot of good suggestions. And so I want to make certain that we're implementing and that we're staying on task with those, and wanted to get an update today. So if you could bring that forward. And I didn't know if Chief Ryan needed to present part of that or what. It was an extensive list of things.
Okay, go ahead, directors.
So,
Chief Ryan, you're welcome to join the party if you would like.
So, the vast majority of the items that we highlighted, we are in some phase of implementation. The education and communication piece that I spoke to earlier, we created a website. We have been working on all the media components of it to try to get those.
Excuse me 1 second. I'm really wanting to see specifics and specific things that have been done. So the actual item that's listed on there, and then the specific things that have been done, and the time frames and the percentage of completion and where we are and when we expect to be completed. So if we don't have that today, I'll need for you to come back.
I'll come back then. I'm sorry. I don't have percentages or anything.
No problem.
We're just having
But I definitely.
Okay, so we're gonna hold items, I think 6 and 7 until the next council meeting, and then item 8, just come back with some of the information that Councilwoman Logan requested. All right, sounds good. All right, thank you all. This committee is adjourned.
like to call to order the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Committee. Today is Tuesday, November 21st, 2023. The time now is 10:52. Will you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Covette, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Jones, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Morgan, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearengin Washington,
Present.
Councilman Morgan, Councilman Warren,
Present.
Chair Robinson.
Present. Thank you. We have two items on our agenda today. The first item is a resolution to approve a purchase sale agreement for the purchase of property totaling approximately 65 acres to establish a multifunctional utility support center. That's the wrong agenda? Okay, thank you. I did not have the updated agenda. Please.
It looked right to me.
It looked right to you. So please give all the council members the updated agenda. So today, we only have one item on our agenda, and it's the update of the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water 2025-year electric service improvement plan. All council districts requested by the MLGW committee. And I'd like to turn this meeting over to the president of MLGW, Doug McGowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doug McGowan, 220 South Main Street. I'd like to start today this discussion. The last time we met, there were a significant number of questions that I think might be answered with some context. I'd like to provide, before we get into the specifics of the Way Forward plan, I'd like to provide some context, some history, to frame things that have been done at MLGW over the past and to also inform what we're doing in the future. So I think if I was to summarize in the next slide, what the request was from the City Council, as summarized here in the commercial appeal, was you're asking us to approve your budget and you need to convince us that we need a rate increase. And so I'm hopeful that I'll provide you information today that is helpful in supporting our request. But let me first just start by giving an overview, because I think it's a little unfair to just assume that you all understand how big the system is and what it's made up of. And so I'll just give a little bit of history here. First, a reminder of how our system is set up. We transmit high voltage electricity across our entire service area at 161,000 or 115,000 volts. We have about 600 miles of overhead and 1,700 miles of underground that we do that on. That electricity is transmitted to 66 substations, where it is stepped down from 161,000 volts to 23,000 or 15,000 volts, so that it can then be put into the distribution system. In those 66 substations, there's 150 transformers. There are nearly 2,000 circuit breakers, and I'm giving you these numbers because they're germane to what we replaced during the Way Forward. When we get to the distribution system, you've heard me often talk about having nearly 4,500 miles of overhead power lines and nearly 2,300 miles of underground distribution lines. And important also, there are more than 1,000 miles of underground lines that are predate 1980. We have about 130,000 distribution poles in our system. And today we have about 480 distribution automation devices in the system. So if we go to the next slide. That is the system that serves 440,000 customers. When I say customer, I mean meter. Now, there's a measure called Average Service Availability Index. That's the reliability of the power, my ability to deliver power to you all the time. If I was to have delivered this year 100%, I would have delivered 192.72 billion customer minutes of power so far this year. Now, our target in the industry standard is what the American Public Power Association sets for us, which is 99.95% reliability. To date, in 2023, exclusive of storms, I've delivered 192.55 billion customer minutes of power, which is 99.92% delivery. And And then if I include storms, it's 191.55 billion customer minutes of power, or 99.39% delivery. The standards for delivery today reflect our customers' dependence on electricity for everything: health and human safety, economic development, comfort, convenience, and security. And when you look at that target, 99.95% reliable, that is an incredibly high bar for a very complex system that people count on just to be there when they need it. We are not today meeting those reliability targets. Outages are twice as frequent, and they last 3 times as long as they did in the year 2000. So I'll move to the next. I have shown you these slides before. Our reliability metrics are getting measurably worse. Said simply, the frequency of outages is twice as frequent as it was in the year 2000, and the duration of each outage is 3 times as long as it was in the year 2000. These are standard industry measures. Next slide. So I want to talk about how did we get here, because it's important for us to understand how we got here to chart a course forward. Quite frankly, for the last 4 decades, we have underfunded the organization. Inflation, as I will show you, has significantly eroded our buying power. Because of lack of funding, we have connected new customers in the system and extended our services to new customers who requested our service at the expense of reinvesting in infrastructure that serves our existing customers. Along the way, we have accumulated, and you've talked about this earlier today in other committees, significant deferred maintenance, and we've allowed the distribution system to age without regular and recurring capital replacement. The bottom line is that over time, we have devolved, because of lack of funding, to a run-to-fail mindset until we hit the Way Forward plan in 2020, when we had additional funds to begin making regular and recurring replacements. This is potentially the most important chart today.
Make sure we understand that.
When I say a run-to-fail mindset, we have, and I'll talk a bit more about this in detail, we have a basic capital budget that we buy trucks, equipment, parts, and supplies. And we had those on hand, and we did maintenance when things broke. But as you know, with any industry or business, there is a regular and recurring replacement of things that you do before they break so that you can prevent outages in our case. So that mindset is a summary of where we were because of lack of funding. So let me move to the next page, and I promise I'll come back to that, Councilwoman. This is potentially the most important chart that I'm going to present to you today. Our data for reliability goes back to 1985. That's what I asked our team to look at. And so I said, let's look at our rate increase from 1985 to present. You'll see in 1985, we had a 1.7% rate increase. Then we had 19 years of no rate increases. We had a 4.7% rate increase in 2004 that came after a rate decrease of 1.1%. And then we had 16 more years of no rate increase. You will note on my chart that in 2018, there was a 2% rate increase, but all that did was overcome the rate decreases that happened during that period of time. So effectively, we've had one rate increase of 4.7% in 35 years at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water for our electric division. One. Move to the next slide. Here it is in numbers. From 1985 to 2020, we had one rate increase of 4.7% in 35 years. If you average that across 35 years, it's 0.13% per year during that period. Inflation from the Department of Labor Statistics averaged 2.52% per year during that period of time. When you factor in the Way Forward rate increase that happened in 2020, 21, and 22, that was another 7.2% cumulative. If you add that to the rate increase that happened in 2004, it's 11.9% across 37 years, averaging 0.32% per year, compared to inflation of 2.74%. What I am proposing, as you know, is an additional 12 percentage point increase, 4% in 24, 4% in 25, and 4% in 26. If you approve that, there will have been a cumulative total since 1985 of 23.9% increase across 41 years, which averages 0.58% per year, compared to inflation, which has averaged 2.8% per year from 1985 to today. Let me put this in very basic terms. In 1985, $1 in 1985 buys, compared to $1 today, buys 34% as much as it did in 1985. The purchasing power of $1 in 1985 is equivalent to $2.86 today. A cumulative price increase for things of 185%, and I think we all know that that's reflected in today's consumer prices. From 1985 to 2023, we raised electric rates by a total of 11.4% over 38 years. To keep up with inflation, for every dollar we charged in 1985, we should be collecting $2.86. Today, we are collecting $1.11. If the council approves 2024 to 26 rate increases, we'll be collecting $1.24 compared to that $1 in 1985, which should be $2.86. I would ask that you to compare that to any other commodity, tax, fee, or service. I've taken the liberty of giving you a few examples on the next page. In 1985, a stamp was 22 cents. It's 66 cents today. A movie ticket, if you go to the bargain movie, is $9 today compared to $4. A fast food value meal, not brand specific, was $2.59 in 1985 compared to $8 today. Let's talk about unit prices. Gallon of gas was $1.21 versus $2.94 today. A gallon of milk, $2.20 versus $3.92 today. Councilman Ford might say this is low, but a funeral was $2,700 in 1985. It's $7,900 today for a basic service. Houses are $96,000 in 1985 versus $376,000. He says, too low. You're underbidding me. Don't do that, McGowan. You're setting my prices too low. Yeah. I don't know, Mr. Canales down there is like, I better yeah. That's right. Yes. Okay. This is again, the source of this is from Kiplinger's magazine, so that was their average prices. And then rent, obviously $300 versus $900. Again, this is your basic apartment in 19. So let's talk a little bit about other necessary rates and fee increases. We are not the only ones who are immune, and you all have had to do this in the past. So just in the last 10 years, I'll say, the City Council has approved a 29% increase in the stormwater fee over 2 years. We've approved a 46% increase in the sewer fee over a 3-year period. The solid waste fee, once we took it out of the general fund and started charging a flat fee per service, we raised that by 58% from $19 to $29.96, and now you're considering another 37% increase in the solid waste fee because people demand service, and to get that service, they have to pay for it. The state of Tennessee is also not immune. Since 1985, they have raised sales tax by 26%. The state portion from 5.5 to 7, and the citizens themselves said we want better policing and public safety and decided to raise the taxes on themselves by 22% from 2.25% to 2.75% in 2019. But what about incomes? People can't afford it. This is not my data, it's from the St. Louis Fed. Incomes have grown in our MSA from $13,000 in 1985 to $52,000 in the year 2022. Now, my note here is that Memphis income is about 80% of that. So you can mark that down by about 20%, but the growth rate is the same. 429% growth in average household income from 1985 until 2022. Next. But Mr. McGowan, what about your peers? Remember, our last increase was in 2004, so I just took a look at our peers to say, what have they done since 2004, our last significant increase? You will see that we have stayed flat until 2019 and 2020 when you all passed the Way Forward plan. Our peers at Huntsville, Chattanooga, Nashville, and Knoxville have all significantly increased their rates since that time. We are less than one-half our peer competitors with respect to the rates that we have charged compared to other people in the Tennessee Valley. And I will tell you, their overall rates are 40% higher, and they have 30% less outages than we do. Now, their customers are only 7% happier than our customers are, which tells you that rates and reliability doesn't equate necessarily to customer satisfaction.
Can we take one question right now,
Yes.
please? Go ahead.
So what I'm trying to figure out is if the council votes in favor of the increase, looking at the chart the chart that's on the screen here, where will we be in comparison?
We haven't gone forward here with the 20, that would be the 24. So we know that Chattanooga has a 4% rate increase baked in. The others all have a percentage rate increase. I went with what's approved so far. We will still be below our peer competitors when we get this rate increase. If I go to 2024, I will still be below my peers. They're on typically a September or July timeframe. So raise me by 4% and I'll be at 12 compared to Chattanooga's 17, Huntsville's 18, Knoxville's 20, and Nashville's 24. Still be below.
Okay, and I'd like to recognize not just our Vice Chair Smiley, Councilman Carlisle, and Canale. Did anybody else come in that I may have missed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the next slide. I've shown this before, but I want to double down and just make sure that you all are aware of our annual rate survey. Today, our customers who use 1,000 kilowatt hours of power and they use a flat amount of water and gas pay $258 per month, and that is a baseline for comparison to other utilities across the country. If you were to pass the rate increase this year for 2024, that will rise to $263. Now, I did not adjust any other utilities' rates. This was taken back in January. I didn't adjust any of their other rates. So all of them are seeing a rate increase too, but I didn't factor that in. We are still, by far, the lowest three-sector combined utility in the nation. Next. This chart's a little busy, but what I'm trying to get to is explain what I meant to run to fail mindset. There's a lot here. If you start on the left in 1985 and spend 19 years without any rate increase, and think about what inflation does to you, and then you have a small increase, and then go another 16 years. So if you have 35 years with only one small increase in between and multiple decreases, you have enough funding to fund your baseline capital budget, keeping trucks on the road, the pullers that you need, the trailers, the equipment, the transformers, the cables, the switches, the fuses, and connecting new customers. Because remember, during this period of time, our community is expanding outward dramatically with new subdivisions. When I said we connected new customers, we connected a lot of new customers at the expense of replacing infrastructure in our core. That's what we delivered, a run to fail with our existing infrastructure. We are operating essentially in life support mode, keeping the system, fixing only what's broken and not doing any systemic repairs. And it assures we accumulate significant deferred maintenance. And that's why you're getting your decreased reliability year over year. When this council saw it way fit to give a rate increase for the Way Forward plan, that was the first time in 35-year history that this organization had the funding available to begin replacing infrastructure on a recurring basis based on its condition and not based on it having failed. What you funded was the manpower and materials to begin the scheduled replacement of known at-risk portions of the distribution system. To begin it, not to end it. It funds basic reliability improvements through distribution automation on only the worst circuits. And I've heard some of the comments there. I understand what you may have heard, but I will tell you, and I wasn't the president at the time, but it began, and I think you will see when the numbers I get to, there is no way that that could fix the entire system. So what I'm asking for is we're going to continue that going forward because you'll see the numbers. We're going to have to. I'm asking for us to get to a modern grid that meets today's standards but is ready for tomorrow. It's full deployment of switches and sensors on all the circuits, a fully automated distribution system, additional tree trimming to get us back on schedule. And what that delivers for you is a much faster path to improve reliability and outage prevention, automated outage restoration, automated grid balancing, and precise outage locations. Basically reliability for today, and we're ready for tomorrow. So I'll move on. Let me talk about the Way Forward plan that you funded with the approved rates. I think this is an important slide. In the way forward plan, we told you we would replace 20 substation transformers. We have replaced 15, but there are 150. We told you we would replace 60 substation circuit breakers. We have replaced 62, exceeding our goal, but there are nearly 1,200 circuit breakers. The average age of those transformers and circuit breakers is approximately 38 years on a 40-year lifespan. In the distribution system, we told you that we would replace underground residential distribution. We said we would do 74 miles, we replaced 48, but there are 1,000 underground miles of cables that are 1980 or prior. We told you we would replace 2,600 poles. We have replaced 2,481, but there are 130,000 poles. You will see later that we have assessed 87,000 poles, and there will be more that we have to replace. We told you we would install 1,100 distribution automation devices. We have installed 441. We have about 500 now total in the system, on our way to more than 1,100. And then we told you we would cut over 5 years, 7,000 miles of vegetation. To date, we've only cut 2,061, and we've talked about that shortfall and what we're doing to correct it. So let me move on. Just to remind you, when I say substation circuit breakers, this is what it looks like. This is just more detail on those numbers I just gave you. We have replaced 15 of 20 transformers, 62 of 60 circuit breakers, but we have thousands of more breakers to go and hundreds of more transformers to go. The good news is that that work has reduced 1.2 million minutes of customer outages just by that investment. Let me move to the next slide. Councilman Smiley, you asked, but where have the investments happened? These are the substations and where we have made those investments. They are all throughout our service territory, and you will see most of them are concentrated in the city of Memphis because that's where the oldest substations are. Next slide. We talked about the underground cable replacements. We've done 48 of 74 miles. Again, the impact here of what we've done so far has reduced customer minutes interrupted by more than 5 million so far. And I realize I'll take a break here and say that when we have had nearly 161 million customer minutes interrupted, having 5 million and 12 million may not feel like a lot, but those are avoided outages. Next slide. Where have we done underground replacement? Well, we've done it in the areas where it's the oldest, and it's all over the service territory and all over the county. Next slide. I showed you these before, and when I told you we were improving on customer minutes avoided for outages, this is the slide that shows you that we are seeing less faults, and a fault equals an outage. Next slide, and there's two different kinds of cable. I showed you that last time as well. It shows that we are making a difference with cable faults by replacing the known bad cables. Okay, next slide. Pole replacements. Again, we have about 130,000 poles. We have already inspected and treated almost 86,000 of them. That's about 65% complete. We've identified about 2,600 through that inspection that needed to be replaced. We've replaced 2,481, and through that, we have avoided 12 million customer minutes of outages just by replacing those poles. Next. Here is where those poles have been replaced. Again, as you might expect, they are concentrated in the core of the city of Memphis, where they are the absolute oldest, and in some of the outlying areas where those poles were put up many, many years ago. Next. Grid modernization. This is the distribution automation switches. Again, we have installed 441 of the targeted 1,100 that we said we would do in the in the way forward plan. So far, those switches have already avoided 21 million customer minutes of outages. And again, we have delayed putting all 1,100 in until we wait for this afternoon's decision about our communications path with the PLTE network so that we don't have to go back and retrofit all of the switches with a new communications standard. Next, here is where those switches are located. And I want to be clear, the switches that we put in for 1,100 were on the worst networks, the worst circuits. That doesn't mean that the other circuits are good. That just means that they're the worst, but all of them need these switches. I'll move now to tree trimming. You all know this, you've seen this slide. 4,500 miles of overhead. Our outages are up significantly because of failure to meet that. We competitively rebid and selected new contractors, and since September, they have cut at twice the rate that the previous contractor has done. I will tell you, and I'll show you the slide here, that they're 19% complete, 19% of the way through the year. So they are on track. Next slide. This chart shows that when we began this, 15% of our service territory had been cut in 3 years. Remember, all of it's supposed to be cut within 3 years. The green blocks show the only areas that have been cut within 3 years. 15% of the service area. Next. When we rebid the contract and put 3 contractors in place, we split the city up this way. We have 3 separate contractors working in 3 separate areas. We improved from 52 to 90 crews, and they have a mandate to get at least 1,400 miles cut each year. Next. Compare this to the chart you just saw. By August of 2024, this is what we will look like in our community, with 46% of the area having been cut in 3 years. And the year after that, you would expect it to be almost 80% complete. And the year after that will be 100% complete on a 3-year cutting cycle and maintaining that 3-year cutting cycle. How do we decide where to go? We went based on the age where it had been last cut. So the last cut was the first to cut this time. So we're going by age of last to cut. Next. You can track our progress here. Again, 19.89% complete since September 1st. I will tell you, they actually got started on Labor Day, September 4th. And so they are exactly 19% complete time-wise and 19.8% complete miles-wise. Now, Councilwoman Logan asked me a question last time. The miles complete here means we have verified they've cut it and we verified they hauled it off and they're ready to be paid. There are a significant number of miles that have been cut that we just have not verified yet, or they haven't hauled everything off. So they're actually slightly ahead with their cutting. Next. I think Councilwoman Robinson asked for an accounting of what we said we would do and what we spent the money on. I will spend a little time here. These are the planned electric system reliability projects. Again, I apologize, the first line should say 15 for the progress through 2023. It should be 15 transformers because we just completed a transformer replacement. So we said we do 20, we're at 15, we're 70% complete. We've spent $25 million of the $39 million. Substation circuit breakers, we've replaced 62 out of 60. We've spent $17 million of the 15.7 allocated. For the wood poles, we're at $15 million. Actually, this is the forecast. When we finish 2023 and we finish 2024, we'll have spent that much money, correct, Dana? Yes. So that's the forecast when we finish the way forward plan. Underground cable, we'll have replaced all of that cable in the time allotted. We'll spend $18 million there. The distribution automation, we allocated $130 million. We've spent $131 million. The reason that is behind, again, is because we put that on hold until we have the communication system approved. And as soon as we have the communication system approved, that number will ramp up dramatically. Vegetation management, we go all the way back to 2000. We're only 29% complete. We had to declare a new day in September of this year, but you'll see we've only spent $31 million of the $100 million applied. That $70 million just rolls forward into the new contract. I think it's important to say that we had allocated $354 million to the way forward for electric improvements. We will spend $227 million of the way forward electric improvements. All of the underspending can be attributed to the fact that we didn't put all the distribution switches in the system yet, but we will, and that we were behind on the tree trimming, but we will catch up. Baseline, if you'll go back to my slide that has the red arrow at the bottom, that is your baseline capital budget. You don't have to go back, Rod, just in your mind if you can go back. The baseline capital budget over that 5 years is $283 million. We will have actually spent at the end of that 5-year period $350 million. So, Councilwoman Johnson asked me about, what about the $600 million? At the end of 2024, we will have spent $577 million. There will be $60 million that we have not spent, only attributed to the fact that we have not spent that money on tree trimming, and I will still have to put some of those distribution automation switches in after we approve the communication system this evening. So that's the difference. So hopefully that's an accounting of the funding that we have put against the Way Forward plan, the progress that we have, and I'll talk about going forward from here. Next. That was the Way Forward funding that you all provided. I am asking you to fund grid modernization for 2024. I think this chart is important. I've showed you this already. In the Way Forward plan, we replaced 20 of 150 transformers and 60 of 1,198 substation circuit breakers. In the grid modernization, we have to continue that work at the pace of 4 per year for transformers and 12 per year for circuit breakers. For underground, we have to continue at the pace of 15 miles per year and 600 poles per year at minimum. We have to continue our distribution automation process to get up to 2,000 switches into the system, approximately. And then for vegetation management, as you all know, 5 years ago we approved, or four years ago we approved $100 million for 7,000 miles over 5 years. We had to raise that in order to get that number there, so we have 228 to complete 1,400 miles per year. And realize that's a 5-year number, not an every year number. Next. But what else do you get for grid modernization funding? In the first segment of Way Forward, the distribution automation was $138 million, and we got 1,100 switches on the worst circuits. We're going to add $138 million to get 2,000 switches on all of the circuits. Again, just because it's not the worst circuit doesn't mean it's meeting standards. So they are all not meeting standards. We need all of our systems to meet standards. The communication system under the Way Forward, if we put that into place for $31 million, it will control 1,100 devices, but now it will control 2,000 DA devices and 450 relays. You'll see the relay replacement there. Our systems are electrical mechanical. This moves all of our relays to now microprocessor. And this is a digital transformation of systems that moves from physical moving parts to microprocessor activated parts, replacing 450 relays. $16 million goes to our advanced distribution management system, which enables our full automation of all of the functions on the distribution system. And then system optimization is $45 million. What that allows us to do is do demand response actions, shave the peak by varying the voltage on our system, automatically control the load across our system, do voltage regulation, and then take distributed energy integration into our system, taking resources from solar, from batteries, from small to large facilities, and bringing that into our system when and if we need it. The other initiative that allows us to perform is the neighborhood initiative we've talked about, where we've earmarked $21 million. And this is coming at it, as you asked me last time, where are we doing the work? Well, we're doing it, as you've seen, all over our service area, but we're now going to our area that has the worst reliability and building that out, essentially building a new modern distribution system. That's $21 million. We have to put in 137 new taps, which is a new line down the street. We have to put 1,300 transformers on those taps. And we have to put two new substation transformers and 446 new poles in. We've already got 409 of those done in addition to tree trimming. So when you ask, what are we getting? We are getting a system that is now a 21st century electrical distribution system that has reliability for today and is ready for tomorrow. Next slide. So I'll summarize because I know you'll have questions. Our customer expectations and the industry norms of reliability are not being met today, nor will they be met if we only do the Way Forward investments. We have had decades of underfunding for regular infrastructure improvements, and that is what has delivered us to this point today. Over time, I hope I've shown that rising inflation and flat rates have eroded our ability to make substantial investments in those improvements. Our Way Forward plan in 2020 was the necessary first step to regular recurring infrastructure replacement that will improve reliability over time. But grid modernization will continue that recurring investment. It'll bring the distribution system to a modern standard, and it will add additional reliability and resilience and faster restoration when outages do occur. And so my request is that we approve the MLGW 2024 budget and the attendant rates that go along with it. And with that, I will stop and take your questions.
Thank you, President McGowan. We have several questions by our council members in this order: Smiley, Swearingen, Washington, Jones, Johnson, and Logan. Vice Chairman Smiley.
All right, so this doesn't necessarily speak to the way forward plan, but I'm gonna ask the question because I keep getting a lot of inquiries from folks in the community still concerned about the move. Is the move off the table? Will we see MLGW requesting to move its headquarters from downtown Memphis to?
I'm not ready to discuss that today. I heard feedback loud and clear from City Council. Before I make any proclamation, I owe a duty to my board to have a discussion with them before I come back before this body. So that will not be before you today, and I cannot give you a date. And let me come back and I'll say one thing. Never have I proposed to move the headquarters of MLGW. I have proposed to acquire a utility support center, which would be home to our new system operations center, which just so happened to be attached to a very large office building for the same price as I could build a utility support center. Logic would tell you that makes sense. But I understand the move of the flag. I understand the emotional, the economic, and the temporal change that happens there. So again, I am not ready to discuss that until I discuss again with my board and come back to you. That's why it's not on the agenda today, and I can't give you a date when it will be.
Well, I have no questions then.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington, you don't have a question? Okay, thank you. Chairman Jones.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. McGowan. I'm looking at the appendix 39, 40, 41, 42.
Yes.
So this is making sure that I'm looking at things correctly. The
Sadie, is the first two slides are the duration of outages.
Okay.
The second two slides are the frequency of outages. You will see along there that there are some communities that have seen improvements, others that have gotten worse. I would tell you that the lack of ability to get the tree trimming done is what is covering up all of the tangible improvements that I talked to you about before.
Okay. Where I've seen something similar to this, and why I've supported just the general rate increase is, and I try not to be too territorial when I say my district, because this is all of our districts. I can't say that you got a hole in your side of the boat and we're in the same boat. That's where we are. But this has been presented to us in some time, but can we see, and maybe it's here, I just don't understand it this way, when this was first presented to us in this manner, where we've gone from then? Have we made any improvements? So perhaps we were looking at some that was in the orange and red, but now we've gone to more of a green based upon the investments that we've made.
Sure. I would come back to, well, first of all, yes, I can do that. I'll ask our team. There are some circuits that have seen significant improvement. Remember, the one thing I didn't list up there is transmission, 66 substations. We have all the overhead. Along there is a circuit. A circuit has 1,000 to 2,000 customers on there. Where poles have been replaced, transformers have been replaced, and underground cable has been replaced, some of those circuits have seen improved reliability. Other circuits where there has not been sufficient tree trimming have not seen improvements. In fact, they've seen worse outages because of the lack of tree trimming in that area. Because, again, in 2020, we had committed to get 7,000 miles of trees trimmed, and we've only achieved 2,000. We should be at almost 5,000 or 6,000 miles at this point. That is the number one cause of outages. And so the failure to get that done in those areas is why some areas, frankly, have gotten worse, because the tree cover is not any better. So, but I can do that on a circuit by circuit basis and show you some that have improved.
Because, you know, as I still contemplate this, one outage, well, and I know that there may have been a slide in the previous presentation 2 weeks ago where we talked about what the impact would be on an average bill.
Yes.
But just using just some simple numbers here, colleagues, I doubt if the average bill would be an increase of $30 per month.
$5.
Right, so 5. So what the point that I'm making here, if we take $30 times 12 months, that's $360. One outage, I'm just using that 360. For some outages, for somebody to lose $360 worth of groceries that they have to throw out because their power is out for an extended period of time, we're costing them more by not doing this versus the $5 increase that they would have on their bill for this. And so that's how I look at it, particularly when I look at Super District 8, not, like I said, not being territorial about this, but Super District 8, when this was first presented to us, it was the orangest and reddest part of this slide. So to me, it boils down, colleagues, do we want to have people to spend $5 a month to save, and that's just one outage. We're not talking a weather event where they have 2 or more and they have to throw food out. Do we want to have them to spend $5 to save them and prevent them from having to throw out $200, $300, $400, $500, $600 worth of food because they're not having reliable utility service? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation as well. Will you go back to this page? It's not maybe 33?
Yes.
33. This is based on the original plan that we were presented. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. How much more money would it take to just complete this plan?
Through 2024,
Yeah.
we will complete this plan in 2024.
I said, how much more money will it take? I mean, we got one plan on the books. What does it take to complete the first plan before you start a new plan?
No, the funding is there to complete this plan.
So we can get everything done. So everything, this additional 4% that you're asking for is for all the new items that you want as far as amenities.
No. So I'm not trying to be obstinate.
Okay.
What I'm not talking about amenities. What I'm talking about is we need no more money to complete the plan that we presented to you in 2020.
Okay.
What we do need is to continue exactly what we did that 5 years for the next 5 years, and the next 5 years, and the next 5 years, and the next 5 years, in order to be on a regular and recurring basis of replacement. Now, in addition to that, we also, and this is what our consultant told us, Burns and McDonald, this is what industry standard is going to, is we need to move to distribution automation, an automated distribution management system. We need to put relays in the system, more distribution automation switches, so that we can avoid outages in the first place, recover from outages more quickly, and prevent them altogether from happening. Together with the tree trimming, people should see 50 to 60% reduction, because remember, the goal is to get back to where and below in the year 2000. Today we're twice as frequent and 3 times as long. Doing these things together is going to get us below those numbers, and that is our aim. So I understand the question. Just to get this, for us to replace 5 more transformers and no more circuit breakers and a couple hundred poles and a few more miles of underground cable, I don't need more money to do that. But if you want me to stop, then you're going to get with the exception of tree trimming, that's all the reliability you're getting.
Okay.
Is what I do for this. But again, I would come back to say
The projection.
60 circuit breakers out of 1,200 with an average age of 500 of those are 39 years old on a 40-year life.
Okay.
I need to keep going.
Okay, let me ask you this. What's the delinquency rate on your individuals paying their utility bill?
Dana would know that probably.
So it's approximately 2%.
All right.
So put it in perspective, right now we have about $42 million of past due balances, which is a pretty high number.
Okay. Do you plan or anticipate any additional grants to be made available for individuals who may need some financial assistance in paying these utility bills?
We certainly will work with customers on payment arrangements. We do that on a regular basis.
Not arrangement grants.
So yes, we know just to start that Tennessee Valley Authority typically gives us about 250. They're raising that by 50%, and it's going to be just under $400,000, and we will match that here. So just the assistance that comes from TVA and MLGW is going to be about 75% higher, Rod, about 75% higher than it was last year. And then obviously what council provides in the $1 million of utility assistance that goes to MIFA, and then from the Share the Pennies program and the Plus One program, which all accrue benefit to helping customers, the gift of comfort that people can give money to. So we're seeing an increase in, I'm sorry? Oh yes, and the LIHEAP dollars that come from the federal government that can be provided through Shelby County government through the CSA agencies for payments of about $600 to each customer. So I anticipate that there is no pressure for those to evaporate. In fact, there's more pressure for them to continue to grow.
Well, we're probably going to need a lot more, being we have almost $40 million in the hole, unless a lot more is going to come in.
I think we'll get that back down to some normal numbers, I think. And we typically have an uncollected balance, Dana, right? What's that number normally? Around
25.
About 25 million. So, and again, some of this is coming off of that billing issue that we had. We need to get people caught back up. So the good news is there we're catching back up quickly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilwoman Logan. Is she not in here? Okay. Are there any other questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Don't know if this has been asked before. So, this is just an update. Can we not ask questions about the rate increase? Okay. Has there been consideration to doing a yearly request, an annual request versus this is a 3-year plan or a 4-year?
A 3-year plan.
Versus the 3 all at once?
So let me just say this, I guess, carefully. I can do anything with my request. I believe it's my obligation to bring you the plan that is in the best interest of all of our customers and your constituents, that essentially lays a path forward that allows us to make this one-time investment, one-time approval that will get us significantly down the road on our reliability and resilience, allows us to do this without any water or gas increase over the next few years as well. And so I think lays path forward such that we don't stop short and have to come back and look at what happens in the next year. So my request certainly is anything can be done with 7 votes, as you say, Councilwoman. I know you didn't say that, but anything can be done with 7 votes.
I don't say that.
I know.
That's been said before.
No, it's been said before. You're right. But I think it's my obligation to bring you what I believe is a plan that will meet with success. And I will tell you, after very careful consideration, I believe that this is the plan that will meet with success. I don't believe that it's an excessive ask, especially in the face of what I've just talked about over the last 35 to 41 years. here where we have done our part at Memphis Light Gas and Water to keep things affordable. We have actually done much more than our part, I would suggest, with our lack of rate increases in the electric division for the last 37 years. So if I did not think we needed this to make it happen, I would not be bringing it to you. And so I consider this and have considered it because I understand how deeply this affects everybody individually. And so I'm respectfully bringing it with the request that we approve it over the 3-year period because I believe that gives us the runway necessary to get the work done on behalf of our customers.
Thank you. Personally, well, not personally, but thinking from a constituent basis and just accountability, as we always see you at the council. It's not like you go away and y'all don't come up here for a couple of months. We kind of all meet up here together twice a month. So I wouldn't think it would be an extensive ask to be an annual request. A lot of the questions that a lot of us have brought forth are asking about the last 4 years, which we know COVID does have a piece in that. But asking about the progress from the last rate increase that we were approved on 1st of January, 2020. And so I would think that accountability or the price or that our trust in MLGW to do the right and best thing wouldn't be thrown off if it was an annual increase request that also came along with the incremental updates that you all are going to give us anyway. But I think that would help put our constituents and the public more at ease that we as council people are doing our jobs at looking at accountability and not just approving something for essentially the whole next term of the folks who are going to be here. So those are my thoughts, and I'll be sure to bring that up in full council.
Okay, thank you.
If I just respond really quickly.
Okay.
So I certainly appreciate that, and we will be back, and we're accountable, and I hope what I've showed you today is that we're accountable for results and showing you what we've done and actually delivering on our promise with the exception of the tree trimming and a deliberate decision not to do the DA. So we've actually done exactly what we said we would do over the last 3 years. With the exception of the tree trimming, which again, as you all know, that was impacted there. The only counter that I would say, Councilwoman, is that for us to be able to be certain to acquire the parts and pieces that we need and to buy them in the out years, I need to have the certainty of funding because like the distribution automation and some of the other systems, the $131 million, I need to be able to have the certainty of funding so that I can purchase them and install them over that 3-year period of time. So that puts at risk my ability to make sure that I have a consistent stream of funding to complete that multi-year project. So it's just one of the other things you'll have to consider and weigh, and I appreciate that.
President McGowan, at our next meeting, please share with the council members the laws around how much we can give away from ratepayers to other ratepayers, and can you use natural resources and not pay for them, so they'll understand the basis of that. And as well as you just mentioned, we have some items that we need to purchase, and some of them have to be purchased 2 and 3 years in advance. So we have to know that we have that money in advance. And if we were to reshape it for 1 year, then they may have to ask for more money in that 1 year so they have what they need by the 3rd year. So I just need you all to be able to explain that clearly so council members will understand what the national law is around the use of utilities and how long it takes to get the equipment that you need that we haven't replaced over almost 30 years.
Yes, ma'am. We can absolutely do that.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know, most of y'all know that I have a number of antique cars. Okay, and I'm looking at the MLG&W like now, and I'm looking at the amount of money that we've put into this system over the last 30 years, and this run to fail thought process The run to fail thought process, I think, is really where our problem is now. We've got to invest in an infrastructure that's going to weather the climate change that we're going to be seeing coming through here. I mean, you know how warm it's been this fall, and how the weather has been very erratic, and how we've had these horrible storms that have thrown us back. It makes sense to me that we go ahead and approve this and move forward with it and plan for it. I don't think this is going to end up being enough. I think we're going to see climate change and what it's going to be doing to our infrastructure be much worse than what we thought. And this will at least get us down the road until we have to make even harder choices. So I'm for this. I think we need to plan in advance. And if you look at 37 years with the number of increases, that chart was amazing. That showed where we gave rates back and put a little we actually have now. So I think we need to think long term. So this is long term, and I know Councilman Jones's comment is correct. If we save that one refrigerator full of food, then what we're going to do is we're going to be saving somebody more than that amount of money that they would have had a raise on this year. And getting that reliable electricity, I think it's going to be important for having everyone get to school on time, get to work on time. It's the productivity of it is important. So I'm for it, and I think it's an investment we need to make. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Councilwoman Easter Thomas's comments, one of the reasons they come in MLGW and present it as a multi-year increase right now is because the council requested it. Over 4 years ago, when we were starting to have discussions about rate increases in order to bond out more money for infrastructure, and it was coming 1 year at a time. Sometimes it was failing, and then we were pushing the budget approvals out into January and February. And so not only our residential customers, but also our commercial and industrial who have budgets that are set, and sometimes they're not set by the leadership in Memphis. They have to go to outside approval, in Indianapolis or St. Louis or Nashville, wherever they're headquartered. That's not here. It creates a certain amount of instability and difficulty for them. And so just being able to lay it out in what they can see in years into the future of what will likely be needed for the problem we're facing in terms of rate increases, that helped smooth out from a customer service side, I think, our relations with them as we're going through these rate increases. We never liked doing them. There was also discussion about it just being politically easier. If this is a problem that we think it's needed to be done, it is hard to get rate increase passed through the city council year after year after year, rather than one vote looking at the problem that's really going to be a decade-long, 20-year problem, and hoping that this will do what is necessary to essentially be the solution, and having one vote on a rate increase that will go on for several years, but not drag out the political difficulty of that. Chief McGowan, like he said, he can bring it whichever way makes sense for us, but the reason they're bringing it as it is now, I just want to say that was pretty much based on council request over the last 4 to 6 years of discussions. I was not at the kind of committee meeting that we had a week or 2 weeks ago on that Thursday. I was listening to every word, and I'm just going to echo some of the comments that Councilman Carlisle said at the time, that this is a very difficult position, and we have placed you in this position in order to execute on its responsibilities. I'm glad you're there. I think you're the person for the job. I think there's a certain amount of trust, but verify certainly, but a certain amount of trust that we've got to give you and your team that the decisions you're making are in the best interest of the people, and I certainly believe they are. Thank you for the work you've done, and you've got my support on this budget and what's being asked for. And I know it's not easy. No one wants a rate increase, but there are other considerations that are more severe, like the reliability of our system, the concern for the infrastructure, all that y'all have taken into account and explained, I think, very effectively to my standard and patiently to us and to the public, and just ask that you keep hanging in there and doing that over and over and over again with the public and with us, and we will all get there together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I got two items, comments rather. I'm still hearing in my head the comments I hear from individuals in regards to this increase. They still cannot see how we invested $800 million. I had to tell them only 600 actually went towards the electricity part of it. But yet they want more money. And in general, the same staff that was there when this was set up is still in place.
Mm-hmm.
So they made those type of decisions. And they've been making them for years. So they want to know, too, what reassurance do I have that it's going to be any difference when it's all over with? Second comment that I have, I mean, you could think on that one. Where are we in this process? Because I see on the agenda this evening, it's a resolution authorizing the council to hold a public hearing. So what would be the next step so we can continue the process? Explain us so they'll know what they're dealing with.
So the public hearing is just to announce that in our next meeting, we will have a public hearing on the rates. That this is to make them aware that that's what's coming next, but not today. Okay.
I always tell them, so just let's have a gathering or whatever, but so they can come down, like just tell them come down next week and get their 2 minutes comments in.
They can come down and have their 2 minute comments today.
That's what I'm saying. That's
yes,
what I'm saying.
at any meeting. Okay.
All right, but those was, that's a comment that I get. You
Sure.
know, they said Doug seems to be aggressive, but I gotta be honest, what has really changed for us to believe in this program?
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'll just respond very briefly. So let me take the second question first, just because I think, and Councilor Wade would, I think, confirm this because he talked to us. I mean, there is the possibility that we could hear this today on the floor. The notice that was put out is sufficient for the public hearing. I'm not the attorney, but I believe that's what Councilor Wade has told us. So if the will of the body was to add it on to be heard tonight, you could do that. Now, let me come back to the second question. Or the first question, excuse me. I certainly understand those concerns. And $600 million certainly sounds like a lot of money because it is. That is over a 5-year period of time. I would also just remind folks that we spend about a year, $200 million a year. On an annual basis, we spend about $200 million a year in the capital budget. So when you add that up, that's a lot of money over time. So $600 million over 5 years is, it's still a lot of money, but it is a very large system. I think you'll see distribution automation just adding 1,000 switches, $138 million. So they're very expensive parts and pieces. The last thing I will say is that per some of the data that I put up there, the improvements that we have made have avoided customer minutes interrupted. So had we not made those, and I said this at a board meeting, when we are complete with this, nobody will actually feel any different, except that you will notice, gee, I guess our power doesn't go out as often as it used to. So there will be no finish line, there will be no confetti, there will only be less outages that people will notice over time. So we have significantly reduced the number of minutes that customers would have experienced had we not replaced those. And I'll harken back to those underground cable faults that we talked about where they are dramatically reduced. All of those would have been hundreds of customers without power for hours. So you have my commitment. I am here, have been here with you for the last 7 years, now 8 years. I will be with the new council for the next 4 years. This is a journey we have to go on together. You're my rate-making body. I must deliver for you and our customers. We have to look out for the best interest of our customers. And so you have my commitment that we are going to aggressively move forward. And that's what this is about. You did not ask me to come here to be keep keep this system on life support. I think you asked for a transformational change that our customer base expects. You're about to vote on a transformational investment in the broadband that we have here. And so this city is on the cusp. And like it or not, we have the throttle on how this community grows or how it doesn't grow based on the investments we make at Memphis Light Gas and Water. Because we can be a catalyst or we can be a retardant to everything that happens here. And my intention is for us to be a catalyst and to allow as much to happen here as possible. And that's what these investments are about.
Thank you.
You turn your mic off.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I understand that.
They're looking at comparison. And that's, I think somehow in the future, every 6 months, or like they ask for reports, let the people know what's taking place with these funding and what areas should be improved by now, because if it's not, those areas need to call back and say, we still got problems over here.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. We have one other question, and that's Councilman Smiley.
I think it's not necessarily a question. I think what I'm grappling with as I, hear the way forward plan. I just recall, I think it was my second council meeting, and JT Young President Young at the time was sitting there, and we were dealing with the rate increases and seeking to amend the resolution so we could have a rate increase. I think President Young then told us that the increases at the time would be sufficient to get us where we needed to be, but what it seems like we didn't have all of the information at the time, and I guess I echo some of the sentiments that Councilwoman Johnson shared, which is, your current team was a part of that plan, and what I told the people when I was like, hey, this is something I'm gonna do, is, President Young assured us that this was gonna be enough. Now, I think what you're asking me to do is go back into the community and have conversations with, say, hey, although I told you in 2020 we were voting on that plan then that, we were given wrong information, or the information that being conveyed to the council was something other than being completely forthcoming. But then what I'm dealing with, Councilman Jones and Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, I had an opportunity to go to NLC and spend some time with some of the council presidents across the country. And Councilman Jones always say when he goes out of town, he can't really go as an ordinary citizen. He always talks about what Memphis could be doing, and he say one of the biggest concerns or criticisms he has about leadership in the city of Memphis is we don't dream big enough. We do ourselves a disservice by not asking the constituents to help put a plan in place that can provide better service. So on one hand, I'm grappling, is this the big vision that we're asking for, versus what I've already told the folks in the community is President Young told us the increase at that time was enough. So help me connect those dots.
I cannot put words in President Young's mouth, but I was listening, and at the time, I believe he said, this is enough for this 5-year plan.
That's what he said.
Enough for this 5-year plan. That doesn't mean it was enough forever or enough to get everything done. It was enough for the 5-year plan. I will also remind everybody that what got approved was not what he asked for. It was substantially less than he asked for in order to get it approved. The other thing I'll mention that I think Councilman Warren talked about, and without getting into specifics, I mean, I think Councilman Ford probably remembers some of this. What was on that chart was the approved rate increases. There have been my predecessors who said, I will not ask for a rate increase on my watch.
Right.
Okay, I'm not that guy. I'm interested in outcomes. The other thing that's not on that chart is rate increases that were asked for that were denied. And so there have been rate increases asked for that were turned down. Mr. Young did not get the rate increase that he asked for. He got something less. He said, this is enough for this 5-year plan, enough to get that done, which I hope you'll take a look at the aggregate of the amount of infrastructure we have and say, it's impossible for that to have. It may forestall some outages for a short time, but you have to continue the replacement. So I think that, as you said, Mr. Smiley, I think that we have to be aggressive. We have been aggressive together for the last 4 years or last 8 years, depending on how long we've worked together for the city of Memphis to be bold. This is the plan, and I will talk about the team that's together with me here. I have asked them that they follow the flag and that we move in this direction. I will tell you that everybody is 100% aligned and said, this is the bold plan we were looking for. We would like to stand up behind this, but we understand how hard it is after 37 years of not getting rate increases to go ask for one to deliver a bold plan. So I have the benefit of having had someone break the ice and say, I need to at least get some basic improvements done so that I can come to you with a bold plan that our community needs. And so I will stand with you in front of everybody to say, this is the bold plan that our city needs, and will unlock the potential that we have here in this community from a utility standpoint. So I can't answer directly the question about what was said or what you heard. I can only provide the context of what happened and tell you that this team is aligned 100% behind this plan, and we are charging boldly forward. I hope that you will support it.
Thank you, President McGowan. We have one last question, and that's from Councilman Jones.
It's more so a statement, colleagues. As Councilman Vice Chair Smiley indicated, we went to Atlanta and we were on a tour of the large cities. Yep. And I think about the assets that we have, particularly MLG&W. There was a water retention that they talked about that they had to do to give them, in case of a worst case scenario, a 30-day drinking water supply. And I thought about it from the standpoint, we don't have to do that. But to think about MLG&W as the catalyst for our community, we got rain yesterday. Everybody's talking about a drought. We don't feel it for water levels. We don't have any type of requirements that we cut our water consumption. But I just still think about what we've done and where we've gone as a city. And if you look at this page 7, this electric rate adjustment history, well, let me say on this just for a second. But colleagues, if we go back to the last slide where we were, even with this, and everybody always talks about our energy burden. We don't have an energy burden. We have a low wage burden. So colleagues, councilwomen-elect that are here, and also fight for MLG&W, we need to be fighting for more higher paying jobs, because that's what affects, when we talk about this energy burden without talking about wages, we're just having a one-sided conversation. We're not looking at the full story. I've mentioned in a couple of meetings that I've had with Mayor-elect Young, I said, Mr. Young, you need to be the jobs mayor. When we think about the asset that we have in MLG&W, we don't have to have a set-aside water supply for 30 days in case of a worst-case scenario. We have an asset that we've not marketed adequately, we've not taken care of. I look at this rate adjustment history. I got a friend who had a car, and he went probably 2 years without an oil change. And you know what happened? So he was up here trying to save in, he was up here probably trying to say, at the time, this is the early 90s, probably $30 for an oil change. Cost him $2,000 in a blown rod in his engine because he didn't do the necessary maintenance over that period of time. But colleagues, I just implore us not to take that position. We as a council, I say we, although some of you were not here at the time, we told Mr. Jerry Collins, let's wait. Let's wait till the new MLG&W president is named. And so I just think that some of the decisions that we as the council make can either propel us or hold us back. But none of us can look at our households, and I want you to think about it. Everything that we operate as a city government is really no different than our households. None of us can sit up and say that we can operate on the same amount of funds that we've done And this chart goes back to 1983. None of us can do that, colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We appreciate those comments. We thank MLGW and Doug McGowan for the presentation on today. We're looking forward to continuing this conversation at our next meeting. We have one other person who would like to ask a question. When I called her, she was not in the room, and that's Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President McGowan, for this presentation. It's very thorough, informative, easy to understand. Not a lot of big fancy. Everybody that's listening can understand it and go home and almost like a coloring book. So I appreciate that. But I wanted to say, I'm most, and all of you know, I'm most concerned about the trees. And so if you notice on that little list you gave, the highest two was Fraser and Raleigh, after Sherwood Forest or whatever. So we definitely, because there are a lot of trees out there. As you know, Raleigh was the original county seat, so it was here first, and so it was a lot of trees. I looked at the presentation, and I definitely love the information about the modernization. However, I want to make certain that at the end of 2024, when the project is completed, it looks as though there's still just half the section green and red. So, and I know—
You're talking about the tree?
Pardon me?
Which slide are you on, ma'am? Just so I know.
The one that says projected completion by September 2024. There's
yes.
So
That's the tree trimming, yes.
I noticed that it's still half of the area that's green, and then half of it is not trimmed. What impact will that have on reliability or the getting us where we need to be in terms of tree trimming, or the effect it'll have on the outages? Because outages is affected mostly by trees.
Right. So if you're in an area that is not completed, then you will continue to have some tree outages. The plan that we have is to get on a 3-year cycle. Again, that is as aggressive as anybody is. There are some that are on 4 or 5, depending on their tree canopy. We need to be on 3. What this means is, in the very first year, I will jump from only 15% of the coverage area being cut within 3 years to now just under 50%, of about 46 to 47% of the area being cut within 3 years. And as soon as August of 2023 is done, they're going to move directly into the next section, which I can also show you what's planned for the next section. So it's not as if they'll wait for another year. They're going to roll right into as soon as they're finished with the green, they're moving right into the next red block and beginning to cut. So again, it's not just where the trees are, it's how long it's been since they've been cut. So the areas that were highlighted here are the areas that were cut the longest ago.
Correct.
Yes.
Just to add, this is a multi-year contract that we have with the 3 vendors.
Every year.
So they will just keep rolling into the next section for doing the work.
But what you should see at the completion from September of 2023 to August of 2024, we'll cut 1/3 of the city. From September of 24 to August of 25, we'll cut 1/3. From September of 25 to August of 26, we'll cut 1/3. And then you should see the entire city always green, the entire service area always green, because we're always cutting it within 3 years.
So when are all of these boxes going to be green?
At the end of this 3-year cycle, we're 2 months in. We're 2 months in.
2026,
Yes.
all of them will be green, and at that
Yes.
point, you'll begin to go. So between now, which is 2023, and 2026, we're still going to have problems and we're paying all this money. Shouldn't we shift more money to the tree cutting and get some more crews and go and cut these trees out and then start that cycle? Because trees is the number one thing. And I see a large portion of Cordova that is not on here. And they already have the trash issues, and now we're having a trees issue. I think we need to shift money to the tree trimming, get that out the way, get them all in green, and then start the 3-year cycle, because that's the number one problem we're having, but we're pushing that down the road. I get what you're saying in terms of your methodology and how you got it figured out, but can we get a little bit more aggressive with the tree trimming, since that's the number one problem?
I will ask our vendors how much more they can be, but remember, I have a contract that we've already signed, and you'll also recall the discussions we had. Chief McGowan, $228 million for cutting trees?
From right here.
I said, yes. Why?
Well, no, I'm saying
Because
move. We're
No,
okay.
I know what you're
Listen, no,
saying.
I'm saying move some of the money out of one of the other areas, and because the tree trimming is going to affect the modernization. Is my point. I'm not saying add more money because $200 trillion that you got for the tree trimming is sufficient. I mean, could be sufficient if you pull money from somewhere else, because to me that's the urgency right now. We're a canopy city. The airplanes that fly over us call us the tree city or or the canopy city. So can you think about that or look at that, see how more aggressive we can be on this tree trimming?
I will ask how aggressive we can be. I will tell you, our team monitors the trees that are being trimmed out there every day. Alonzo and I met with the companies. We're meeting with all the companies. Our companies have bought into this. They're like, we want to be ahead. So we don't want to wait the whole year to get this done. We want to be ahead and move to the next section and the next section. So they're with us. I can ask them how much more aggressive they can be. I don't know if that's me buzzing, but I'll ask them how much more aggressive they can be. I'd have to go back and talk to our team to say, do we think we could get more resources if we had the money to do it and go faster?
Or move, where can we move some money around?
Wherever you get it from.
Yeah, because we're trying to modernize and we haven't cut these trees. That's basic. And you and I talked about that. And I totally agree with this plan. I love them. We have to be on the cutting edge and the cusp. And I love that. I'm all for progress. But I'm also for making dollars and cents. And these trees not being cut, people are going to still be in the dark and having problems. And we done spent all of this money, and half at the end of this 3 years, only half of this area is green.
Well, that's at the end of 1 year.
Not three.
Not three. That's 1 year plan. That's this year, 1 year. Half of the area is green.
And then by the next year, it's going to be all of the rest.
It should be
of
at least 2/3, if not more.
So it's going to take 4 years
It's
from today.
It's a total of 3 years from
today.
From 2 months ago.
3 years. That's a long time.
Well, I guess I'll put it this way, and I'll say it. MLGW has not met its tree trimming goal since 1996.
And that's why maybe that's why you're here. That's neither here nor there at this point.
I'm moving as fast as I possibly can.
But if you can, just look into that, because that's a whole area.
Well, I also committed to you to looking internally to see if we could find some folks to hire.
Okay.
So we will look at that, and I committed to you I would bring that back to say, if I can get 1, 2 additional crews inside to do that, I will look at that, and then they can maybe help make us some progress. So.
Okay, thank you, council members. This concludes our meeting for today.
Chairman,
thank you.
Can I ask? I guess we're not going to hear it tonight. We'll hear it in 2 weeks.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You don't need it
I need the PLTE tonight. I need the radio communication system that makes all this stuff work. That's what we need tonight.
21st, and it is 1:21 p.m. I hereby call the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Haley, call the roll, please.
Councilman Jones? Here. Councilman Morgan? Here. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington? Here. Councilman Colvette? Here. Councilwoman Robinson? Councilman Canali? Here. Councilwoman Johnson? Here. Councilman Smiley?
I'm here.
Chair Logan?
Present. Colleagues, today we have 5 items on the agenda, and we're going to take them in different order. We're going to start with item number 5, which is a downtown crime plan update and community crime plan from the Memphis Police Department. All council district requested by Councilwoman Logan. And I wanted to just have a conversation about what's going on. You were all here before, wanting to get an update on that downtown crime plan, but more extensively, and I'm going to kind of combine 1 and 2, which is a presentation from the Memphis Police Department regarding safety preparations for the end of the year, all council district requested by myself. So you can kind of lump them in and just talk about what's going on. I know, just share what you can share. I know you can't share everything, but people want to hear something. There's a lot going on. I know you all are very busy actively dealing and addressing the issue, but we want to let the community, let the city know what we're doing and what to expect moving into the holiday season, what the plans are, how they can keep safe in their community and their neighborhood. So if you would, just unmute and go right ahead.
Chief C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street.
Deputy Chief Joe Oakley, 170 North Main.
I'll just start off just to really talk about some of the work that has been done as it relates to planning in the city for crime reduction. So over the last several months, the police department has really just taken a deep dive into the department, really to just look at, number one, what are our resources? What kind of resources do we have? We all know that we're short. We don't have the manpower that we want, but how do we utilize the manpower that we do have and make sure that those individuals that are sworn, that are wearing uniforms every day, are contributing to what crime reduction looks like in the city? So we've challenged our leaders. We have had several strategic planning meetings to really talk about internally, how do we mobilize and utilize not just our officers that are on patrol every day and our detectives, but also how do we utilize other members of the police department? We're utilizing now our academy staff when they have breaks and when they can contribute to visibility, how we use our other administrative staff. Our detectives are also taking time to be visible in the downtown space and in other areas of the city. We brought back those retired officers that we mentioned before. We have 25 on board, and we're continuing to try to fill those positions. They're doing various types of educational work out in the community. They do community awareness and prevention forums. So those forums are available for anyone that wants a forum done at your church. They've done them at churches. They've done them at Methodist Hospital. And what those forums do is it helps to inform our community members on how they can help us in preventive measures and how to be safe in their work environments and also in their homes. When I mentioned the fact that we're utilizing our other administrative staff, all of our commanders were challenged with how do they come up with a plan to utilize their current staff outside of their regular work in order to contribute towards crime reduction and visibility. And all of them have put plans together. We'll share a little bit about those plans, especially in the precincts that we see the most upticks in crime. The other thing that I will say is that our summer plan yielded some positive results. For the first time in months, we started to see reductions in precincts that hadn't seen reductions in crime in several months. However, incidents that have occurred, such as violent crime, shootings, and even this weekend's domestic violence issue, that incident just sort of shocked the core of, the the level of violence that we're seeing, not just, in the community, but also in families. We believe that because we're seeing more domestic violence incidents that are occurring with the use of weapons are more prevalent in those situations now where in the past we've responded to domestic violence where there were two individuals that physically were in a fight, and we're seeing just simple conflicts escalate to shootings, which is very tragic. For this presentation, what we wanted to do is talk about what those crime drivers are just a little bit, and then we'll talk a little bit more about what some of the planning is. We don't have the plans for all 9 precincts. However, there are solid plans for all 9 precincts. Each commander has a specific holiday plan based on those unique challenges in that precinct, whether it's robberies against persons, whether it's auto thefts, precincts like Appling Farms that focuses on retail theft and auto theft because of the holiday. So we'll talk a little bit about what our crime drivers are, some of the challenges, some of the arrests that we've made, who some of these individuals are, and how we plan to continue to try to combat that. So I'll let Deputy Chief Oakley start with our statistics.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. As Chief Davis said, our 2 number 1 crime drivers in the city is auto theft and theft from motor vehicles. So when we look at the chart, we do see that this was at the end of October, 13,000 plus auto thefts, but keep in mind about 21% of those are attempts. So technically we had about 11,000 completed auto thefts. So the auto thefts did drop in October by 22, so that's a success. So theft from motor vehicle dropped by 52 for the month of October. So our car break-ins and our auto theft did go down a little bit in October. Then our crime drivers, you'll see a little change in the top vehicles stolen year to date. Number 1 is Hyundai, followed by Kia, and then Nissan has moved up to 3rd place. And then the Infinities have dropped. And then we've made 1,308 auto theft arrests for the year. Yeah, we've had 2 68-year-olds arrested and then 8 12-year-olds.
And so yes.
Then we broke down 20 and below. So we had 282 auto theft suspects that are 18, 19, and 20, and then 421 juveniles that were arrested from 12 years old all the way up to 17. But the number 1 and 2 are 18 and 16-year-olds that are most prevalent in being arrested for auto theft.
And so we've also handed out and distributed roughly about 5,000 steering wheel locks to citizens throughout the city. And we had a focus on the Kias and Hyundais because those were the vehicles that were most frequently stolen. And but we've seen some reductions in those vehicles, but now, of course, the Nissan has become the most attractive vehicle recently. It hasn't moved to the top, but we're starting to see more Nissans being stolen. Car manufacturers continue to provide steering wheel locks for us, and our community members are using them. So, of course, we've had a couple of instances where suspects actually sawed the steering wheel off, but for the most part, it has been a preventive measure that has been positive.
Let's look at our success for the end of October. We have green, and we ended the month of October in the green at 0.13%. So we're very proud of that. Some of our precincts came in at Austin Peay Station over 19% reduction, Crump, 6.5% reduction, and Appling Farms at 16%. So we're very happy. We love green, and we're looking forward to even showing you more green next time.
And so we could attribute some of those changes, especially in places like Appling Farms and Austin Peay, to the fact that we sort of doubled down on staffing and moved staffing to the Applin Farms area because the Applin Farms area is a beast. And the reason I say that is because there are multiple things going on there. It's highly retail. Vehicles are all over the place on a regular basis, and it's just a target-rich environment for auto thieves and retail thefts as well. So we deployed additional resources and just really scheduled those resources based on the data, based on the time of day and the day of the week to ensure that we were covering those areas when those, and some people think it's on the weekends. It's not always on the weekends. Sometimes it's Wednesday night and Monday night when we see the most instances. So we sort of reallocated some of our manpower and had additional task forces out there being visible. And it has proven for several weeks now, Applin Farm has seen reductions. And Austin Peak, which is a precinct that traditionally has had problems, but they have been double digits in reductions for several weeks now, really since the beginning of the summer plan. We plan to continue to move in this direction, even though we see Ridgeway and some of the other stations are still in the red. They're only in the red by, just a couple percentage points, which means that even though we're not where we want to be, we're moving in the right direction. Same with Airway Station. As you can see, they're almost moving into an area where we're starting to see more progress. But then our downtown space, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, a lot of that's driven by various types of auto thefts and thefts from autos, and we have a different approach for that as well.
And then we will look at our homicides, our murders. You can see that we had an increase in October, 32 from 17. And thus far, we have 352 homicides total year to date. But we did see an upswing in October. September, we met the previous year's number, and then August, we were actually below the previous year's numbers. Our citywide homicide stats on the screen said we had 352 total homicides. And you can look at 11% were DV related, 10% robbery, unknown 46%, disagreements 33%, strangers 8%, acquaintances 30%. So we're tracking everything that we can, and you can see a lot of it is DV related and people that know each other. In our arrest data, we made 29,107 arrests thus far. This was the end of October. And out of those 29,000 arrests, 64,907 charges were related to those arrests. So we arrested 21,332 persons. And 4,667 of those arrested have been arrested more than once. So we do have a recidivism rate in Memphis, and almost 22% thus far in the year were repeat offenders.
And to that point, we just started working on a dashboard that we feel is going to be important for us to keep track of those individuals that are arrested and continue to commit crimes, in the city. And the reason we're putting this dashboard together is really for awareness. For our awareness, so that we can keep track of individuals that continue to repeat crimes and have more intervention with those individuals, either through our group violence intervention program or working with our DA's office to push for stricter sentences so that we are not constantly looking at the same individuals over and over again.
So all of our precincts have holiday plans that they've created. We're going to touch on 3: Ridgeway, Applin Farms, and the North Main Station downtown entertainment district area. And these are the precincts that we determine have the most theft from and auto thefts and other things. So at Ridgeway, we're partnering with the sheriff's office. They have Operation Jingle Bell during the holiday season. So we're working with the county to address our auto theft and theft from motor vehicle. And our task force is going to be visible in our shopping areas. We're going to be adjusting their days off and their time of work to correlate with the crime. And overtime details will be available up and down Winchester. We're going to use some decoy cars and other strategies that we can't make public to keep our citizens safe out in Ridgeway Station.
And to add to that, I know there's been a lot of discussion recently about assistance from the Tennessee Highway Patrol. As they prepare to deploy and support us, we plan to have some very intentional meetings with them about what that help looks like and where that help is and the times of day that we really need, that assistance, especially on our interstates, to free up some of our officers to respond to calls for service, within our communities.
And then Appley Farms holiday plan is to target the shopping areas along Germantown Parkway, Poplar, and Summer corridors. And they're going to be targeting our auto thefts, theft from motor vehicle, and all of our holiday plans include shoplifting. We can't forget that. So same thing, our task force will be changing hours and days off. They will be getting assistance at Appley with our academy staff, our executive staff, TAC unit, and special ops, as well as the Shelby County Sheriff's Department with Operation Jingle Bells there out in the Wolf Chase area. In downtown, North Main Station Entertainment District will have increased visibility throughout the holidays. Downtown and in North Main Station, they'll be using their task forces, their Entertainment District Unit Task Force to address the top areas and the crimes of auto theft and theft of motor vehicle. They'll be using plainclothes cars, spotters, and bike officers to patrol the parking garages. And our EDU task force will be modifying their hours to work when we show them where the crime is and the time that it occurs, and on the forum when we're having special events there. And overtime details will be offered for our officers, as well as we'll have the sheriff's office assistance on Beale Street.
And so, council member, I think you were interested in some of the collaborations between the Memphis Police Department and Shelby County Schools, and also the Sheriff's Department. And we collaborate on a regular basis on a number of different events. Anytime there are special events, they ask. I was over at Georgian Hills this week. They had a big career day sort of event, and we're in the schools just for their regular programming and special events, but we also have some programs that we're quite proud of that we have in the school system. Our Dare Great program is a very successful program. It's a 9-week course that our 4th and 5th graders go through, and we typically graduate about 500 students a year. And that course is really about anti-guns, anti-gangs, and it's very well received. And it's been in the school system now for some time, but it's a very effective program. We're hoping to be able to expand it even more as we have more officers to be able to get Dare Great. It's a national program too, get Dare Great certified so that we can come out of the schools and also offer those programs in churches and in other environments as well, and our recreation centers too. But it is a program that sort of helps our young people have a mindset of anti-crime and protecting themselves and not being encouraged or influenced to be involved in gangs, or what is the appropriate reaction when you see a gun or if you come in contact with somebody with a weapon. The kids love it. It's been a positive response from it, and the most impactful part about it is that we're getting these young people at an early age in the 4th and 5th grade, as opposed to trying to change the mindset of young people after they turn 15 and 16 years old. We also work really closely with the the school's chief of police with various types of support for their SROs in the school as well. Even though we aren't assigned to the school resource officer role, we support them when they have issues, when we're responding to various types of calls and things at the school. We typically will have to take a lead in certain types of situations, but we have a very good relationship with them. We host summer camps that serve the students at a number of the schools in Shelby County as well. Our summer camps are normally heavily attended and typically at all 9 precincts. And we provide a number of school crossing guards to our school system. And we pay for school crossing guards for Shelby County schools. And they're out there in the mornings and in the evenings trying to ensure that our kids are safe getting to and from school. Our collaboration with the Shelby County Sheriff's Department is typically in our downtown space and during our special operations, whether it's a traffic operation, annual traffic operation. Sometimes it might be DUI focused. Sometimes it might be in the downtown space for the traffic plan, our Beale Street traffic plan. They have dedicated individuals that are supporting us for that. And during this holiday plan, we will have their support at a number of different locations to include that Galleria corridor area to try to curtail some of the potential thefts from vehicles and retail thefts. And that's basically an overview of some of the work that we've been doing recently. And as I said, the actual crime strategy and plan is a very, very exhaustive document that every precinct has contributed to. Not just every precinct, but every work unit has contributed to. Last week before last, at the University of Memphis, we had our strategic plan refresh, sort of a recalibration, getting ready for the holiday season, and each commander was to present. They presented on their plan. They discussed not just what their action items were, but what are the measures that they hope to achieve from that plan. What are the reductions? What are the various quantitative kinds of measures that they would have for those plans? And we're monitoring so that we can see more green. And because of the fact that we have a plan with some accountability in place and some refresh, there's constant eyes on how do we recalibrate, how do we back up and do something different if it's not working, and give those commanders the resources that they need in order to do the job.
Awesome, thank you for that. I just have a couple of questions, and we have some of the council members in the queue. You noted that the recidivism rate is continuing to increase. Most of the constituents that I talk to and people that I talk to, they feel like it's just mayhem and mass, random crime and violence and activity. However, based on the information you all share and what we know, most of the crime is being done by a certain group of people, block of people, a certain, it's not just as much random violence, increased violence by random people for random people walking around, right? But it's a very calculated effort by a group of people. If we know this or knowing this, what are we doing to combat that or to address that? Because it's affecting, we're hearing it every day in the media. But they're not connecting those dots. They're just reporting random violence. And so people getting up, going to work, getting dressed, thinking, oh my God, I can't step out my door because I'm going to get shot. Or I can't go to the grocery store because somebody might rob my car, stick me up or whatever. But we know that it's not that random. What are we doing to get the correct information out? And what are we doing to address the bandit or those bandits or that group or those groups or connectivity? One other thing is, and what is because we know we saw that the highest numbers are 16 and 18. That involves not only the DA, but it involves juvenile court, because juvenile court the judge has pretty much sole autonomy in them coming in and out just as the DA does. So how are we connecting those dots? That's the first question.
So the first question regarding recidivism and repeat offenders is a conversation that we have on a weekly basis in the police department because we know the names of some of the same individuals. Fortunately, we do have a representative from the DA's office that comes to our meetings every Monday afternoon and works with us with these discussions. I think we have not, and I haven't had to do this in my history in this field, to actually establish a database for recidivism, but it's such a serious problem that we have decided that keeping track of individuals is going to be important for us to be able to build cases. And I'm not talking about misdemeanor cases. We're talking about individuals who have committed violent acts in the past and continue to commit violent crime. How do we work closely with our ADAs over in the DA's office to ensure that there's more focus and attention on what that outcome will be for that individual? And I can't influence bonds, I can't influence that system at all, but what we can do is provide the information that this person has had 30 arrests in the past for similar acts, and to actually monitor to see whether or not we get a better result. And we're talking about hundreds of cases that we see this over and over again. But it goes back to, what we've said before, that there is 20% of the people committing 80% of the crime. It's not like the city has a breakout of thousands and thousands of criminals, in the city. And incarceration might not be the answer for everybody, but the answer has to be some pathway to a change. And so as we arrest 29,000 people in the city for various types of crimes, the question is, where are those individuals now? 29,000 people, I would venture to say a lot of them are waiting on the next victim. And I'm just going to be honest about that.
Absolutely.
So we are very victim focused now. We're constantly thinking, who is the next victim, not just from violent crime, but property crimes. Stealing someone's vehicle is a serious crime. It incapacitates a family. It keeps individuals from being able to go to work. Some people don't have the resources to be able to go rent a car. And so it's a very serious crime. And for us to see the same individuals committing these offenses over and over again and victimizing, terrorizing the community is very frustrating for our officers because they end up arresting the same people over and over again. So our plan is to really just sort of step beyond law enforcement, step beyond law enforcement from just making arrests, but to also step into the space of, let's do some analytical work and work with those other entities. We have to work with those other entities to see whether or not we can get a different outcome, not just for us, but for our citizens as well.
And that information needs to be amplified because constantly we're hearing what's on the news or, every morning, every evening before you go to bed, that's all you're hearing. But it's skewed. And so the information that you're sharing and need to share, whether that's a weekly press conference or weekly update like we did during COVID, something to make certain that there's a balance in information and realistic information that's coming out. All of it is very serious. And so I want to make certain that we are informed and know how to move about as citizens. That's kind of what we do in the PJA when they give the crime stats. So give us some context to that. Where is it happening? When is it happening? What do we do as citizens? How do we use this information? So like you said, you're going to be victim-minded because it doesn't look like the DA and the juvenile court and all of that and the recidivism and the repeat offenders is being addressed as quickly as we wanted to. So we do need to shore up our community. The other thing, the next thing was the SROs. We have asked them to come back, and so we'll ask you to come back to give a more detailed plan on. Remember when you all came and you met, you were going to go back and put a plan together for however
For the
we were
school
going to,
system.
the truancy and the truancy rate with the school system. But we can come back with that.
And we will, because that will require us to really have a sit-down discussion about what our role as the Memphis Police
Right.
Department will have as it relates to truancy, and whether or not we are sort of invited into that space.
Absolutely.
You
And
know?
you all were going to get together after that meeting and kind of talk about that. I don't know if you've had an
Well,
opportunity. So much has happened.
It has, and we've had some conversations, but it's definitely not just between the chief and I. It has to rise, of course, to a superintendent level
Absolutely.
of what the vision will be as it relates to truancy, what's in place now, and how we as a police department can assist. If we are in the truancy business, what does that process look like?
Okay.
You know, so I think that really would be a discussion on resources.
All right. We're going to go to the queue. Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief, for the report, Chiefs. It sounds to me like what we're missing is a really organized effort among a number of different groups meeting on a regular basis, almost like a task force, to be able to make sure this happens, because we know we've got a problem. We know who the people are in general, but it doesn't seem like we're able to get everyone together to be able to get the common solution, which is, in my mind, how are we going to stop people who are less than 18-year-old from like just getting arrested for a car theft and then let back out and doing it again the next night? We don't have enough facilities. We don't have enough youth village places for these young kids to go if they get arrested and get help and treatment so they won't do this again. We need that help from the state, right?
Yes.
We need help from, from Judge Sugarman's office being able to be involved with us, so those kids who are like the really dangerous ones aren't back out on the street at all.
Absolutely.
So I take it that you're behind this idea of having a task force and getting us all together?
Certainly. That's one of the reasons why we're getting ready to really start compiling the data. Because I think with the data, we will be able to make the case that something different needs to happen with this particular individual, as opposed to us just counting numbers, you know, X amount of homicides, X amount of car thefts. Who are the people, and what route or what pathway is best for this person? Because I just locked them up 2 weeks ago. What can we do now? So that's when and this is public information. And because it's public information, we plan to make it even more public. Because until we make it public so that people can be aware of the numbers, the 29,000 arrests that the Memphis Police Department has made, and some of those individuals are the same people, you know, something different has to happen.
I think you're right. The other thing that I think different has to happen is it can't just be the police. I mean, there are people out in the community that know who these people are and know what they're doing and know when they bring that car home. They've got to get on the phone and they've got to call people and they got to tell us. Because this cannot be solved only by the police. It's going to take community members to give us a hand and make it work.
Absolutely.
So hang in there, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Hi, I was looking on page 7, and it says that the gang-motivated incidents from January 1 to November 21st, there's only been one.
So the issue with being able to classify something as gang is that you have to have the criteria in place for us to be able to actually classify. That doesn't mean we don't have gang problems. It's just that to be able to validate a group as being gang involved is very difficult to do per state statute too. But it doesn't mean that we don't investigate the gangs, because we know they're there. We know there are people that are associated But if we don't have enough information, say that homicide was attached to a particular gang, we can't classify it that way. But our gang unit stays very busy because they know that there are individuals out there that are participating in various types of gang activity. And some of the other unknowns that you see could very well have been gang related. We just didn't have the information to validate it as a gang homicide. You know, some of them are kind of like whodunits. When you discover a victim in a car, you know, with a gunshot wound. In our mind, if you know his history and he's been associated with gangs, it's probably gang related. But because we don't have the suspect information, we can't classify it as a gang crime. Yeah.
And my other question was along with Dr. Warren of how often you all were communicating with the DA, because I just wondered, does he know that there were 4,667 repeat individuals that were arrested? Does he know that?
They have access to all of our data. We post it. They're involved in our weekly meetings. We talk about this on a daily basis. And it's at a point now where we believe that the next step is to have more formal discussions. And of course, that takes time and resources too, but we feel like we have to do that in order to at least lead through this situation, cross over our realm of responsibility and into another area to try to encourage some level of change in the manner in which we handle, you know, these cases.
I just wish that we would have an opportunity for Judge Sugarman, DA Mulroy, and Chief Davis to come at the same time and have a conversation. So I would like to put that on there because it has gotten ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
And more than likely, there'll probably be some discussions prior to another public meeting so that in another setting, hopefully we would have come together with a plan of action to do better as it relates to dealing with the problems that we're seeing. So as Deputy Chief Oakley's team, they were tasked with establishing a database and identifying individuals. And once we do that, we'll have a clearer focus. We can be more laser focused really on individuals and be able to funnel those individuals even to our group violence intervention program to say, we know you're committing crimes. We have enough evidence and information, and unless you change and do something different, then we're going to push for aggressive prosecution. So that's the kind of approach through the data that we hope to impact some level of change. But as was said before, we need to mobilize our community members to be more involved, our parents to be more engaged, and all of the various cogs in the wheel.
Well, thank you all for what you're doing, but we know they cannot do it alone.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chairman Jones.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I wanted to go back to page 7 again. And if you could reconcile the 352 versus the 310 and help me understand what the difference is between the two numbers.
Is that justified? Yeah. There is a category of justified homicides, and then those homicides that are considered murders. So the justified would create the 352, because some of those 352 were justified, then 311 were considered as murders. Did I say that right, team? Okay.
Okay. And I think that this, although we have, and I'm looking at so if I look at this 310 over here, it might be 311, but those are considered the murders there. Right. Correct. Okay.
Yes.
I know that the largest part of this is unknown, but if we look at 8% being strangers, this is helpful information that I don't think that is publicly disseminated. Like I said, the largest number here is the unknown, but you would, based upon the perception, what has people scared to walk outside their homes is to think that you're going to be there's some stranger that's going to come up to you and you're going to be a victim here. Now, I'm not at all. I know that it was a tragic situation for every person that's on this list here, but I think that this does say a lot that to think that of the homicides that we do know, that only 8% of them, that's a different, of those involved strangers, that's a different narrative than Memphis is the most violent city out here, and you shouldn't go to Memphis, and you shouldn't go outside after 8 o'clock, whatever the case may be. We can't rely upon the news media to do it, but is there some type of way when we publish this information, even if we publish our stats, to essentially have it presented like this?
And we can. This was a compilation that I decided to show just to break down and help give context, and we look at this like this if we have just a myriad of data formats, but I thought this would be helpful to provide context. So we could provide this same information. It's public information. We could provide it. We just need to identify the appropriate platform that reaches the most people so that they can get a better understanding of the incidents. You're absolutely right. When you talk about 300, homicides, it's not that there were all of these incidents where people didn't know each other. A lot of them did know each other. And even in the unknown category, the only reason they're unknown is because we couldn't 100% validate that it was a stranger or it was somebody in the family or something of that nature. You're absolutely right. It's not like we've got murderers on the loose, just randomly. I'll use that word, randomly shooting people.
But as we go out and I think it is concerning for everybody in this room.
Yes.
That we have 352 homicides. It is concerning for everybody in this room. I can go by the person and I can understand and I can know 100% that everybody's concerned by this number.
Yes.
But I think that if we can't rely upon the media to do it, especially when we have this information, whether it's MPD's website, somehow we need to communicate ourselves that, yes, all 352 lives that were lost were important.
Yes.
But out of those to have, and I think that my part of, I'm just stuck on the stranger part.
Yes.
Because that's what gives the perception that out of this 310, so the average person would think that 200 of them were strangers. But if nobody else is going to tell it, I think that we have to tell it. Just last night, Representative Larry Miller and I were having a conversation, and he was asked, because I think there was one point that it said that something like 85% of them take place between people that know one another.
Yes.
So we just don't have enough. We just don't do a good enough job of putting that information out there, and I think we need to, and it tells a different story.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And that's exactly the point being made because it's a epidemic, or it's been reported as an epidemic, or it's crisis, or we're the worst city and the crime is so high. We need to attack it that way. The information, the education. So I really would like for you all to consider, like we did during COVID. We were doing a virtual once a week or every day. We need to get that information out because people are afraid. And it's not fair and it's not right for our citizens to be afraid with skewed information. So, if you could consider that, sharing that information, the stats like you're doing here once a month, you all decide that, but it has to get out. And I think that platform, that the way we did it during COVID was very effective. So
actually, I think the platform, our information, we put our stats out regularly, but our platform is embedded in the city's platform, and if people don't go looking for it, then they can't find it. So I think it really requires what Councilmember Jones is mentioning, a separate platform that people can easily access and be able to see the public safety data that's relevant and important to the community without having to search for it.
And that's going to mean that you have technology that you can read, that you, so you can just consider all of those things as well. All right. A couple of others in the queue, Councilwoman Johnson, and then we'll circle back to Dr. Warren before we move on.
I have two comments. One is in reference to Chairman Jones. I guess we think a lot, piggyback in the day a lot, of talking about is people know each other. But the problem is people know each other in different settings. And stray bullets is what's causing the problem and creating the fear, because they don't care where they shoot them. It could be in convenience stores, department stores. So that's what's creating the fear, not just that they know each other. And we say, okay, it's the stray bullets in case they miss their target, and people don't want to be in those settings, movie theaters in that case. So that's the issue. Now, my other question is, you made the comment that you had to gather the data before you start and ask the courts to aggressively, please tell me what you mean by aggressively deal with these individuals' youth.
So right now, the recidivism data isn't just housed. It just doesn't populate by itself. So what we're having to do is really look at all of our various cases, say over the last 2 or 3 years, and identify where we have seen the same individuals commit crimes over and over again. It doesn't automatically populate. When we make an arrest.
But what's aggressively? What are you going to do aggressively to these people?
What we're gonna do, number one, we're gonna put this information out for general consumption, because that's important that the community knows. You might have a person that lives next door to you that's stealing cars. It's public information. And instead of us holding all of this information inside, use the information so that we can also talk to our DAs and the ADAs to basically say something different needs to happen. That for a police department, that's aggressive.
Okay.
Because typically we deal with one case at a time.
I guess my question is, I think we need to start being aggressive, period. Doesn't need to be 1 or 2 cases. Whatever aggressive is, we need to do it on number 1. We need to declare a crisis period for this crime on youth. And let everybody know, I'm sorry, if we catch you and you're found guilty, we're going to do something. Just stepping back, being nice, it's not working. Parents are not believing it. So let it be aggressive from day one. Don't hold it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go, you've heard the sentiment. So I think what I want to see is that we do move to having the virtual format. If it's once a month, whichever way we can get this information out, we owe it to our citizens to have correct information. So if we can move to that and you offer the information that's available, public information that's available, not necessarily, disregarding your plan for the data. We definitely need that dashboard and all that, but we definitely need to move the way we were during COVID, as we had the weekly or biweekly or monthly updates. So, until this gets under, it's not going back to the other way, but until you decide to next move, at least people will know I can turn here and listen once a week or every other week and get correct information. You can use that information to empower the people on how to move and how to address their own personal needs or community needs in your neighborhood. So people, especially our seniors and other members, are not just scared to leave out of their house, but they're empowered information and can do what they need to do with it. So, if you could move that way and go ahead and plan to do that, that would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely.
And
that is the plan.
So can you unilaterally do that, or do you need Mayor Strickland to chime in on it?
So, and I know he's probably listening. But,
Hello, Mayor.
But it just requires us to work with IT to separate data that we typically would have sort of on the city's platform, which is not unusual. The Memphis Police Department could have their own platform so that people could just go straight to the Memphis Police Department. I'm sure that they shouldn't have or object to that. This is an effort for people to easily get data from, www.mpd.org, and
I thought
and
they were
access
in
it.
here. I guess no one is here. But because of the state of our city, I'm sure you all can work all that out.
Yes.
So just, get with whoever you need to get with and work all
we
that
can
out.
fix it.
Okay, great. Sounds good. Dr. Warren?
Thank you. I'm not sure everyone on the council is aware, but there have been at least 2 meetings of the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, the DAs, and various judges. I attended one of them to where they're starting the process, I think, of getting to where we can actually have some sort of task force. It's going to be doing this more aggressively and more efficiently. So that's in the works. I don't know, and I think that's going to be up to Mayor Young to probably call that and make that happen as we move forward into the future with this. The thing that also we have to remember is it's not just the homicides. That what we're seeing is everybody knows somebody who's had their car stolen. Everybody knows somebody's had their car stolen 2 or 3 times. I just got it back, they stole it again. So it's obviously the same person coming back and doing it. So that's the frustration we have. The other frustration I have is it's not just Memphis, guys. This is going across the country. It's in other cities too, and we like to beat ourselves up more than anybody else. So, let's be the one that fixes this first and not quit beating ourselves up. I think that's where we need to just get down and grit and grind it out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to move on to item number 3. It's a presentation by the Memphis Police Department regarding their vehicle pursuit policy. All council district requested by Councilman Smiley. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Smiley, you recognize?
Absolutely, thank you. This will be fairly quick. Over the past several weeks, there's been several reports by various news outlets that talked about the end result of a MPD police chase. Deputy Crow told me I didn't know what I was talking about, so I want to hear from Deputy Chief Crow as it relates to the Memphis Police Department's pursuit policy. And you're not alone. Brooke Hyman tells me I don't know what I'm talking about often, so it's okay.
Good afternoon, Don Crow, Assistant Chief of Police, 170 North Main. Also have Deputy Chief Chandler and Deputy Chief Hines from the Memphis Police Department. And so we wanted to explain our pursuit policy, but also answer questions about our pursuit policy. Our pursuit policy is 13 pages long. To save trees, we didn't print 13 copies of a 13-page policy, but it's here. But it's also posted online, and it's posted online for anyone to see our pursuit policy. Our pursuit policy is basically we allow officers to pursue violent felonies, so not property crime felonies, not misdemeanors. And that violent crime felony is monitored by a precinct supervisor who allows that pursuit policy to continue. We had an example of it this past weekend when we had the suspect responsible for 4 homicides, Mr. Christian. Shelby County Sheriff's Department pursued him from outside of the city limits into the city limits. And then officers of the Memphis Police Department took over that pursuit. And we actually pursued him into the state of Mississippi.
So the policy itself so the general policy, there's pursuit for violent felons, or there's no pursuit unless it's one of these exigent circumstances?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know that I understand your question. The policy is violent felonies.
Violent felons, pursuit for violent felons.
It's interesting, state law allows for the pursuit of misdemeanors. The state law governing vehicle pursuits is a violator or suspected violator of the law. State law does not distinguish between a misdemeanor or a felony. But again, in accordance with national best practices, especially from our CALEA, the accreditation agency for the Memphis Police Department, we try to mimic their best recommendations, which is violent felonies.
So how do we make the determination whether something is a violent felony? Is it speculation, or is it something that the officer has to know for certain that, hey, this this particular individual, particular suspect, has just previously committed a violent felony? How do we know?
He has to know it.
He has to know it.
Yes, sir. So
Or she.
Or she. A real typical example would be a carjacked vehicle.
Okay.
So when the officer runs the license plate on the car, the dispatcher gets a hit on that car as being stolen. The first question the officer is going to ask is, how was that car taken? Excuse me. If the dispatcher says it's a straight stolen car, we know that's not a violent felony. If the dispatcher says it was taken in a carjacking, we know it's a violent felony.
Okay. That's it for me. I think it was pretty straightforward. You know, this is not my meeting. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Davis, we agree on a lot, but this one isn't one of them. We've talked about it. I've talked about it with the mayor. I think this is one of the worst policies that we have on the books in terms of our pursuit policy. Everywhere along the line of criminal justice and even a society, you want people to be incentivized to do the right thing. That if they make a mistake, whether it be big or small, that they stop, that they're able to confess to it, correct. If you do that in the criminal justice system, if you plead to a case, you're going to get a reduced sentence. And then when you're serving your prison time, if you do good time, if you do diversion programs, education programs, you get a reduced sentence. Everywhere along the line, there ought to be an incentive for people to do the right thing, even if they have made mistakes thus far. And in this case, they're incentivized to do the complete opposite, especially in the case of anything that's not a violent felony. They are incentivized to keep going. It is in their best interest, whether it be, you can call it incentives or game theory, and that they're very likely not going to be caught. And pursuit doesn't mean high-speed chase at 80 miles an hour and rush hour down Poplar Avenue. Pursuit, as I believe it's defined in the
a sustainable change in order for us to make a difference. And even when we have donuts, we have come up with recommending that we hold vehicles. You don't get your vehicle back if we lock you up for reckless driving, donuts, or whatever the case might be. But I know everyone wants people to be able to have their vehicle, but when you show me over and over again that you're gonna commit crimes in your vehicle, why can't I hold your vehicle for 10 days? That's something that a city ordinance can help us with. And these are some of the proposals that we want to make, because we've
We'll
got
make
to-
them. I mean, we've been ready, willing, and able since I've been here for 4 years.
I know. That's what we're recommending during our state legislature. We actually presented on that
They need.
last
I mean, at this
week.
point, we need civil forfeiture. But again, it's. I'm not an on the ground operator. I'm just telling you what the environment is like from a citizen's perspective, and it for whatever reason. And I know we need to move on, Chairwoman.
Yes, sir.
But
Thank you so
ultimately,
much. And your point was well taken. I think she got the point. Go ahead, finish, wrap it on up.
thank you. Appreciate that. The environment we are in has existed for 4 or 5 years, and reality is I just, from where I'm sitting, I've heard the reasons why we can't do certain things. What I'm yet to hearing is how we're going to combat that. And I'm not in the leadership room. I'm sure there may be senior officers that are like, I've suggested X as an opportunity, and I'm to the point now where if I've got to go to individual command staff and patrolmen for suggestions, that's about where I'm at. And I'm not saying that you're stonewalling them. I'm just saying at this point, something has got to give, and it needs to be done in a significant way. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate that. And I'm sure Chief Davis hears the, sentiment of this body, and we appreciate you for the information you've shared today. I think we've had some good discussions and come up with some good ways forward, or effective ways forward, and we look forward to you coming back sending us that information, and particularly when we're going to have the first virtual. So as soon as y'all get all that, let us know. Thank you. We're going to hold item number 1, and our last item is item number 2, is a resolution to establish the driver's license reinstatement and diversion amnesty program, and to reallocate $150 to fund the program. All council districts requested by myself. May I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas moved it, and Councilman Smiley seconded. Council members, we haven't dismissed this committee yet. We haven't dismissed this committee yet. Thank you. All right, council members, this program will run. First of all, let me say, we do have punitive measures and we have restorative measures. And you all, we haven't finished this committee yet, please. Thank you. All right, this program will run in cooperation with the City Clerk's Office and General Sessions Court Clerk. It's designed to assist individuals that would have access to better opportunities for themselves and for their families, but for financial barriers preventing their final exit from the criminal justice system. In the past, the last time we ran this program, we were able to assist more than 300 participants with $150,000. Our program targets individuals that have successfully completed diversion. Diversion is a probationary program offered for first-time offenders. After successfully completing diversion, citizens are able to have their records expunged after paying all court costs and fees. The amnesty program funding pays these fees so that money is not the only barrier to Memphians and a clean record. Some of the funding will come from another program that includes a similar benefit. We will fold in the individuals participating in that program into this amnesty program, relying on your already established relationships to increase the impact of this money. And again, we need punitive measures, as we discussed, but we also have on the other side of the coin restorative measures, and that is what this is about. Colleagues, you have any questions? All of you have.
Move it.
I'm sorry. May I have a motion? I asked you about. You have a question? Okay. I think the first person is Councilwoman Johnson.
Now, are you asking for 150 or are you asking for 100 and someone else giving you 50?
150. No, I'm sorry, $100,000 in funds previously allocated toward the amount.
Okay, and the other question is the funding source.
It's 150. Ma'am?
The funding source.
The funding source is, it was previously allocated to it's called Renewed Minds and Community Services, and that money will be moved over.
So what's the funding source?
Taking it from this area, Renewed Minds and Community Services.
Okay, where did they get their funding from?
ARPA.
What's the deadline to spend it?
Let's see. I'll find that. Is Brooke here?
You need to find that out. That's my only concern. Some money had to be spent by the end of this year and some next year, so I want to make sure it's spent.
Let's send it. Do you have a problem with sending it down with no recommendation, and I can get that information for you? Okay. Any objections? Okay, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
I think this is a great idea and effort. Councilwoman, there are a lot of individuals that could benefit from this. But just a few questions, so just so that I know when I'm explaining to other people. How many people could the $150,000 help? Is it like a set fee, or is each person, is it dependent upon the different things, situations that each person has?
It's dependent, and there's a cap on how much each person can get, but it is dependent on what they have.
With the cap, how many people could the 150,000 go to if it's just based on the cap?
The past, it helped 300.
That's a pretty good
we're kind of anticipating the same.
Does the clerk office determine who, or do they have a whole separate working for it, or?
They have give us the list of individuals.
Okay, that sounds good. Can you add me as a co-sponsor?
Most definitely.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, we will, if there are no objections, we'll send this down with no recommendation, and you will have that information for you. All right, all in favor? Any opposed? It's an opinion of the chair that the ayes have it, so moved. And that brings us to the close of the Public Safety Committee. There's nothing further. This meeting is adjourned.
ma'am. Councilman Canali. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Covett. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson. Present. Councilman Smiley.
Oh, I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chairwoman Johnson.
3 and 4 together.
She's here too.
I'm present, thank you. Okay, we have 4 items, but I think I may need to have someone comment on item number 1. Are we going to? Okay, well, I'm gonna go to 4 and then come back, because that may take a little bit longer. Okay, item number 4. Item number 4, RC 23-001, 1560 South Parkway East, Southeast corner, South Parkway East and South Willett Street. Request a residential corridor overlay deletion at 1560 South Parkway East. District 4 and Super District 8 are affected. Can I have someone to move it? Second. It's been moved and second. Now, may we have a presentation, name and address, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kendra Cobbs, Division of Planning and Development, and I am trying to pull up the presentation now.
No, the representative here. Hadn't seen you or heard from you. Okay, we're short for time. Can you just begin talking about it, Brett? Right where he's getting started.
This is a request, it's a companion case. So we have a residential corridor revocation, and I'm gonna speak on that one first. It was previously heard in Planning and Zoning Committee, but it is back today for a public hearing. Also, with this being a companion case, it is located at 1560 South Parkway East. And the residential corridor deletion would have to be approved prior to the companion case, which is a special use permit request. So as I've stated, this is a request at 1560 South Parkway East. It's within the Glenview community. And we did send out public hearing notices to 80 property owners back in June. And so looking at the zoning map, this is zoned residential urban 1, RU1, and there is R6 zoning, residential single family zoning to the north. The rest of the area is primarily RU1, zoned RU1. So looking at the map to the right, that shows the residential corridor overlay. And so this is on South Parkway East. It spans east and west, and it's a residential corridor overlay that is pretty much an additional land use control in place to make sure that properties that are 200 feet on either side of the street would only be allowed for residential uses, primarily single-family residential uses. So that's the purpose of the residential corridor overlay. And so the applicant has requested that the overlay be removed from just that property, 1560 South Parkway East. And also, this is a land use map. That particular location is commercial. We have an apartment that's across South Willett Street, apartment complex, and then there's a church that's to the rear. The rest of the properties are primarily single-family residential. And so these are site photos. It is an existing, there is an existing building on site. It has been there for some time, dating back for years. It was previously a neighborhood store, It closed, and because of closing and being closed for longer than a year, it lost its non-conforming status. And so that is why the applicant is before us now, because they would like to reopen it as a neighborhood store. And as far as our future land use is concerned, it is consistent with the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan, being anchor neighborhood, primarily single unit. Although this is not a proposed residential use, it is surrounding residential uses where the neighborhood store would be compatible for the surrounding residential. So to conclude, these are two cases, both for one site. It was previously a site of a neighborhood store, and the applicant would like to reopen that. Prior to approving the special use permit to open the neighborhood store, the residential corridor overlay would have to be removed from that location. We did receive a letter of support with 22 signatures from residents in the area. Therefore, staff finds that this residential corridor deletion request is consistent with our code. Also, there would be no substantial or adverse effect to the neighborhood or the character of the neighborhood or any adjacent properties. It did go before Land Use Control Board and approved on consent agenda 7.0. And Division of Planning and Development, we're recommending approval of each, approval with conditions for the special use permit. So the conditions for the special use permit would be that there would have to be administrative site plan review that the applicant would submit. Also, we would make sure that the outdoor lighting is consistent with our development code, considering there's nearby residential. And then also any signage, with this being a neighborhood store, it would also have to meet our code. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Dr. Warren?
Are they assuming most of their business is going to be walking since they don't have much parking? Is it that type of neighborhood that people are out walking a lot?
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jenna Swearingen, Washington.
Can you put that picture back up of that building?
It's right there next to the railroad crossing.
Because they don't have any parking.
Yes,
They
ma'am.
realize they don't have any parking?
Yes, ma'am. So walk up, and then also there would be the ability for on-street parking, because our code does allow on-street parking if there are no parking signs on the street, and that is the case in this situation.
And what are going to be the hours? Do we know that?
Please identify yourself, address.
David Bray with the Bray Firm, 2950 Stage Plaza North. It would, I don't know the opening hour in the morning. It would probably close somewhere between 9 and 10 at night.
Can we make that a condition?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Without objection, because I've known that site, they have been open a lot later in the past when they were open.
And
So
Madam
10
Chair,
o'clock.
sorry, Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. Can we get a specific time that you would like to have that condition set as closing time?
It's at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock?
10 o'clock, that's fine.
Opening 7,
6.
6.
6. People going to work.
Okay, 6, okay.
And you mentioned something about the lighting. What's considered adequate lighting?
So if there were going to be lighting added at the site, primarily that the lighting would have to shine down and not onto any of the residential properties. So
It's very dark in that area.
yes.
One other possible condition, if the ownership changes, they would need to come back to this body for approval. Without objection. Yes, Councilman Chase.
I'm gonna get in here on the, I think what I would say, I think between now and 3:30, when you talk about ownership, I think we gotta figure out what that language looks like. I think you gotta talk about common ownership and a percentage trigger. If I owned 100% of the store and I sold 15% to Michael and my business partner, the ownership doesn't change. And so you've got to find.
Ownership will change.
But
it won't be the same. So if ownership changes, period, they need to come back in here.
okay, you're going to get really onerous and burdensome on somebody.
Let them figure it out. In that particular location, you better keep up with them. You sure better. It's rough.
Okay. Madam Chair, may I could suggest, and Councilman Carlisle, we could discuss that, but I would say that a lot of times we will.
You have to define ownership, is what I'm getting at.
Right, and a lot of times we will have them go back to Land Use Control Board, and if only if appealed comes to council, so that's an option too that would be less onerous, so.
And the DMC actually has guidelines in place and guidance in place they use to determine common ownership and et cetera, in order to be reasonable. Like if I die and my estate takes it over and my son has the business, do you want them to come back?
Yes.
Who is the owner?
Hold on, I'm going to pronounce it wrong.
Right, that's what I could guess it. But this is a very small structure in that location. I don't think you'll get a lot of percentages of ownership going on.
I hear you. It's more about the precedence. You're starting
Right.
to introduce something that again, like I did with the flags, that was narrowly tailored, narrowly defined. When you say, when ownership changes, you have to define what that means.
And I don't know if I pronounced those right or not.
Period, if ownership changes. 10%. If it changes, they need to come back. Okay, I'd be willing to do that. We could place a hold on this until we get clarity on it later, if you don't have it by 3:30.
Okay.
Okay, can we have a vote on this particular item? Keep in mind, it's actually items number 4, as well as item 3, paperwork. Yeah, I said if they don't have it, we'll put a hold on it by that time at 4 o'clock. Okay. So we need to vote for item number 4 first. All in favor, respond by saying aye. Aye. Any in opposition? That item passes. Now we go back to item number 3. It's a SUP 23-014 for 1560 South Parkway East. Request a new special use permit to allow a convenience store without gas sales. I need someone to move it. Move it. I'm sorry. Is there a need for any discussion on this? Hearing none, let's take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, that will receive a favorable recommendation, as well as item number 4, provided that definition of ownership is agreeable. Thank you. We're going to go to item number 1, PD 23-014, 8851 Rocky Point, request 128 lot, single-family residential plan development, District 2 and Super District 9. Have I have motion to move it? Second. I can say it now. Okay, go ahead. Thank you. Presentation, please.
Alexis Longstreet with DPD. This is case PD 2314-8851 Rocky Point. The request is for 128 lot single-family residential plan development within the Cordova neighborhood. It's about 50.225 acres of land. Public notices were sent out in July. About 68 notices were sent out. This case was held and heard in October of this year. Zoning map, the proposed plan development itself encompasses 3 separate zoning districts. That's Conservation Ag, Residential Single Family 15, and Residential Single Family 6. Surrounding zoning are R8s, R6s, and residential urban districts as well. The land use map itself encompasses single family and as well as some vacant land. Here are some site photos. The site photo on the left is the existing home that will be encompassed by the surrounding property development from New Sanger Road. And then on the left, that is the northwest corner of New Sanger Road and Rocky Hills Drive, showing where the start of the development will be placed. And here's another site photo from Rocky Hills Drive turning into Singer Creek, which is a curve in which we've received a lot of our opposition from. In total of those public notices mailed out, we received 5 notices of opposition. And as well as this case was approved at Land Use Control Board on October 8-0, but was then appealed by one of those property owners in opposition. Here's the original outline plan. So there are 2 outline plans included in this, as one was then revised by staff recommendation. And so in this is the most recent outline plan included here. And it was deemed consistent with the Memphis 3.0 analysis done as from land use description and as well as intent and form. So just some of those conclusions here. This is a 128 lot development that it will encompass 3 different zoning districts. There are no change of zone required for any of the development. It will be primary single family uses, and it will be completed in 7 phases. And like I said earlier, there was some opposition. All of the opposition is similar in terms of the concerns of traffic volumes in close relation to Cordova Middle School that actually sits adjacent from the development property proposed. And the recommendation was approval of with the revisions to the preliminary plan, as this plan and application has to come back for a final plan review. That concludes my presentation.
Are there any questions? Yes, Councilman Canali.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not opposed to the development. I'm actually supportive of the development. I have some real issues with the ingress egress. What I would like to do is hold this and let Councilman Frank Colvett, it is his district, see if a compromise can be worked on in the next 2 weeks. If it cannot, then we'll bring it back and we'll vote it up or down in 2 weeks.
Can you place a hold on this without opposition?
No objection.
No objections.
Without objection.
Okay, it's a hold in 2 weeks?
I want to make sure that on December 19th, we have as much stuff as possible on the agenda.
I did.
That's great. Let's go out with a bang.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Planning Zone, for the presentation. Now, due to time restraints, PD 23-024, 2977 Broad Avenue requested special use for a planned community.
Can we move that downstairs?
Right, that's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
But even downstairs, I don't think it's on the agenda for this end. I look for it.
I'm happy to. If the body, I'm happy to suspend. Well, he's here today. If I could ask to the chair and to the chair of the committee and the chairman of the council.
Madam Chair, it's item number 3.
Yeah, it's number 3 on the agenda. I was gonna say I'd move it downstairs without a recommendation. We can have it heard down there.
Okay, on Broad Street, I see it. Okay, I'm asking that we move this downstairs without any recommendation.
Second.
Move it, I did a second. Second, moved and second. It's going downstairs without a recommendation. You have a question? We have another question. Okay. That concludes planning and development at this time. No other questions? We're moving onward. Thank you. Have a good day.
delegation. Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Colvett. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chairman Jones.
Here.
Good job.
First, I want to take an opportunity to introduce our most newly elected council member who will be joining January 1st, Pearl Walker. Ms. Walker, I think you were introduced earlier, but during the executive session, we want to do the same. So congratulations to you. Congratulations to Jerry Green and the winner of the other runoff, which we knew was going to happen anyway, Michael and Easter Thomas. But also in the audience, we do have Councilwoman-elect Yolanda Cooper Sutton.
Michael, get a hand.
Colleagues, we have 3 items on the agenda today. Item number 1 is an ordinance to establish the city council meeting dates for 2024. It has been moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Yes.
Just note an election day.
Microphone, please.
Just note an election day, November 5th.
Which one?
November 5th, presidential election day.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion to
Motion to amend.
amend.
Yeah,
So we are pushing everything back a week.
looks like it. Yeah. I think that's the 12th.
I think we blame Brooke. Definitely blame Ms. Hyman.
Okay, so that will have it on the 12th and the 26th. So Thanksgiving next year will be on the 21st. So that'll be the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. So November
I
12th.
just object to not having a meeting on my birthday,
Which
I
one is
had
that?
a meeting on my birthday. You be
the 19th of November.
Not having. Mr. Chairman, I would accept that as a friendly amendment and move that it be added to this evening's consent agenda for first reading.
Okay, yeah, there is a request for this to be added for first reading. So it is as presented. However, for the month of November, we have the meeting dates on the 12th and the 26th. So this item has been moved and seconded. Are there any more council members wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That item passes.
I do reserve the right to find out Jeff's vacation schedule, though, and to amend it.
Next, colleagues, is an ordinance to fix and determine the salary and compensation of the mayor pursuant to home rule amendments. All council districts sponsored by yours truly, and there's a request to add this for same night minutes.
Move it.
Okay. Second. Is there anybody who wants to speak on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I would just ask that to all colleagues, based on 312, that we've got 3 readings, that we move it downstairs. Tonight's consent agenda for same night, or for first reading, and reconvene the committee to discuss it next council.
Objections.
Okay, so long discussions on that. So, Ms. Warren, did you want to speak on that? Add anything?
I just want us to have a discussion on it, and that sounds fine.
Okay. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Discussion is fine. I was just gonna ask about, has there been a actual wage review for all of the city positions, including council? And then just asking a legal about the charter amendment. If we're doing a ordinance referendum to be able to change it, what does that say about mayor and council now? That's my only kind of trying to understand those two.
Mr. Wade can give us some insight on that.
There you go. We're looking for you.
Okay, presently, Charter Section 1509 allows the council to approve the salary of the mayor, and 1852 is the Home Rule Amendment, allows us to approve the salaries of division directors already. The Charter Amendment goes a step further, adds, and I think even 1509 talks about commissioners and the mayor. At that time, commissioners and the mayor were all one, but so that was what the clarification was about, to make sure that we had the ability to set your salaries. There is an ordinance in place that ties your salary to whatever the county commission salaries are now, this change would be talking about allowing you to set it, and you probably need to have some discussion about it. There's also provisions in the Home Rule Charter that provides that you cannot increase the salary of the mayor during his term. That's why we're doing this ordinance now, because if it's going to be increased, it has to be increased before January 1. The other one dealing with directors, you increase them, but not in the fiscal year covered by the current budget, which means that if you increase them, they would be effective July 1, 2024. So there is mechanism. It's all in place now, and what we're doing under this ordinance is necessary to get it done before we have a new mayor.
And in order to make that change up, we could spot bonus the incoming directors in anticipation of a hike in this budget cycle. So there's some sort of.
Okay, but Mr. Wade, but that part, does that not being able to do it during their term, that only applies to the mayor, not to the division directors?
Division directors can be changed every budget year.
Okay.
But it just cannot be done in the middle of a budget.
Okay, okay. Well, colleagues, I just wanted to, I was out of town in Atlanta. This guy, I got calls about this. So what had taken place, just in the spirit of full transparency, Mr. Young and I have had some meetings, but we never even discussed his salary. Never. It was never a point of discussion. But he had communicated with staff. It essentially said that the environment right now, I think maybe at this point, Mr. Strickland may have had his already lined up. But what has been a challenge is what these salaries are now. So what you have in front of you, and keep this in mind, we have what are comparable salaries for Shelby County government. And Shelby County government, for all intents and purposes, is unincorporated Shelby County, because we have the city of Bartlett, we have the city of Germantown, Collierville, and so forth. So if we talk about what is their true responsibility, it's unincorporated Shelby County. And so what you see here and what we haven't done, we've talked about it before, about what police make compared to some of the suburban areas. So, this just takes us a bit further, colleagues, when we're having a discussion. And I always said, I won't be here when y'all have these budget discussions, but talk about competitive salaries across the board, not just for the directors, not just for the mayor and the directors, but across the board. Now, the other spirit of this too, colleagues, is that the charter amendment essentially says that going forward, it is the Memphis City Council that determines the mayor, the division directors, another one on here, as well as the councils. So, Mr. Wade, was there a charter amendment that the council said, okay, we're going to put it on the ballot and tie it to the county? Okay.
Yes. Before it was $6,000 a year.
Okay.
But then you didn't have term limits. You also qualified for 12-year pensions, but 12-year pension on 6,000 it would probably not even buy you a bag of potato chips in today's environment. So, I mean, that's what it was doing. And I think, we can talk about it when we start discussing it, but the problem was that you're going to get from the public. And I'm just laying out, I'm not the politician here, but the discussion that we had before is you get to set your own, okay? And that's why you have these things talking about when you can do it, and you can not do it during your term of office, but it will be for the next term. I mean, so you got to get into the weeds in terms of how you want to word this, because some of it may have some impact on whether people will accept it or they won't.
Well, but as Vice Chair Smiley indicated, so as it stands right now, do we, we were elected by the voters. We have to, this council has to be accountable to the voters themselves. And if you're not an elected council member and not ready to defend what your actions are and to be accountable to your public. That's all that this is.
Mm-hmm.
It's being accountable to the public that trusts you. That's all that this does.
Yeah, I hear you. But remember, you're dealing with the public is in different levels of comprehension, and they just say they're trying to line their pockets. I mean, I'm just telling you.
No. Look, I get all of that. I get all of that. But you know, it was Spinoza here when I first came on. I used to always do this: wash the hand, wash the hand. So this hand right here is always the city of Memphis, the Memphis mayor, and the Memphis City Council. While this hand down here, nobody ever pays attention to it. But I guarantee you, nobody in here, Shelby County government, the county commission, laid it up for you. But so that's the spirit of this. And so, colleagues, you have what would be a comparison right here of things. And I hope that as I did say to Mr. Young in the meeting that he and I had, everybody needs him to be successful. Yeah. He needs to have the best people around him, because if he's not successful, that means that we're in a heck of trouble. We're not doing well. So that's the whole spirit of this, colleagues.
Yeah, I'm right there with him. He's going to have competitive salaries. Public servant.
Mike.
Anyway, let's keep it.
Yep. Yeah. Colleagues, any other comments? Yes, Councilman Warren.
Not on that. I just have a resolution I'd like to admit and get on. Okay. I have. I'll pass it out. Thank you. Want me to read it now?
Oh, wait, can we finish this?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is an ordinance to fix and determine the salary and compensation of a mayor pursuant to home rule amendments. Did I get a motion on that?
You get motion.
Yeah, moved it. It was moved by me.
And seconded. Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. Next, colleagues, is going to be the referendum ordinance pursuant to Article 9, Section 9, Article 11, Section 9 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, Home Rule Amendments to amend provisions of the Charter of the City of Memphis, the same being Chapter 11 of the Acts of 1870 as amended relative to mayor, council, and appointed salaries. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Jones. And there's a request to add this on for the first reading. May I have a motion on this item?
Move it.
Second.
It's in your packet.
No, that's another item. We haven't gotten to it yet.
We haven't got to my resolution.
Okay, so do you have? Okay, so all those in favor of this is the referendum ordinance that basically puts everything in the control of the council. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a resolution regarding the council rules, and the important part of this is whereas the City Council Rules of Procedure provides for the election of chairman by a majority vote of council to serve for a calendar year following his or her election, and whereas the City Council Rules of Procedure provides for the election of chairman for the ensuing year during the second meeting of the preceding year, and whereas in anticipation of the election of a new chairman for 2024 to serve with the new council consisting of 6 new members, the council desires the new chairman-elect to serve as council chairman for the remainder of 2023, so a smooth transition will take place in 2024. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the council chairman-elect for 2024 be elected to preside over the council for the remainder of 2023. So moved by me with same night minutes. And I need a second.
I'm in the queue, though.
Well, we have to get a second first. Okay, has been moved a second. Yes.
All right. So I think what you attempting to do is remove Chairman Jones as chair. Never before have this body remove the sitting chair. Second of all, you're gonna need someone to serve as chair, and I will not. We will allow Chairman Jones to finish his term as chair. I will not serve as chair. I'm pissed off because this is disrespectful. No, don't talk to me. I feel disrespected. Chairman Jones may not say nothing. What I suggest you do is you pull this motion. Because what you're gonna find yourself in a situation where your colleagues up here will not work with you. You choose to move however you want to move, but what I'm telling you is this is disrespectful. We have never done this before. There's nothing that Chairman Jones has done that is so egregious for us to ask to remove him as chair. We're gonna take a vote downstairs as the next chairman and to pick out who the next vice chairman is of this city council. And what I said, I believe that I said enough. What I will ask you to do, as someone that you will serve with the next 4 years, is to remove this motion, to pull this back. And if you don't, we let you just fall where they may. But I know how I'm going to move going forward.
Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have 6 new members coming in, and speaking of disrespectful, Councilman, that was what occurred to me this morning when I was chairing my committee. And I did think of this at that particular time. And you're bringing up disrespectful. I'm telling you, I've been a very respectful person on this council to everyone. And as I look at this, I recall that Chairman Jones has now been a council chair for more than a year. Okay, now, that being said, I will pull this in deference to your comments, but not because it's disrespectful. This was, in my mind, a reasonable response to a disrespectful move this morning. So thank you for your comments, and I'll do that out of respect to you.
Okay, and what I would suggest, going forward, this council never sees eye to eye on any particular subject all the time, and I like to use Councilman Carlisle because everybody knows that we're friends, but we don't agree very often. What I tell Councilman Carlisle is when we disagree on this up here, what we do is we have a discussion amongst council members about how we're going to talk to each other, address each other, and decorum. If we feel slighted, we let that person know, man to man or man to woman. But we don't allow our gripes with how someone handles things to dictate who the chairman is. We do that by our vote, but not to remove someone that we put in the position to serve in such a capacity. The job is hard. Sometimes you have to say things that other council members disagree with. Sometimes you have to let down people that we're serving. But what we should not be doing is allow our frustrations to end up as some type of legislation to get back at someone because we're angry at them. You know how many times I disagree with Chairman Jones? A lot. You know how many times I disagree with Councilman Ford? A lot. But I'm not putting forth the legislation to remove them. Councilman Ford said, don't mess with me. But I know we don't agree, but doesn't mean we should be putting forth legislation to remove somebody. It just
Thank you, Ms. Smiley. So yesterday, no, I'm speaking now. Hi, Brooke. This is how all this started, colleagues who weren't here. Yesterday at 2:22, hi, Brooke. Dr. Warren would like for the following caption to be added to the Parks Committee agenda tomorrow. Discussion on the resolution to allocate $3 million from Mud Island River Park contract construction to Tom Lee Park. So thank you. I'll reach out to Councilman Jones. That was the email to Brooke. Now, the agenda is not controlled by the CAO of the office. It's controlled by the chairman. So I respond and said no. And so, I said, I do not approve that this item being added to tomorrow's agenda. So this was communicated to you, Dr. Warren, and you chose to have it on the agenda anyway.
It was not on the agenda, Mr. Chair.
You chose to have the discussion with it not being on the agenda. And so because as chairman, I still have prerogative of this agenda, that's why I said no. And you just said, F you. And I'm going to have it and have that discussion anyway.
Mr. Chair, respectfully, the chair of a committee can have discussions in that committee without your approval.
If that's
You
the
do not
case,
approve
if that's the
what's
case,
going
we'll
on.
be nilly-willy in all of these council meetings because everybody wants to do their own thing. And
Mr.
y'all can do that
Wade,
next
could you
year, but
possibly
it ain't gonna
comment
happen
on
this
this for
year.
us?
Come on, y'all, let's keep going.
So,
Well, actually,
there's a motion on this. So all those in favor?
Pulled it. He pulled it.
Okay,
He
you
pulled
did.
it.
Actually,
Okay. All right.
Let's keep going. Let's keep. Y'all have a conversation behind doors. Let's keep it moving.
So, item number 5 will be held until the November 21st meeting. Item 29 will be held until the first meeting in February of 2024. So that brings us to our add-ons 36, 37, 38, 39. Item number 36 is a resolution to provide $20 million in cash flow to Memphis Air Transit Authority matter until federal transit funds are distributed. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 37 is an ordinance to establish the Memphis City Council meeting dates for 2024. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Jones. Request to add this for first reading. Item number 38 is an ordinance to fix and determine the salary and compensation of the mayor pursuant to home rule amendments. All council districts sponsored by Chairman Jones. Request to add this for first reading. And then item number 39, a referendum ordinance pursuant to Article 11, Section 9 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee Home Rule Amendment to amend provisions of the Charter of the City of Memphis, the same being Chapter 11 of the Acts of 1870 as amended relative to the mayor, council, and appointed salaries, all council districts sponsored by Councilman Jones. Request to add this on for first night meeting. So our same night minute items will be 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 23. Anything else? Yes, I'm sorry. Yes. Item number 2 will also be held for 2 weeks.
Let's all on the 19th.
Right, everything, right? Okay. So, item number, is that going to be held to the, item number 2? Until? Gotcha. Okay.